Hello, friends, and welcome to a special Sunday edition of NECC Overwatch. We are here with some grand finals action. Bullskunk and Nuclear coming at you to start the day off strong. We're going to have 4 grand finals for today. Plenty of Overwatch. Get settled in, grab a snack. We're heading to the Champions Division to start things off.
Yeah, and I am eager to see what we have in store today, Bullskunk. We have CSUDH versus Bethel University, and man, oh man, are both of these teams wanting this championship bad. I actually had a chance to reach out and talk to the Bethel coach, Dan Wart, a little bit before the game, pick his brain a little bit. Earlier this week, Berkeley and I were able to cast their match against Purdue Gold in the semifinals to get to the spot, which was a sense of a battle for Indiana, both teams coming from Indiana in a very strong rivalry. I'm interested to see how this match plays out today because they've already won the Great Lakes Esports Conference, and they did so without dropping a map at all. And that is their goal this season. Their number one goal is to win 2 conferences. They've got not one knockdown, and this one's for all of the cards.
Yep, I mean, both teams definitely play to win. You don't get to the grand finals and then decide, yeah, we're just going to throw this one. It is for all the marbles here. And the Pilots looked really good when we saw them on Thursday. I mean, they beat Purdue 3-0, and a lot of it, we've got to zoom in on this back line. But before we do that, let's take a look at our bracket. Let's see how both of our teams got to where we are today. As the Toros coming in, Dominguez Hills 7-1, your number 1 seed off of a 3-1 victory over Central Methodist University. And we had that 3-0 that I just mentioned with Bethel. I mean, perhaps played, and they self-admittedly from that conversation you had, their best game of the season. Feel like they are peaking at just the right time here in the NECC fall split. And oh man, I can't wait to see these two go at it. This is gonna be quite the clash of styles. And one of the reasons Bethel were so strong last week was because of that backline. Zach and
Right.
Kuda were just phenomenal.
Yeah, they were in their face the entire time, and there was no let up. All gas, no brakes, if you will. Now, looking a little bit at CSUDH, we've talked a little bit about the pilots, but looking at CSUDH, they are very. They've had an interesting season coming into this finals. They have a very philanthropic focus, and I once again had a chance to talk to Robert Caputo, the director over at CSUDH, and he had mentioned that they've taken some time out of this semester to mentor in the fall with the Compton School District program. And that mentoring, that ability to capture leadership and apply leadership has helped outside of game and within their esports ecosystem. It's definitely elevated each of the players' confidence. Going into finals with that sort of mentality in a best of seven, anything can happen. So being able to have a steel trap mental is imperative.
Yeah, Kuda, I caught that. Kuda said, "Good fun, have luck." As we get into map number one, Busan has been the deciding factor. Both teams get to ban out a couple maps to choose map one. Like you said, a first to four series here for all of our grand finals. And we're seeing this dive composition that Bethel was so strong on last week. Really, this composition for the majority of the map. On the other side, we're gonna get Nate and the cat coming out in the ball style from the hill. University immediately high ground right out of the gate. See if they can get Zach at a couple opening picks. See Quibsy going in and engage here momentarily. With that, Big J5 will work around to the back line, trying to avoid that flashbang. Doing a good job of just surrounding California State at the moment.
Yeah, when we saw the pilots take on Purdue, Zach used to like to hold up on this corner, throw down on point, and we might see a little bit of that today as we're actually seeing him take out Night Fury to kick off this fight. Brandon finding a pick as well. This may be Bethel's first point.
Absolutely, that is done and dusted. Once the Baptiste goes down, that is the start of the dominoes. Your brawl composition cannot survive without its sustain. And right out of the gate, look at Zach's ult charge, 71%, 75% towards that first transcendence.
Yeah, that's huge. That's going to be massive for this next team fight. I mean, looking at CSUDH, they've already switched up a couple of players. Night Fury making the swap over to the Ana, and Maelstrom switching over to the Winston. They're going to have a hard time in this fight.
Yeah, we saw Purdue try to use this composition last week to no avail. When I say last week, it was Thursday.
Right.
Still technically last week, I suppose.
Yeah.
But Bethel University are really good. Kuda's really good at protecting Zach, who's going to go ahead and pop this Transcendence just at the slightest amount of pressure, knowing there's not a whole lot of ults coming up online on the other side. Holding their ground. Big J5 is going to work around to the outside. Deadeye gets nothing. Big J5 does fall, so first blood going to Dominguez Hills in this fight. Brandon, it's up to them to put the hurt down.
The Diva Bomb coming over the top.
Yep, that's going to find Danny. And a good start as both teams kind of have retreated to their respective corners. But with those two picks coming through, Bethel University can be able to push in and clean up.
Yeah, CSUDH is having a hard time just getting on point right now. Bethel having a much more oppressive dive composition, I feel, and they're getting the picks a lot earlier than CSUDH's. But looking at the ult economy, CSUDH does have a good 4 or 5 ultimates about to come online. They might be able to sweep this point if they catch Bethel off guard and get a good pick.
This nano engage is going to be so important onto the Winston. Maelstrom has to find value on this backline for this to work.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Yep, they're still waiting for it. They're getting pounced on. Nice. Okay, so they fend off Quibsy to start things off, and Danny is able to pick off Big J5. Then they drop the nano in a 6v4 engagement. Bethel University popped their rally and back on out. It does prompt the sound barrier from the other side. Kuda still may want that one back. They're starting to get reinforcements back in. Quibsy's back into this fight, but Zach is now down as 3D Hizzy is able to move in and take out the Zenyatta. This should be CSU taking this, but as we see a couple kills coming from the other way, and now Brandon's gonna pop Attack Visor, and that's what's so great about this dive comp. You can cut off one head of the Hydra, there's still plenty of threats left. Finds on the point, and it's at least gonna get to 99 before it flips.
That was
that's if at all.
Yeah, that's a beautiful analogy, Bull Skunk. I think that you're spot on with the Hydra comment. Brandon popping the Tac Visor really secured that for Bethel. CSUDH, while they did take out a few, it's not going to be enough for this this front line on Bethel University.
I mean, they took down Big J5 and Quibsy. I mean, two of the the prongs of the spear, two of the ways that Bethel wants to engage and dismantle. And even with a 4v6 situation, a 6v4 if you're looking at it from Dominguez Hill's point of view, and a Nano Winston going in, it's Bethel University who are able to bounce back. They just fall back into that little room, pop a rally, and boom, they're right back into that thing.
Yeah, they've really. I feel like CSUDH's issue here is they're not picking the targets fast enough and switching. You know, Zach is obviously one of the big threats here, and they have to jump on him and create an opportunity for the rest of the team to thrive. They take out Zach and Kuda, you're cutting off the base of the Hydra.
Yeah, they got one, but not both.
Just kept growing heads from there.
It did. It did. Bethel University, they have a strong bite with their plethora of Hydra heads. And are making 0 changes coming into Sanctuary. Don't expect it to.
Interesting.
Really no changes from either side. And this is going to come down to those Winston engages. 3D Hizzy also winning those individual battles will go a long way. And there's a +2 once again for Dominguez Hills. Let's see if they can convert this one this time. No rally to save Bethel University as they're getting driven back.
Yeah, Bethel losing their main tank very early. It's going to be detrimental to the push, but Quibsy being Hammond here is going to be able to get back to point quite quickly. I mean, they're just now able to get on point, and Quibsy's also already back in with 55% on the ult charge, almost leading the entire pack.
And Quibsy and Big J5 do such a good job of coordinating their strikes. We're going to get that individual Tracer duel. Big J5 has to survive this in order to initiate the rest of it. Goes down low and has to retreat. But Tank's winning out in the front line. 3D Hizzy does eventually win that Tracer duel. And Quibsy's in a lot of trouble. Was anti-nated, had to roll all the way back. Nano goes out on the 3D Hizzy as opposed to onto the Winston to make good use of it. Zach is just gunned down with the Pulse pistols. And Dominguez Hills hang on to this objective.
I mean, that's exactly what they needed. They needed to take out Zach there. He was a little bit out of position on that corner. Didn't really have any of the tanks to be able to heal. Winston had just, the D.Va just jumped or dashed, so there was nothing to be able to peel him off.
But now, Bethel have some ults to come back in and work with. Rally could be problematic, but Quibsy going to start things off with the mines. A couple of early picks would go a long way here. Kuda does have a rally of their own, so both teams are going to be armored up to the heavens. Danny with a Deadeye from the back. Might have a couple skulls here. Now everybody's able to get into cover. Now Bethel University coming out of their hidey holes. They're going to strike back. Brandon goes down before they have a chance to use attack visor. Quibsy gets shield bash, anti flashed. Oh my goodness, that was the main experience if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is about coordination. It's about who you're diving, when you're diving them, and how well you're communicating that dive. CSUDH just looking much stronger on this map, really honing in on what they want. Oh no, they did not want that self-destruct in their faces. Brandon is going to fall to Wiki Tricks.
Brandon, I think, thought they got around the corner and just hadn't quite made it all the way around. You saw him kind of duck back the other way. But I mean, this Dominguez Hills have all the power, all the tools they need to hold on to this. We'll see another Winston getting nanoed here. I say that. There it is. It is actually on a Maelstrom this time, not onto 3D Hizzy. Transcendence out from Bethel, but still doesn't stop Big J5 or Brandon from going down. And Dominguez Hills, they will take this thing right on back. I think it's a short-lived victory. Unless this self-destruct is monstrous, we get one. Momo actually got two. This could be coming back. Oh, man, it was so close. It's down to the wire. We're down to a 2v1 on point, and 3D Hizzy stands tall as Night Fury returns to top everybody off. This overtime week's going to burn down. We're headed to go map number 3.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be able to take this back. Bethel has it's quite a steep hill to climb with this point, but they do have characters there. They are making their way back.
Unfortunately, they are just staggering onto point, and 3D Hizzy continues to wreak havoc, having a fantastic sub-map here on Sanctuary. Now the rally is popped. Bethel University have managed to stay alive long enough, longer than I expected them to. Momo was able to pick up a couple. And they are staying in this thing. Momo going to town, doing the impossible, and clawing Bethel University right back into this fight.
Wow. You know, Maelstrom, had he held on to that Primal Rage when it had been popped, when Zach used Transcendence, they might have been able to take that point and secure it. You know, you have a Primal Rage monkey pushing people off of point. You only need that, 2 seconds to get them off of point and secure it. But Bethel just were able to buy the time, put the chips in, and make it enough to get back.
Yeah, Dominguez Hills, they were confirming kills really nicely, confirming the staggers as they stepped on the point. But after the first two, kind of dropped the ball a little bit, allowed Kuda to get that rally up. But hey, they've got a nano engage to come back in with. Zach does have the transcendence, is going to pop that.
Yes, trans again, he just used it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Big J5 is already down. So it's still a +1 in Dominguez Hills, despite the transcendence turned into a +2 as Kuda, the bulk of the healing gone. Zach's in a ton of trouble. Maelstrom's gonna pop the primal just to jump back onto dry land. And he's gonna chase Momo all the way back to point. And this is certainly goes the way of Dominguez Hills, right? There's no way. There's no way Bethel brings this one back.
I as much as commentators' curse is usually a thing, I think you've got it here, Bull Skunk. I think you're 100% right. And what a clutch play from Maelstrom, you know, popping the Primal Rage to get back on point, or back off the map, I should say, and back on point to wreak havoc. It definitely secured that point for CSUDH.
Yep, we are in for a great series. If this first map is any indicator, it's going to downtown to determine who's going to grab map 1. And we'll then have a ban option in map 2. That ban option is so important. Typically in a loser pick, you can just go to, oh, okay, we want to play Brawl. We're going to a Brawl-centric map. But if you have the ban, then it's like, no. We're going to take the big Brawl option out of the pool. So yeah. This win here could actually snowball into further wins as we progress through our first to 4 series. No comp changes from either side.
I mean, every map counts in a first to 4. I mean, they definitely will want to take this. Both teams kind of on even ground at this point, 1-1.
Big J5 versus 3D Hizzy is a tracer matchup that I am living for at the moment. 3D Hizzy got the better end of the deal back in that second sub map and starts off with the first pick here on downtown. Now trying to chase Quizby down, who's rolled all the way into the theater. And keeping Big J5 at bay, marking the flank, and keeping Quibsy and Big J5 in check as the rest of the team picks up control.
Yeah, 3D Hizzy is definitely the person to look out for on Dominguez Hills. Able to get picks left and right and creating a lot of opportunity for Dominguez Hills to just push in and terrorize Bethel's front line.
Brandon with a great opening pick, trying to position along this outside, seeing to pepper in some damage. Quibsy comes in to finish off E-Metal, and that timing couldn't have been any better. Just as Night Fury gets the nano boost out, Bethel University is able to strike. If that attack had come in a half second later, I think this would have gone the other way. But with half the team down, the nano engage falls to waste.
It shows you how imperative the timing is here. It shows you how quickly things can change and how fast you have to engage and the coordination it takes to pull that off with your teammates. And I don't know, both teams are showing they have that in this dive comp. It's just a matter of who's proactive versus reactive.
Yeah, I mean, that's Bethel University have to stay more proactive just by the nature of the comp. Dominguez Hills, there's that push and pull involved with the Winston. The nano engages are kind of the hallmark on your engagements. Transcendence out from Bethel University is, speaking of, they're going to go ahead and push in with that, try to get aggressive. They don't really get enough value out of it, and Brandon's going to get swept up. This is not looking good for Bethel already. 3D Hizzy's going to finish off that sleep, and Danny picks up a pair with the Deadeye. Dominguez Hills, they're going to steal this thing right back.
Man, that Cole Cassidy Deadeye was cold, man. That secured that for Dominguez Hills for sure. I don't think Bethel, I mean, they're buying a little bit of time, but overall, pretty close map. Both teams have had possession now twice, I believe. And by the time Bethel gets back, regroups, and goes to take this again, it'll probably be around another 50%.
Night Fury doing a great job of getting those nanos online and keeping the team topped off through a Transcendence on the other side. Big props to this honor right now. Zach finally is able to shut down 3D Hizzy. Good start. Kuda has to rally up because they're bio-nated and trying to get any of that back, but they're still under so much pressure. No, the rally gets shut down. Maelstrom and Wiki Tricks just converge, and Kuda doesn't stand a chance. Now it's just a Zen Orb, Orb of Harmony to try to keep Bethel alive through this fight. They're finding some quick kills, though. It's exactly what they needed to do. Win the fight fast, and Quibsy is going to oblige them, but now Quibsy is gone, and Maelstrom is angry. Primalin on the point, picks up 2. Wiki grabs another, and Dominguez Hills maintain control.
That's a big belligerent boy there as Maelstrom's going to take out 3 on point, secure that for CSUDH. I think Bethel was just split when that fight started. Kuda was trying to get back to point, got caught out immediately, and that was just a 5v6 off the bat as soon as Bethel went to point. So CSUDH just had that one in the bag. Bethel looking at their last fight.
Yeah, final chance, and the pulse bomb goes wide right out of the gate. Mines are up, and they do have this. When Dominguez still don't have anything to work with, Bethel University should be able to win this. Oh, just a matter of how much it's going to cost them to do it. Fortunately for them, not very much.
Nothing.
They use mines.
Man, it's something that we talked about last week. Brandon holds on to these tac visors because he frankly doesn't need them. When you're at this division, where you're at this level, and you're able to hit the headshots, you're able to pepper, you know, the ultimate is almost used in a dire situation when you need it. But if you're able to get the picks without needing it, like we just saw, you can add a lot of value and opportunity for future fights.
Well, because you don't get those headshots, right?
Exactly.
There's no headshots coming through. So it's only 20, even though it's guaranteed. Sometimes the 40 is way better. Self-destruct in, and the Ana can't get behind the shield. They were scrambling to try to get Night Fury behind E-Metal's shield and cannot find it. 3D Hizzy does strike back, but it's still a +1 to Bethel University on this point, and we are entering last fight territory with Maelstrom down. There's nobody for Night Fury to really nano. Perhaps 3D Hizzy once again. E-Metal has the rally up, but Danny falls, not able to receive that extra armor, and it's a 99-99 bout here in round 3 on downtown. Maelstrom returns to get the nano, is trying to pounce into the back as Quibsy is holding down the front of the other side. Zach goes down, but Maelstrom ends up off the map. E-Metal falls, but so does Kuda. It's only Night Fury, the only support, and that's gone. No more supports left standing on the battlefield for either team. 3v2 favoring Bethel University, and they've got mines out. Danny goes down. They've just about got this point flipped over. This is going to do it, and there goes the overtime with Bethel University. It goes down to the wire, but they stand tall. And, well, the last ones standing at the end of the day. Round 1, map 1, going to Bethel U.
For a split second, it really looked like 3D Hizzy was going to get back on point. Picking 2 for CSUDH, almost even the odds, but just a tad too late. Once again, Zach up on the ledge, going to get play of the game. It was like I was talking about earlier in this map. He loves to do this. He loves to play from this angle and just able to wreak terror on the entirety of CSUDH. They were like, where's he coming from?
Yeah, Zach's a monster. Whether we see it on the Baptiste or the Zen, but that Zen in particular, oh, so strong. And the Discord orb just continues to get value as the fights draw on. Bethel University, I mean, usually pretty quick engagements, but the longer you've got Zach just sitting up there raining down orbs of destruction, the more and more value that they're getting out of the Zenyatta, out of the Discord orb itself. Beautifully done, and like I said earlier, big props to Kuda. Does such a good job of protecting the glass cannon and turning what I've heard from other content creators called into a more of a fortress than a glass cannon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're playing Zenyatta in a dive comp, it's almost it's almost an invitation. You know, dive me, I dare you. I got a Discord orb here, right here for you, and that's what Zach does. As soon as they're on top of him, throws the orb down, calls it, and they all dive on top of him. And that showed through in this map. Bethel taking that one for the first one, and I think for the next map we are going to move over to hybrid, if I'm not mistaken, Bullscum.
Yep. Map 2, it will be a hybrid map, and we did already get a ban coming through. So Bethel U are banning out Numbani. They don't want to go to. Okay, I mean, I actually think the dive comp would be pretty strong there. So I'm kind of curious, where that takes us. Do we go to Kings Row, Eichenwald, Hollywood, and with the more Ana-based Winston compositions that we're seeing from the Toros, I mean, I'm sure they can play some Brawl if they want to. We saw the Brawl come out on Control Center there on Busan, so maybe we do go to Kings Row, but I'm anticipating something more like Eichenwald.
It looks like, yep, CSUDH is going to pick Scrims Row for the finals here for all the marbles. And that's interesting to me, Bullskunk, that both of these teams are just doubling down on these dive comps. I'm very eager to see if we're going to see a transition as we move to Kings Row. Some teams do prefer using a more brawl style on this map as you're going through the streets. They're very narrow. You do need a big shield. Usually a Reinhardt is the play here, but we're going to see is Bethel is going to start out on defense. We are switching sides, not to confuse any of the viewers at home.
Yeah, good. So don't get Don't get confused. I know it happens. I'm really just telling myself here Nuclear, because man, the side swaps, they'll get you. They'll get you if you're not paying attention. But yeah, Bethel started off with the defense. We did see them play the brawl on this Thursday. Where you brought out the May, was it a May cast comp or was it a May soldier comp? I think it was a May cast comp for most of it.
It,
But we saw Zach on the Baptiste and was just so good on that. The Bap Lucio looks equally as strong from Zach and Kuda as does the Briggs in.
Yeah, it does, and it just shows his versatility on any hero. You know, it's interesting. Both of these teams have a very similar mentality. When I talked to the coaches wanted to highlight, you know, the things that are going on with the teams outside of the game. But when I talked to both of the captains said, "We're going to play our own game. It's any other game. It's any other match. We're going to play it just like any other match." So that is interesting to me that they're both doubling down on the same comps. I mean, this is as close as it's going to get. And if you want a side-by-side comparison of these rosters, you're going to get it today. That's what all of this is for. But I think we are going to head into King's Row here very shortly. Waiting to see, and I'm eager to see what picks we're going to see moving out.
I'm anticipating the May brawl.
Yeah.
The May is just so strong on this map. Anywhere that a Reinhardt is good, May is also good. But there's plenty of options here. I mean, you can run dive. Dive is definitely applicable, particularly on the attack. Just because it is Kings doesn't mean you have to play Reinhardt. It's just most common these days, and that's what both teams are going to show us here right out of the gate. It is indeed going to be the Cass May DPS lineup. The brawl we've all come to know and love.
Absolute mirror comp as well. As I was talking about earlier, just like their dive comps. I mean, I guess a little bit different. Quibsy did like to run the Hammond, but similar to the dive comps, they are going to have an exact mirror up on this matchup. So it's going to come down to raw skill and who is able to play this comp better, who's able to coordinate better and navigate disequilibrium that comes with these team fights.
And that all comes down to the May walls specifically. Talk about navigating. These May walls are going to be the absolute indicator and the most important cooldown to keep an eye on. And that's one of the reasons you bring the D.Va in this comp as opposed to the Zarya, because the D.Va can kind of navigate around those, as can the Baptiste. But May is a Reinhardt's worst nightmare. And if either Quibsy or Maelstrom get caught out, that could snowball into a quick fight win. Good rotation here from Dominguez Hills as they just go around to the right side. Looks like they're going to loop all the way back around to the top high ground.
Yeah, and look at the swiftness with it. They know exactly what they're doing before they're starting. That is what I like to see in a finals. 3D Izzy just jumping in on the action immediately.
Yeah, that's a coordinated attack. That takes E-Metal, Amp speeding everybody across, and Maelstrom right there with it and picks up 2 with the Rocket Hammer. And immediately the decisiveness from Dominguez Hills paying off. And we see Bethel University running for the hills.
Yeah, running for the hills and almost caught out by a sneaky Danny. It looks like Bethel is going to back up, look to regroup, and retouch at last second here. Kind of a smart move if they were not stopped by the May wall, but it is not going to matter.
Yep, the Flash Fam pays off. Ant Matrix from the front, Danny in the back, and Bethel University are caught in a very painful sandwich.
CSUDH did not care if they backed off at all. Like, you know, take your time. That's fine. You're coming back, and you're still losing this point.
Yeah, that was pain sandwich. That's one part Danny, one part Maywall, little sprinkle of Maelstrom for some flavor. It's delicious if you're Dominguez Hills.
Oh yeah,
not so much for Bethel U.
Yeah, it's a little sour if you're Bethel U. Maybe the little bit of salt in there as well. You know, we're
a little bit of salt there.
we're talking about looking at these Maywalls. I gotta say, Full Skunk, I'm gonna be looking for the Baptiste lamps here and how efficiently they're used to keep the team alive. We've been talking about how well Zach can position these. I'm interested to see how it goes as we go into this team fight with the Blizzard being popped by 3Ds.
Maelstrom almost got caught out, and the Blizzard comes out from the defense. Nice shatter as the shields fade. And it is Bethel University who come onto the point just with a vengeance, beautifully timed. As 3D Hizzy and E-Metal both pop their ults amidst that. And then Quibsy comes in with a massive Earth Shatter.
Yeah, we saw earlier this week, Bethel University likes to hold further up on this point in the Streets phase. They weren't quite able to get the hold that they want off, but they are going to stop right at the first choke point right outside of the hotel in the underpass. And utilization of those ultimates was huge, but if you look at CSUDH, you know, they're going to have 4 coming online here very soon, and if they can pop that 4th and use them efficiently, they should be able to continue this push.
Yeah, I don't expect to see any spawn holds here. Bethel University going to give up a little bit more respect. This archway is exactly where you want to be with this May comp. And there's the wall up behind. Shatter! Maelstrom's holding on to it. Quibsy's down. That Shatter could be free, but they got to keep the shield up for that self-destruct in the back. Able to block that. Danny's going to go ahead and drop this Deadeye, take care of some flankers. And Bethel University just got caught out on that one. A wonderful back window from Night Fury, sent everybody running.
Yeah, that was a beautiful positioning on the Cole Cassidy Deadeye as well. Taking out Zach, really repositioning all of the Bethel University supports, and they were so focused on what was in their face in their front line, they did not notice the Cole Cassidy Deadeyeing to the side, which I think spelled the end of that fight. It was interesting, though, looking at Maelstrom not using any ultimates there, but I guess it wasn't needed.
No, I guess not. And now they have that Earthshatter coming into this next fight. Braden with the Deadeye from the other side, but there's a defense matrix right in their face, and Maelstrom finally lays down the hammer, able to pick up one, but a Blizzard is out here from the defense of Bethel, and they have run everybody off and picked up 3D Hizzy along the way, and Dominguez Hills suddenly find themselves in a bad spot down this long alley with nowhere to retreat to. It's easy pickings for Bethel U.
Yeah, once you pick the May, it was like you were alluding to earlier, Bullskunk. Once that May's gone, the team fight snowballs from there on out. You're not able to get the sustain that you need for your team and get the slows off. You can't fight the Reinhardt, push them off, and that's exactly what we saw. Bethel University just continued to barrel in, even after they picked 3D Hizzy.
Dominguez Hills certainly have the tools to win this next fight. We're looking at Blizzard, we're looking at Sound Barrier. Two huge high-impact ults on this, and the wall is a little off from Big J5. Shatter comes down from Quibsy, though, and oh my goodness, as soon as the wall was destroyed, the Shatter came in, a wonderfully coordinated play, and Dominguez Hills never saw it coming.
Wow, that is how you play around a May Reinhardt. Dropping the wall and dumping the Shatter. That worked perfectly for Bethel, and what a hold.
Metal even dropped the sound barrier during that, so Bethel University got a little bonus. Not only do they win the fight, but they get out one of the most important ults on the other side, or coming up with one of their own as they drop the Ant Matrix and start this next fight. Blizzard in from Dominguez Hills and Quibsy's caught right in the middle of it. Kuda is as well, and now the self-destruct into the back. The defensive Blizzard even came out, and we're looking at some trades, but they're all favoring Dominguez Hills. I think Bethel's only managed to pick up one in this, so California State should be able to push this thing home, but the cards drifted back so much, might be time for a last-second contest.
Maelstrom saved that entire fight. When Momo threw the self-destruct over the side, Maelstrom was frozen. As soon as he came out of the freeze, at the second, decided to drop his barrier and saved the rest of his team. And that is going to cause a massive shift, a paradigm shift, if you will, for CSUDH, that looks like they are going to get this touch and continue the push. That was a clutch save from Maelstrom.
Well, not to mention the giant Earth Shatter we just saw on the back end of that
right.
point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as a side note. No, it definitely helped.
It definitely helped. Definitely helped. Bethel University coming back there to try to hold this first corner with a Deadeye at a sound barrier. Dominguez Hills just kiting away. Nice little move as they look to regroup, build up some ults. They're going to try to get Night Fury's Ant Matrix up, I believe, here to try to press this assault.
Yeah, they need something. They can't really push into this with that Earth Shatter coming out. Wow. Alrighty then, Quibsy.
Can we get some MTDs in chat? That was a straight out brained, outplayed Quibsy establishing Alpha Rhyme right now on the defense.
And we called it. I mean, we said, you know, CSUDH probably building something here. They can't really walk into. Oh, yep. The ground is shaking, and they are dead.
I didn't see if it was a flashbang or what dropped the shield, but man, the results were quite impressive. There was a May wall in my face and Night Fury, so they weren't able to get that immortality field up in time. Oh, and they're not going to get that Ant Matrix up either. Quibsy just incinerated Night Fury right there, and it's back on the retreat for Dominguez Hills.
Yeah, that was so strategic. I mean, if you're CSUDH, you can't push with 5 right here. You need all 6 for this final nudge, this final push, because as soon as it's not one fight you're really fighting for here. It's 2 back-to-back. You need to get it around the corner. You need to get it past this choke point, and you need to secure it in, because the respawns are going to come up quite rapidly, and the teams are going to be able to regroup as we're starting the next fight. Blizzard coming out.
Yeah, and Momo is able to eat the one on the other side. The defense already with a leg up, despite the shatter from Maelstrom. Cute is able to get the sound barrier down, and the Ant Matrix is up. The support's coming through, but as those things fade, Dominguez Hills are still there, are still putting damage down, and are pushing this payload forward with 15 seconds remaining.
Man, Bethel, while they looked super dominant on their dive composition, it's looking like they're getting edged out inch by inch in this brawl comp versus Dominguez Hills.
But if you're Bethel, you're happy to get this into overtime.
Right.
So you've at least got that, and they've got some else to work with coming back in. Give me Blizzard up from 3D Hizzy, who just used a Blizzard. Ooh. Oh my goodness, has the thing on cooldown, but Night Fury is gone. Give me 2 for 2 on either side. Momo giving the edge to the defense. Quibsy is going to take down the last standing support for Dominguez Hills, and this cart will not find its way into its final resting place. 2 points, 66.84 meters is all Dominguez Hills will find.
That could determine King's Row. That hold right there, being able to drop those shatters and bombs, getting the picks that Bethel desperately needed and required, might determine all of King's Row. Because if they have a more oppressive brawl push, you know, I was saying that they were getting edged out. That is on the defense, and that is really important to look at. Is once again looking at proactive versus reactive play. If you're stuck on defense, you're naturally gonna have to play a little bit more reactive. Otherwise, they're just gonna kite you out, like we saw multiple times CSU DH do when they were attacking. They'd bait out an ult from Bethel, they back up, and they'd say, "Wait a second, we're gonna engage in just a second. Wait for the Blizzard to go down. Wait for the bat field to go down, then we're going to push in." So as Bethel is now on the aggressing and attacking end, they may be able to edge this out if they're able to get it to the very end.
They did a good job of putting a lot of pressure on Night Fury, I will say. The times that Bethel were proactive and able to pick off the Baptiste, I thought it worked. And those times is when it succeeded.
Absolutely. Man, this is a nail-biter for sure, though. This is a very close series, and we wouldn't expect anything less for the Champions Division Finals here in the fall 2021 season at the NECC.
Absolutely. I mean, it's number 1 and number 2 seed, the best of the best in the Champions Division. Skills on display. I mean, that with Busan could not have been any closer. I wouldn't anticipate anything less for the second half of King's Row or the remainder of the series, for that matter. We're not seeing any changes coming out as far as composition. Going right back to this May brawl, and a nice wall to start things off already. Wikitrix and Maelstrom already in trouble. Immortality Field already out. That's a lot of resources from the defense. Dominguez Hills used way too early in this fight, and it's Bethel University who are able to push up and claim this corner. Maelstrom is going to go down, and this is going to be a point A take right there. Done and dusted.
Big J5 with the massive shots on the entire front line for Bethel University. Big J5 was getting headshots left and right. Really was the icing on top of the cake for that push.
Yeah, some great May walls in there as well. Already has Blizzard coming online for this next push, and Bethel really wants to get past this archway. You can see Blizzard's position. They want a whole bookstore. They don't want to allow Dominguez Hills to come claim that point A arch.
No, not at all. I mean, if you're able to get back up and defend this corner, it's a tough corner to push past, especially with Dominguez Hills having a lot of ultimates coming online very soon.
The amplification matrix is Zach, the first to come out. Big J5 is going to go ahead and drop that Blizzard in. It just forces Dominguez Hills to drop further and further back. They're trying to retake that space with an Ant Matrix of their own. Unfortunately, it's Wikitrix who's getting taken out of mech right out of the gate. Quibsy, after dropping inside the house, now has a shatter online ready to go. Oh. Lays down the hammer, finds four on the floor as there's a massive earthquake here in London. Dominguez Hills finding themselves back at spawn.
I'm surprised the buildings are standing, honestly, Bullskunk. That was a huge earth shatter and secured that push for all of Bethel. They didn't even need to use the Deadeye from the Cole Cassidy. Brandon not needing to hold that and could now use it to zone out all of CSU DH as they're looking to push up and defend here.
Blizzard coming out. Quibsy could be in trouble. Immortality Field keeping him alive for the moment. But the Deadeye does indeed find Zach, and Quibsy goes down. Momo falls in a heap, and Dominguez Hills are stopped just shy.
Yeah, and that was a great hold from CSU DH. Honestly, I was not confident they would make it back in time to be able to hold, but that Blizzard really allowed them space and an opportunity to get in.
Such an important place to hold, too. Now suddenly this 4-minute timing doesn't look so monstrous because of the run back, because of all the space Dominguez Hills have to work. This is going to be tough for Bethel. Though they do have a lot of check marks in the top left-hand corner. The key for Dominguez Hills is trying to get him to spin as many of those as possible to cap this point. Already, there's 2-3 of them out. And no kills as a result of those 3 ultimates. Dominguez Hills are right back in this thing as far as the economy. Though it does look like they probably will end up giving up this point. Maelstrom down to about 75 health, and Brandon continues to find shots for Peacekeeper.
Wow, WikiTrick stuck on the back of the point as well. Going to fall as we're seeing Quibsy with the dance. Taking a quick dance break, big dance session. That's quite a troll of him.
A little celebratory. It was a good comeback from Bethel. I mean, I thought Dominguez Hills did a great job of surviving those initial 3 ultimates, but Bethel keep the pressure on. But there it is, a nice wall pin combo, the free shatter to boot. That's Kuda on the ground, not able to sound barrier, not able to sound to save the team, and that's how you clap back.
Man, I'm surprised London is still standing after all these 8.0, 9.0 earthquakes we're seeing on the field. Maelstrom getting the pin on Quibsy, finding an opportunity as soon as the wall dropped, dropping the hammer, taking the entire team down. But Bethel looking to regroup, and man, oh man, does the payout look great as the economy is coming out.
Oh my goodness. Double kill fire strike, not only through the Amp Matrix, but to fend off the blizzard of 3D Hizzy as well. Dominguez Hills tried to get aggressive, and Quibsy and Zach had other plans. Then it's an easy cleanup. Kuda coming in, lighten up the feed a little bit on the Lucio.
Now notice as well, they saved the Earth Shatter, they saved the Deadeye. Brandon's held on to this Deadeye for a minute, but as we were talking about earlier, Brandon's got the aim. However, as they're looking to push in this final point, it's going to come down to who nails the Earth Shatter, Maelstrom or Quibsy.
Main tank versus main tank. It's the Maywall! Actually, none of them land. Maywall's coming through to block everybody's shatter. We're back in a neutral game as far as the Reinhardts. But there's double damage out, and Quibsy feels the brunt of it as a Night Fury puts them into the grave. WikiTricks finds Big J5 as well, and the defense continue to stand tall here on the Foundry.
Man, CSU DH's peeling potential has just propelled them forward in this series. WikiTricks has dove in every time off and been reactive to all calls made by the supports, both Night Fury and D-Metal, and I've noticed that throughout this series. You can see it right there as WikiTricks broke off to take out Big J5, which allowed them a little bit more time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. CSU DH is quickly losing their pacing.
Yeah, and Quibsy just goes barreling into the back. That was ill-advised.
Yeah.
That was very ambitious, as we like to say. That pretty much just threw that fight. Like, Quibsy, you're better than that. Don't get antsy.
Yeah, he just...
Stay calm and play your game. There's no reason to get antsy and do these full sin charges when you got a Maywall behind you.
But yeet, Bull Skunk.
That was indeed a yeet. That was indeed a yeet. It looked a little... Looks like they're getting a little anxious. There you go. That's a nice pick. Maywall up. Maelstrom down. 3 Hizzy tried to respond with one of their own, but there's an Amp Matrix on the other side, and Bethel University taking full advantage. They will finally turn around this last corner. 2 minutes to finish it off.
Yeah, Big J5 having Blizzard online as well could separate out the teams, create a lot of space here for Bethel as they are looking to finalize this. Momo gonna send a self-destruct over the top, landing 1 for this final fight.
And the most important one possible, Night Fury. Not only the heal's gone, but the Amp Matrix as well. Now there's a Blizzard over the back of the point. This is looking done and dusted. Bethel University move up to 2-0. Clinical strike, and the pilots flying high as we are done with 2 in the grand finals. 2 down, 2 more to go.
Yeah.
Bethel University claim their championship.
Man, and Quibsy gonna take home the play of the game. It had to have been one of these Earth Shatters.
Yeah, there were some great Earth Shatters. This just puts a smile on my face. Oh my goodness, yeah, caught it just the wrong time, and that was nice and monstrous. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah, when we're looking at both of these teams though, and in a very close inspection, I think that entire map came down to ult economy. Bethel University just had the ult economy on board. They knew what they were doing. They were only using 2 ults at a time. However, if you look on the side of CSUGH, every time that they were dumping ultimates, it was 3-4 at a time. It was like, we're loading up ultimates, we're emptying the chamber all at once, which is good for winning team fights, but not for sustainability, not for these pushes when you're on a hybrid map.
Right, you ideally want to get into a nice ult rotation where you've always got something coming up online. You've always got ults as a win condition in your back pocket to help swing fights.
Yeah.
But hey, speaking of back pockets, we're gonna put map 2 in our back pocket and move on to map 3. Before we do that, a short little break. When we come back, we're headed to assault. We'll see you in a minute. Pilots in blue and white are up 2-0 after 2 maps in our grand finals of the Champions Division. Dominguez Hill is going to try to bounce back here. They've chosen Hanamura for their assault map to see if they can start making their comeback.
Yeah, interesting choice. I mean, thank God it's not Volskaya, right? But I'm happy that we're going to Hanamura, and I'm going to be eager to see what they choose in terms of composition once again. This is a map where you can do a couple of different things on offense or defense, looking to defend. I'm going to be keeping my eyes out, see if either team chooses to pick a Symmetra to get onto those points fast and quick. If you're able to be in their face immediately, especially with a 2 CP, you might be able to sneak it out.
Oh yeah, this is a classic Symmetra map. I really enjoy seeing the creativity that comes in with the teleports. There's multiple options. You don't have to go directly to point. A lot of teams will choose to go onto the banister above. There you see it at the bottom of your screen right now and kind of loop around to one side or the other. You can teleport to the top left platform and go into that small room where the mega is and kind of loop around to the back of the objective. Definitely a few options. I've even seen teams teleport into the right building and go take the high ground that direction. But
What?
so far, let's take a look at this defense. There's still time for Dominguez Hills to change their mind. I don't want to talk about that because they can make some last-second swaps. But look at this defense we got going here. As Big J5 is going to feign the Torb and then swap on to a... Drumroll, please.
Torb. It was just a yeet off the map to get things kicked off.
Like that. Just trying to make conversation with Night Fury in chat.
That's beautiful. I'm not honestly looking for a response. Doggo, okay, liking the
Doggo.
peppers.
All right, let's get underway here. We are going to get the Sim Reaper strat. Zach likes giraffes, in case you are following along at home. Teleport is going to go top right this time. They're going to try to drop in and split up the defense, but Risa Quibsy is kind of at the back of Maelstrom, and they're having to just flip around on all sides to keep an eye on things. Dominguez Hills do manage to push onto the objective and grab one tick already, but haven't gotten any kills. There's definitely a recontest coming in. You've got Brandon and Zach up at the high ground, now fades with a pair of Hellfire shotguns. Zach is down. Brandon's in a lot of trouble, will fall as well. Meanwhile, the rest of Bethel University had looped around to the front of the point. Big J5 on the outside manages to pick up a hammer kill. Good for you. That's always fun, but unfortunately, they're going to lose the point.
I don't know if the thought process was, we're going to lose first point anyway, let's just stick to second. But I do not agree with that defensive comp whatsoever coming out from Bethel. They allowed CSUDH to get in immediately, set up shop on point, pitch a tent, and just hang out. Bethel struggled to get in, struggled to kick them off point, and I think it is a lot to do with their engage. They just didn't have any there.
I don't think Bethel expected the teleport to the top right. You can tell by the way Quibsy kind of just backed up, and then the whole defense just scattered. But now going in, I mean, there's a snowball chance. Maelstrom close to a shatter. Big saving grace is some damage ultimates on the other side in the form of an Ant Matrix and a Supercharger coming online for the defense of Bethel University. Dominguez Hills working all the way around. They're going to try to get up the rest of this rally, pop that, and go dislodge the high ground. Quibsy is waiting for them up there. The rally is out, but there's the Gravitic Flux coming through. The Ant Matrix there as well. Immortality Field keeping Dominguez Hills topped off for now, keeping them alive while the rally tops them off more specifically. But Kuda is able to land the shots. As Zach and Kuda have, I wouldn't say swapped roles, but in running the Bap Zen, it's Zach who's picking up the Baptiste.
Yeah, Zach actually mentioned last week that he feels Baptiste is actually his main because he plays him a little bit more, allowing Kuda a little bit of a flexibility to, shine on this Zenyatta.
And doing a good job of it. Really important pick there to help clear the high ground, take some pressure off of Quibsy, who's able to hold on to the Supercharger. Maelstrom pushing in, has tanks on both flanks right now. Discord Orn on there as well. Try to see if 3D Izzy can sneak around the other side and clear off some room. But Supercharger is out on the high ground. That's 6% extra damage for everybody involved. And they're going to push forward and clean off this stairwell. So get out of here. Eviction notice served.
That was a great hold from Quibsy. And CSUDH trying to push up on that stairwell twice now, finding no avail with either push. Momo able to get a massive Gravitic Flux the first time. However, it was saved by Night Fury's Immortality Field. They had to use a lot. to stay up there, and it did not work out in their favor. Going up again a second time, Quibsy just dropped the supercharger and pushed W, and it worked out. So if I am CSUDH, I'm taking a step back and I'm contemplating how we're pushing this again. And I love the move already, waiting until everyone is grouped up to push. They were kind of pushing in willy-nilly before, and now they're making sure they're a cohesive unit.
Danny with a great opening pick as Big J5 invested the pulse. But Momo has another Flux online. This time they're going to be able to kill that Immortality field. Transcendence out from Kuda. They're trying to get aggressive, but the Death Blossom comes out. And despite the two great ultimates, there's only one kill on the back of it. Big J5 bringing it back. Those return to the fray and able to take out two key picks, 3D Hizzy and Maelstrom, respectively. And Bethel University have done enough damage to not allow any progress.
Yeah, I mean, look at Big J5. He's a master menace on this Tracer, picking apart most of CSUDH's backline, wanting the kill, gonna get the recall. What some style play from, oh my gosh, Big J5. That was stylistic if I've ever seen it.
Just really nice play. Big J5 returning in and taking down 3D Hizzy, who's now swapped on over to an Ashe. That was looking kind of dire for Bethel University to start. Dominguez Hills did a great job of surviving the Transflux combo, but in the end, didn't have the tools to push on through. So after a couple swaps now, it's a May and an Ashe. 3D Hizzy is going to look to get themselves positioned up here to rain down, but Bethel University are playing really close up and are not going to allow a lot of space. Dominguez Hills have to fight tooth and nail for every bit of it. They've chosen to pounce on the Sigma, try to open up this side room, and 3D Hizzy is able to take out their counterpart from a distance despite the Amp Matrix that was available to Brandon. And now with a +1, the attackers are looking kind of scattered here. Shatter comes down. That finds one, and they confirm that kill on Nakuda.
They've already have two now, and they're actually 3 up now. They need to push point. They need to take it and play together. I think that this might be CSUDH's time.
Yeah, but they don't have any ults to hold on to it with. Bethel University, you do have time for a recontest, and they're going to come out with tank ults to boot. Big J5 close. Bob is invested. Bob's on the point, able to contest. The second tick is there. And I think Bethel University are just kind of biding their time, seeing if they need to invest anything more into this thing. Yeah, they are going to go ahead and throw the Flux down onto the tanks. That captures both of them. Discord Orb means Maelstrom cannot survive. And the retake comes through. A little under 90 seconds left. Only one tick left for Dominguez Hills to pick up.
Yeah, but looking at Dominguez Hills now, they have bought their time, they've sat, they've waited, and the ultimates can come online. Looking like they're all going to come online around the same time. Bethel, going to take a second to get some more ultimates online. Yes, they have a couple of defensive ultimates coming up in Quibsy's Supercharger, but the Supercharger is super easy to burn if you have the positioning, and CSUDH is coming on, all 6 almost. Ooh, actually, sorry, E-Nettle is going to transition over to Lucio, trying to possibly get people onto point quicker, which will ruin a little bit of that ult economy that they had previously.
Yeah, they're just going to try to rush down Momo, throwing a wall up. Momo drops down low. Is a lot of troubles. Everybody's chased Momo to the bottom. But Zach and Big J5 doing work on the other end. While Momo does a wonderful job of kiting, the Supercharger and Ant Matrix are out. You can't underestimate that 150% extra damage.
Wow. I mean, Kuda plus Quibsy with the Discord Orbs and the Superchargers, you're sneezing on people and they're falling over.
And an 8 Matrix.
And an 8 Matrix. The only thing that you could add to that is maybe, I don't know, if you somehow could have a Mercy, right? But you can't with both the Discord Orb and the 8 Matrix. That's just huge.
Woo! Speaking of huge, what a flick from Brandon. That's how you like to start off a fight that's about to go into overtime. Transcendence is up to protect against the Blizzard, and the Bob is there. 7 players on the battlefield for Bethel University. The Shatter goes on to nothingness. And 78% is all Dominguez Hills will get here on point B. Win condition set for Bethel U.
Yeah, CSUDH opting to choose this, brawl style with a little bit of dive with the Diva and Tracer. This composition, it works, but Bethel didn't allow them to get in whatsoever, and they just let CSUDH run into them. And every time that they did, they just threw ultimates at them, and it worked every time. Quibsy definitely throwing down. I had to have been 4 Superchargers on that entire transition.
Momo did such a great job holding down that flank as well. Mm-hmm. So if Momo had been up top with Quibsy, then Dominguez Hills would have just been able to rush and close the gap, right? And just get right on top of them. But because Momo was positioned to that 90-degree angle, that they had to choose where they wanted to go. And if they went after Momo, Momo just kited back, and they took a lot of damage trying to chase Momo down. If they tried to push up to the high ground at the stairs, then Momo would come in and create a sandwich with Brandon shooting from across the way. It was really well positioned from Bethel University, and Dominguez Hills never really quite found exactly who they wanted to go on. They couldn't quite unlock the success on that. Now having to go on the defense, hoping they can hold out, hoping they can prevent that 78.1% capture on point B.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell it from 3D Hizzy when they were jumping on Momo, right? Momo jumped down, was on the Sigma, and got really low, but it was only 3D Hizzy there. There was no one else capitalizing, so I think that analysis is absolutely correct, Bullskunk. I think they need to be a lot faster with target priority, and then switching from target priority. Listening to calls and being able to communicate and coordinate is everything here in the finals.
Give me a double shield defense. Teleporter from the offensive Bethel heading to the top left. As the double shield defense will just rotate to the back. 3D Hizzy with a nice pick off on to Brandon to start things. And Bethel getting slowed down here at this door a little bit. Now that's both DPS off the table. And the 4 remaining members of Bethel are trying their darndest to either get out alive or just get some ult charge in the meantime.
Yeah, 3D Hizzy, a menace, was sitting on top of the building, jumped down, got some spray off, and taking apart all and dismantling all that Bethel has to offer.
A terrible stagger. As soon as your DPS went down, Bethel just needed to all hurl themselves off the side.
Yeah.
Like, so much time just got wasted.
Momo's still there.
Takes from Dominguez Hills. Yeah, that's the problem with the Diva. That's so much time wasted.
No, I agree with you. I just didn't see that Momo hadn't jumped off the ledge yet and reset. That is wild. Yeah, that wasted so much
that's
time.
That's a minute off the clock, which only should have been 30 seconds, realistically, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of time. I mean, really almost a minute 30 by the time they're going to coordinate this next attack, and Momo gets back in position. Big J5 still in Symmetra. Let's see where they choose to teleport this time.
Yeah, wherever they go, it's going to have to throw CSU DH off guard to be able to get in. Looks like they're opting to go straight on to point, fighting on the point immediately.
But Danny was ready for it. Immediately flash and body shots on the Big J5. Maelstrom falls, so you've got the front line pretty much done. Now we do have the Wicked Tricks with the Gravitic Flux. Is able to pick up one with that. And 3D Hizzy is able to find the Baptiste. There's no more supports left standing here for Bethel University. And despite a good start with that early pick onto Maelstrom, Bethel University aren't going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, 3D Hizzy on this Tracer has just been a constant this entire set. You can always trust going into fights that they're going to get 2 or 3 picks almost every time. But Bethel taking this point, with around a minute 45 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have some time to get in, and they have the ultimates to do it. Kuda with the sound barrier could cause some havoc.
Yeah, I did underestimate how many picks Bethel had gotten that. So they were able to teleport back in and eventually just kind of win out the war of attrition.
Right. Yeah, it was
despite,
very, very close.
Losing the previous engagement. Yeah. Picking with the Symmetra coming into point B. Yeah, Immortality Field's going to protect against the pulse bomb there in the back line.
That is going to cause them to have to wait a second, though, because they don't have it. Never mind, they don't opt to go to the right. They're opting to go to the middle. They're trying to get a TP up, but it's not going to work. No avail.
Yeah, it gets destroyed immediately. And I think just trying to build up some ult charge, see what they can bait out. They are going to get the supercharger out and a kill on a 3D Hizzy. I think you wait out the supercharger despite the respawn coming through for 3D. Nope. Okay, they're just going to go run right into that much damage. Drop a supercharger a sound barrier in an Ant Matrix up on the high ground. Take out Night Fury. Forces E-Metal to use that Transcendence a tad early. Now that they have to survive the Gravitic Flux from Wiki Tricks, it's a photon barrier up to try to protect. We're following up on that 50% damage, and Wicked Tricks overextended is going to fall in that corner. Bethel University making their way onto this objective. Shatter comes down. I think that one hit Maelstrom's shield, who's holed up in the corner. But is there anything to block this self-destruct? Not for Night Fury. The Baptiste is gone. Wibsy is blown to bits, though. And Dominguez Hills, by the skin of their teeth, are hanging on.
3D Hizzy just took out 3 there to save that point for CSU DH. Bethel had the upper hand for a majority of that fight. We're even knocking them off. I would even go as far to say that Big J5's Symmetra ultimate being right off of the corner of the point was not exactly the positioning that they were looking for, but 3D is he able to come in and clean up for CSU DH is going to be a detriment for Bethel University.
especially considering how expensive that fight was for Bethel.
Oh yeah, look, I mean, look at that. Look at those alts. There's barely anything online. I mean, you can compare it with CSUDH as well, though. There's not many alts to be had. Zach is gonna pop the field and see if it's able to get any picks, but I don't think that's gonna reap the benefit that they're looking for.
It kind of did, because it bought them a little space on the high ground that they've now rushed through and have been able to chase down 2 kills on the back of that.
That's fair.
So they bought a lot of space, and they're able to take advantage of that space. Now it's a +3 on the objective, and progress is coming through. Nearly 2 ticks as the sound barrier is dropped from Kuda. And I just see a Lucio and an Orisa on this point. Neither of the above last long.
Wow.
Bethel University now on championship point. 3 unanswered maps in a row. Bethel looking very dominant here today.
Wow, I gotta say, I hate eating my own words. However, you were 100% correct there, Bullskunk. If you're able to take that space and snowball from there on, which is exactly what Bethel did. They got picks, they created space, they went down. Maelstrom was in their entire, Quibsy was in their entire front line. It just worked to their favor, and that caused point. That's all you need in these 2 CP maps. You need 1 wipe, and to just clean, dust your hands off, and you're good.
Oh, it's very clean, very just crisp, absolutely crispy. Bethel University played that to a T. They knew exactly what their win conditions were. They knew exactly how they wanted to use their ultimates. Really good work, and I'm very impressed by their backline. I still stand by Zach and Kuda are just 2 of the best backline players I have seen. 2 of the best supports I have seen in the entirety of the NECC. No matter which division we're looking at. I know Champions Division is technically a little bit lower SR from Legends, but Zach and Kuda do such a good job of working together, protecting each other, of maximizing their cooldowns. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's one of the big reasons they're sitting on match point right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at synergy and sticking with players for an entire season, they've had the time to do it. Both support players for Bethel. Sorry, and that's wild that they have had this time. I mean, looking at their sheets, Kuda is only a freshman this year. So this is their
They're
first
both
year.
freshmen.
They're both are
Yeah,
freshmen. You're right. Zach is
they're both
also a
freshmen.
freshman.
Yeah.
So coming in, developing that synergy year 1. These players have 4 years to develop and grow with each other. And if they stick on the same roster, I mean, this is going to be a national level team you're not going to want to shy an eye at.
I mean, and just to further that point, Big J5 also a freshman, Quibsy also a freshman. I mean, the synergy is already so strong between these 4 players. I mean, and really the whole team. But those 4 are here to stay and have time to just further develop and polish these skills and polish I just see what Bethel U have in front of them, because they've had a heck of a season so far here.
They have. They absolutely have. And I think it's a little funny. For those of you that don't know, to draw out a little narrative here, Dan Wart and I were talking last season, and man, he was talking up his team so hard. He was like, next year, you guys aren't ready. We're going to have the roster. They're going to come out. They're going to come out swinging. And all the other directors and coaches are like, yeah, we hear this every year. But man, he was not lying. I mean, here we are sitting. They're up 3 points in the grand finals of the Champions Division. Most of these players, it's their first season, and they've done an immaculate job of playing together. And that's not, a shot at CSUDH. They've obviously had the time to put in as a team and develop as well. It's just it's so close. Bethel's just edging them out in every little bit that they can.
Yeah, I mean, to put that in perspective, Dominguez Hills hasn't lost a match since week 1 of the regular season. That was the last time they've lost. This is a strong squad. Now, they never faced Bethel University during that regular season. This is the first 2 times, the first time these 2 teams, excuse me, have matched up here in the fall split. So, maybe the Toros just hadn't met their match just yet, but nevertheless, I'm talking. This is an extremely strong squad from CSU. So, I mean, Bethel aren't exactly like just getting, an easy shot at this or whatever. And another thing to put that in perspective is Bethel, little above 1,600 students. This is a tiny university, and they're able to find this kind of quality out of such a small student body.
I'm telling you, hashtag Midbest. I gotta say it. You know, we cultivate the best talent here in the Midwest. It
What are you feeding them
happens.
there in Indiana?
Hey, I came from Ball State, so I'm telling you, even back in 2017, 2016, we were holding intercollegiate events. Bethel's even hosted Battle for Indiana themselves multiple times to allow a stomping grounds, allow a situation to, grind the iron against each other and create the best opportunities for the best players. So I'm elated to see an Indiana school, take on, a California school. California, not to be East Coast versus West Coast or Midwest versus everyone, but California has really had its chance to develop as an esports ecosystem for
Sure.
quite some time now. So this is just such an interesting point to look at, especially looking at the regular season records for both of these teams. Like you mentioned earlier, CSUDH has not lost at all since week 1, and Bethel had lost twice going into the postseason. So I mean, they have going into the postseason, they have
Right.
what it takes. It's very much on top for both of these teams. We're currently waiting on map pick, but giving you a little bit of the behind the scenes, it looks like Bethel did ban Dorado, and then CSUDH actually I forgot all about this. Carol put this in chat. CSUDH won the Challengers division in the spring. That's 100% right, and looks like
Yeah.
the map that we're going to is going to be Gibraltar.
Yeah, we are headed to Watchpoint Gibraltar for our 4th escort map of the day. So this is a very Winston-dominated map traditionally.
Yes.
Now, I do still think that Bethel University can run their dive comp that we like to see from them with the Wrecking Ball and the Diva. Definitely applicable here. But Winston, I mean, this is the home of Winston. This is where Winston's lab is, in the starting spawn, in every sense of the word. A very Winston-centric map in the way it's designed, and the way to utilize almost all 3 points, but particularly point A and point B. And that's what we're seeing from the defense of Bethel, and that's what Dominguez Hills is flashing us here. Well, they still have some time to change their mind on that.
With so much backline engagement, do you think we might see a double bubble comp?
This is basically double bubble. Since Zarya has fallen out of fashion, this is it plays very similar to double bubble. The way you use the Ana Brig with the Winston and the Diva on this.
Sure.
That's why it's not really a dive comp. Even though you're seeing Winston Diva Tracer, it really is a hybrid dive poke comp and is derived from the double bubble composition. You're just substituting Momo in on the Diva because Zarya is kind of in a weird spot right now.
Yeah, that's kind of an a neat introspection there, Bullskunk.
And you can see Maelstrom trying to push up top. This is the classic map. I don't know if y'all have seen Aspen's clip of just forcing back the dive over and over again with the Brig. But that's the goal of Dominguez Hills is to try to gain some ground up here. Bethel University are trying to maintain and not allow any room for Dominguez Hills to work on the high ground. You can see Quibsy doing a little bit of push and pull. Gets antied, though. That's a big Bionade from Night Fury. Quibsy needs to find some survival. Does manage to, with about 50 health. They fall back and live. It gives up some space.
Yeah, this is going to be the crucial push as well. You do not want to get stopped underneath of this bridge. It can spell disaster, especially if you can create space on the other side.
Bethel University are just holding blue box right now. Big bio name from Zach, and the Nano is online, ready to go. Crucially before the attacking side. And we got Quincy going diving in. E-Metal doesn't stand a chance. And the Nano engage brilliant. You can see even the bubble even comes out, the split timing to block Night Fury's Bionade. That's a perfect Nano engage from Bethel U.
Absolutely, and it will. CSUDH did push enough, though. They will be able to get on top, push through the top, not needing to push through the bottom tunnel. They were able to push the payload just past that point. Big J5 getting a very quick kill on 3D Hizzy and trying to prove Tracer dominance.
And that's really important in this matchup, in this mirror matchup, because whoever controls the Tracer dominance controls the flanks. And you can see this little stick comes through in a Maelstrom, just saying hello, just keeping him in check, like making sure Maelstrom's still awake. That's a painful alarm clock, if I do say so myself. 3D Hizzy looking to respond, has a pulse bomb of their own.
Yeah, trying to push up top as well. Looks like Danny's trying to get in position for this Cole Cassidy Deadeye. 3D Hizzy is going to get a massive bomb on top of Zach, and that could be Bethel's goal.
Yeah, it's the Nano went on a Maelstrom as well, who is now primaling in the back. But Big J5 still establishing Tracer dominance, picks up a pair of kills, and despite not having their Ana, Bethel University managed to sustain through this fight. Zach should be returning about now. Kuda with a huge rally, keeping Bethel U in this thing.
I mean, Big J5 just took out Night Fury, Danny, and 3D Hizzy all within 20 seconds of each other. That was all of the push CSU DH needed. All of the push Bethel needed to keep CSU DH at bay.
Yeah, huge plays from Big J5 on this Tracer. Absolutely game-changing in that last engagement, at least.
Yeah, I mean, with a minute left on the clock, too. Time is ticking. I mean, CSU DH does not have a whole lot more time to defend here, and Bethel's got to make a move.
Well, and it's this cycle that we're seeing in front of us. So the Quibsy takes a big bio nade and is not nearly as successful on that nano engage as the previous. Night Fury, 95% to their own, and should be able to strike back, but Night Fury goes down at 99%. It's Momo stepping up, finding both supports, and this time is the one with a 3K to swing the fight back the other way. This is looking really dire for DH.
Yeah, not being able to get past this first point on match point is that's got to shoot the mental a little bit for CSU DH. Man, oh man, this is nail biting. I'm not gonna lie, Bull Skunk. I'm sitting here shaking a little bit.
This timing and positioning from Maelstrom is going to be key. It's going to make or break point A and potentially this map for California State University at Dominguez Hills. Big J5 lands the stick in the back. The nano engage, it is on to Maelstrom. It's gotta be, but Big J5 manages to find the other support. While Maelstrom is trying to push forward, Big J5 moves in from the backline and is just tearing him to tatters. It's gonna be attack visor from up above that finishes off Wiki, and that is it. There's nobody left on point. Big J5 with a big, awesome performance.
Wow, Big J5 clutched that out. 100%. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. If Bethel didn't have Big J5 getting those picks in the backline, it would have been much harder to keep Dominguez Hills at bay. But Dominguez Hills not able to really get any footing up. I mean, every time they get in, they're getting a pick, or they're getting picked every time. There is sticks on the back line constantly from Big J5, not allowing, we were talking up Zach and Kuda earlier, but, it's going to show as well that your flankers are just as important as your supports, and Big J5 putting it out there.
Ready for battle.
Oh yeah, especially this composition. A lot of pressure on the DPS to do what they need to do, and Big J5 rising to the challenge for sure. This matchup, this Tracer matchup between Big J5 and 3D Hizzy has been absolutely impressive all day long. It's been such a back and forth on who is going to carry their team to victory in a lot of these team fights. I don't mean overall. I don't mean like it's a hard carry from Big J5. That's not what I'm implying.
Right.
But in some of these fights, you have that X Factor potential to really swing it the other way, and it was all Big J5 on that one. Set the stage early with a big pick on a 3D Hizzy in the very first fight, and that was it. It was Big J5 on top of the mountain for the entirety of that defense.
Yeah, and with them switching it up a little bit, Big J5 now going to sit on the Symmetra.
This is just to get out of spawn.
Yeah,
they're going back over to
They're going to
Tracer.
switch back over, yeah.
Yeah. It's to get the team across the gap, and then there's your swap back to the Tracer.
Yep.
And the team doesn't have to cross the open ground to get into this high ground position. Really smart use of the teleporter just to prevent equal footing. So we saw Dominguez Hills kind of got thwarted trying to get in that top door. Bethel University are much more on even ground right now.
Yeah, Danny's switching over to the Sombra as well. That looks like that's going to be a permanent switch. And those ultimates
nice
can be
shot.
huge. Yeah, that shot secured it for them.
Oh my goodness, Zach hitting 3D Hizzy. I mean, just double tap with the Ana. That'll put a smile on all your support players' faces out there. That's exactly what you want to see from Zach, who's been hyper accurate. This is looking very one-sided. Bethel University have all the space they need to take this home, Nuclear.
Yeah, CSU DH, it doesn't look like they're going to make it back in time. Danny and 3D Hizzy trying to create some space. Maelstrom is going to make it in time, but here comes Bethel.
Yeah, it's one by one. CSU DH are running into the blender. Big J5's got to throw down the bomb into the back. That's going to help finish off Maelstrom. There's a very little sustain left on this point. The pilots have lifted off. They are clear in the sky. Self-destruct will not find anything. And Bethel University out of Mishawaka, Indiana, in the blue and white are your grand champions in the champion division.
Wow, and what a performance from Bethel today. They said it best. They were looking to win both conferences. They had their eyes on the prize, and it did not deviate.
It was clean. 3-0 over Purdue last week, 4-0 over California State University Dominguez Hills this week. They definitely peaked at the right times. That could not have been truer words coming out from the squad when you spoke with them. I mean, holy cow, what an outstanding showing. That's the 6-2 record. I don't think reflects how good this squad really is. I don't know what happened in those 2 weeks that they were a little off, but they cinched up all of the weaknesses and showed no signs of faltering here in the grand finals. I mean, absolutely fantastic performance. I think if I had to pick a player of the match, I mean, I can't ignore the impact of Big J5.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Throughout the entire series, Big J5 was making moves left and right for the entire team. I mean, it would be a toss-up for me between Big J5 and Quibsy. Quibsy, I felt like, was really oppressive in the earlier maps and created a lot of space for the team to be able to thrive. But Big J5 was just, like I've said over and over again, a menace in the backline. Now, the question remains, Bullskunk. Are they getting moved up?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer for that. I'm just a humble caster. That is outside of my pay grade, sir.
I don't know. I feel after that performance, they're getting moved. It's the natural progression, right? They 4-0'd finals. They
Maybe.
3-0'd semifinals. We'll have to see for sure. But what a performance. And you were looking at the 2 losses. They did lose 0-3 to Aquinas. That's at the beginning of the year, right? They're freshmen.
Yeah.
They're starting out. They're getting on
Right.
campus. They're getting things together. And then the week 8 loss was against the Spartans 1-2. But I would even argue, as a collegiate director myself looking at that, they were just on break. They had Thanksgiving, they had a lot of time or they were getting ready for break. It's the hardest point of the year as a student. And once again, they're all freshmen learning this process for the first time. So I feel like mental came into play a couple of times throughout this season. But as they
Maybe.
get older with the experience, it'll be steel trap.
Maybe a little bit of the tryptophan trance there after Thanksgiving. Just didn't have their heads clear yet. Still a little sleepy.
Right.
Hey, either way, they were fully awake and present and on just top form today.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm anxious to get to talk to them. We're going to get a bit of a winner's interview. We're going to take a short little intermission, get that set up. When we come back, we're going to talk to Bethel U, get their thoughts on being grand champions. We'll see you in a moment. All right, what's up, gamers? We are here with Quibzy coming in from Bethel University, main tank extraordinaire. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the grand championship. How does it feel? Like, did the place just explode? I know you're in the arena with the rest of the squad. Tell me what those final moments are like when the victory sign came through.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few people here. It's pretty neat. Some of our family came down, so they're all rooting us on. We kind of expected to win, so I mean, we're excited, of course, but it didn't exactly explode because we kind of expected it.
I like that. I like that. It's kind of that mentality of, pretend like you've won a championship before. Act like,
Yeah.
act like you've been here before kind of deal, right?
Yeah, we come here to win, so I mean, not
Just another day at the office.
yeah, exactly.
Man, that's wonderful. And you had mentioned right beforehand, we were in kind of chatting in Discord. You're from Washington. Did your family travel from Washington down to Indiana to support you for it?
No, that would have been cool, but they're all just sitting at home having a watch party on the TV.
That's still awesome.
Yeah,
That's
That
great.
is awesome.
that's
All right,
pretty
shout
cool.
out to Quibzy's fam. And all the fams out there. I think that's so important, that kind of support. What does that mean to you? Like, what is it, to go in esports and to pursuing this on a collegiate level? What's it like to have the family there just completely rallying behind you?
Oh, it's pretty awesome. I mean, it's a big move from Washington to Indiana, and so I
No
left
doubt.
a lot of my friends and family back at home. I've been able to make a lot of friends here, but having the support from everyone I know back at home and knowing that they're watching kind of just helps me play better and play more confidently. So it's really fun.
It's so wonderful. That's good.
Absolutely. So, Quibsy, it shows on my end that you're an econ and finance major. How does that play into esports? What's Quibsy's career looking like? Is esports in that vein of opportunity, or are you more geared towards the traditional career path?
That's a good question. I mean, I kind of think it'd be really interesting, with econ and finance to go into and help with like esports and like any program like that, just because I've always liked playing games. So that's a thing that I could do, and it'd be really fun. But I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do now.
That's fair. You've got 3 years to figure it out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'd be a little amiss if I didn't talk about our finals. We just saw a little bit. We saw a plethora of compositions and specifically main tanks that you played today. Everybody, as a matter of fact,
Yeah.
Arisa, Ryan, Wrecking Ball, and Winston were all on display. I got to ask, what was your favorite? And did you have a favorite moment from today? I think the hold on Hanamura stands out to me on that point B hold. What was one of your standout moments from this finals?
I mean, my favorite moment, to be honest, I like playing Reinhardt because I can absolutely destroy the other team, and it shows. So I just like shattering the other team. Seeing all 6 people on their back was pretty fun, and being able to do it quite a bit. It makes me feel real cool.
I'm right there with you. All right, Reinhardt players unite.
Yeah.
The Kings Row was awesome, man. That was awesome. It was so fun to watch. Any shout outs or thank yous we want to give before we let you get out of here?
Yeah, shout out to our coach Zay. He's been with us pretty much the whole year, helping us out, helping us win this championship. He was in the helped us out this game too. Shout out to my family at home for watching. Shout out to the people that came and watched the game here in Indiana. They're all really cool.
Well, congrats to you and your squad once again. Thank you for joining us. Grand champions. Go enjoy it over the Christmas break. You've got a lot to celebrate.
Thank you.
All right. Well, and that brings us to the end of our first game of the day. But we have plenty more Overwatch action coming at you here momentarily. I'm totally not pulling this up on my computer as we speak. There it is. It's coming up. I hope this is right. Otherwise, I'm going to feel really weird. But anyway, I think we've got Western Colorado taking on Valparaiso in your next grand finals, heading to the Navigators division. So we're gonna pass the baton over to user intel and Juggle God. Before we do that, we'll see you back here in a little bit. Give us a few minutes to set this up because this one went really fast, a little faster than I think anybody anticipated. I don't know about you, Nuclear. I did not expect a 4-0 here from these teams.
I did not either. I'll be completely honest. It was very quick. We were here and now we're not.
So be patient while we see if we can speed up our schedule a little bit. But eventually we will be back with more grand finals. We'll see you here for more NECC.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome back to the NECC Overwatch Tournament. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and tonight I'm joined on the mic by User Intel. How are you doing, my friend?
I've got to say, I'm doing absolutely amazing tonight. We have such an amazing series with a lot of rich background and story
Yes.
that I think I'm more interested just to talk down and sit, get to know the players rather than see them go head to head violently.
Right, no, it is going to be quite the matchup, though. These two teams, Valpo and WCU, Western Colorado University, they did play once before, and it went the way of Valpo 2-1, but it was a very close match. So both of these teams really eager to come together or come away today with the win. And curiously, too, it's the number 3 and 5 seed that made it in. WCU, the number 5 seed, even beating the first seeded ESU Warriors. So and in convincing fashion as well. So this is gonna be an excellent series.
Yeah, honestly, it's always impressive to see teams come back to face each other in scenarios like this. More often than not, you're always coming back in with a vengeance when you lose to a team, and then you're seeing them sort of in this finals type of scenario. And it does look like our first map is going to be Busan. I think one of the better maps of Control to be able to get a good sense of how people are going to be playing and the flow while not really sacrificing losing a map. I think you'll get more information. It's not like Lijiang Tower where for some reason one team is always going to be able to steamroll through it.
That's a good point. Both of these, or rather, all three of these submats provide a lot of interesting opportunities and a great test for each of these teams. Of course, if we go to Mecha Base, that's such a great place for Brawl to happen. But if we end up going to Sanctuary or Downtown, then Dive becomes the name of the game, although you could even pull a Widowmaker out as well on Downtown.
I definitely agree to that idea. However, these teams have not been more favoring those types of sniper compositions, especially throughout of recently. They have just been looking a little bit more assured when walking out on anything of a wrecking ball. And hey, I totally put that thumbs up on it. I love the wrecking ball strategies. It very much benefits those team coordinations, but that was a big problem going into the last series. It just seemed one side was a little bit more working as a unit compared to the others. So it was their big problem. Now we have to see if they've learned and adapt from it, whether they've increased their own utility as a unit, or if they're just going to absolutely MTD.
That's a good question. And, before we get into more details about that, I wanted to mention one other very fascinating thing about both these teams. This is both of their first years in existence. So, this is their first semester, first year for each of these teams. And what
Ooh.
a showing from both of them to come out in the grand finals here of the NECC tournament. So, really excited to see what they're going to bring.
I definitely agree. And that's so impressive to say, solely just because a lot of teams, this is something that I always put pressure on, teams who are within a certain community, and especially for a good amount of time, they are always rebuilding up that energy. They're building up kind of recognition, and so they're always prepared to go above and beyond. So to see a new team their first year come in and they're already bringing themselves very close into the finals is absolutely impressive and shows that they are determined to make a name for themselves.
That they are, and make a name they have already. I mean, both of these teams, like we said, not the highest seeds in this tournament at all. Both the number 1 and 2 missing from tonight's game. So very fascinating that both these teams able to come away or come to this grand finals despite not sporting the best of records during the regular season. I've got a couple players that I've got my eye on tonight, User Intel, and I'm curious to see who you are looking at too.
Ooh.
I think that we're gonna have a lot of great plays coming out from Lil Flaps, Abroth, and Scoot, particularly on Valpo. So my eyes are gonna be glued to them to see how they're gonna play today.
Ooh, honestly, on that side, I definitely have to agree. Those players have been very consistent, especially someone like Scoot, who has always been, I think, one of those shining moments on their team. But when it goes like to the other side of WCU, because I want to give them a little bit more love, honestly,
Yes.
Jay Riz. an absolute star to see. The scary name of Boo and Mr. Mango have been those players that I think will be making a name for themselves continuing on in this series, as before they've been some of the playmakers in kind of the more passive and individual scale, sometimes more literal, sometimes indirectly. But I think at least for that side, they are going to be a lot more interesting on their team to see who kind of gets that little play.
That's good. That's so true. I'm excited to see which players are going to be. What kind of duels we're going to see here, right? Between, say, the DPS or the tank line, who's going to come away a little bit stronger today? We're going to find out shortly. As we said, we're going to be headed to Busan very, very shortly. As we're just waiting on one player to join. Oh, there we are. We are good to go.
Look at you juggle. Managing the jinx at the moment that we walk in. And
I know, right?
Look at this. This is actually the map that you talked about beforehand. This is downtown. Very popular for at least having those sniper arranged matches. And so, indigestion a little bit. It seems the fire within my gut is now kind of popping out.
Well, the fire within each of these teams is surely going to be burning brightly soon, as we're going to get a quick sneak peek into what these teams are thinking about rolling out on in a few short seconds. But just like anything, there could be changes coming in as discussions are made and as players troll and spawn, as they are wont to do.
That's what they always do. And I never truly emotionally recover from it. Sometimes I see very scary compositions. Sometimes I see very good ones. And then they decide, well, let's not run on that. However, it seems both sides, at least when it comes down to the teaser, may be looking to play more synergized ideas. Obviously, that's a given on something like Overwatch, where synergy is basically the base of the game. If you don't have that, you're not really going to be winning anything. But more of it, their compositions are going to be more focused on coordination and working as a unit. As if one person dies, then that could be the falling. Compositions similar to those are double bubble. But this is strictly Hog Sigma versus looks to be a Wrecking Ball Ryan type style. This will be very, very weird to see for the first fight.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. I'm not sure about Little Flap on the Reinhardt team. With the composition that Western Colorado is running, they're going to have a hard time, I think, finding value. Pile Driver coming in early on from Aurum. She finds a good amount of value and a good amount of ult charge as well. Big anti-nade coming in from Churoro. Hits several members of Western Colorado, but they're going to come away with the first pick as Abroth just gets a little too aggressive at that last moment. But first point control, well, in favor of Valpo. Hook comes in onto Aurum, but they're going to be able to use their adaptive shields to roll away with safety.
Yeah, the biggest difference that's going out into these fights is the engagement. Look at that. We already see the Wrecking Ball continuing to move forward as Reinhardt's able to control the front line, and it's what works.
Yeah, that it is. Another slam coming in from Aurum to try and get a little bit more value over here on the left side, but already 25% built up in terms of capture percentage for this Valpo team. Boo does find a pick as well, and with the shatter comes another fight win for first fight win for Western Colorado.
Yep.
Look at that, but Aurum is back in it.
Being able to use the visors going up against each other is absolutely massive, but the big issue just comes is West Colorado doesn't really have that long-term sustainability, though they managed to pull this fight out of their pocket, I do have to say, mostly just because MWM's able to use that visor last second, helps kind of put it into their favor, but they don't really have a lot of good focus when they are working off of the same angle. That is always going to be their big weakness, meaning that they have to kind of work more split off, while Valve, they're going to work better if you're going down the same angle.
Yeah, that's a good point. And go down this main angle is what they are doing right now. J-Rizzle does have this whole hog ready to go. They pull Reinhardt in to try and chunk down a little bit of their health, but unable to really get that much of an effect. We've got an amplification matrix now committed by Night Fury. A lot of damage coming through that into this Western Colorado team, but they are holding strong. That is until Abroth has something to say about it, and a big shatter comes in from Lil Flaps, doing an excellent work, taking this point back in Valpo's favor.
You have got to put some respect to Valpo. Well, more of Little Flaps. The Reinhardt is a essential part of their composition. More than anything, having that shatter is what can shut you down on literally anything. Especially when you don't have that Sigma there trying to just outbrain and use their shield, meaning you're going to be losing in on that fight. They just have to be a little bit more proactive in shutting down Little Flaps and, well, just controlling the momentum of the fight.
Yeah, that's so true. The momentum has been firmly in Valpo's favor, and as Boo gets pushed away as well, Valpo once again coming out strong on this, but they've got to watch out for a couple of the ultimates coming online for Western. Nano Boost committed now onto the Reaper. That's going to be so much damage coming in. Never mind, it was onto Night Fury. The Tac Visor, though, from MWM getting tremendous value. Taking out several members of Valpo. At this point, gonna flip back over to WCU.
That's a moment where Little Flaps is going to be yelling at their support, saying, where did the Nano go? And if you didn't notice, Knight had actually jumped in front of Churro for a millisecond. And, well, the sensitivity of it had actually forced it to go behind, even though Little Flaps was directly in their line of sight. It was just that small difference of positioning that cost them so much.
Yeah, that is true. That a little misplay right there is going to be the difference maker. We've got Abroth teleporting in now using that Wraith form. They pop the Death Blossom, take out Mr. Mango, one of the most crucial pieces of the puzzle for Western Colorado, and without them, it's going to make things a lot more difficult. Rez tries to come in, but it's not going to be successful. Aram, she was there to delete that Mercy as they tried to pop the Valk to come back in this fight, but this is going to go the way of Valpo, and with 98% on the board, I don't think there's a chance for a touch.
Honestly, there's just nothing left as they are dying very late. Though the Baptiste is going to be getting a little bit of a swing. Poor Little Flaps.
Little Flaps gets whole hogged away mid Earth Shatter, so no value from that ultimate. J-Rizzle, though, on the other hand, coming back in, making a case for WCU, but going to be taken out by Abroth, the natural enemy, the Reaper of the Roadhog. Tac Visor coming in one more time, this time from Scoot, and they're going to find some value. Mr. Mango out of it again, but Night Fury been picked as well, so no supports actually online at all for Valpo. This could be WCU's point coming back in their favor, but look at Lil Flaps coming in. Huge plays out from that main tank. Can they get these last few picks? Another Death Blossom from Abroth, and that's going to be round one going to Valpo.
Valpo just showing off an incredibly impressive start, solely just the being so unified and knowing what they're working with. Their competition is very curious when you start to look at it because it just doesn't look like it works in that same fashion, but you know, it works for their benefit as it almost slightly counters out what Western Colorado are running. A lot of what Western were doing were more sticking to a team, trying to win that fight out of pure damage, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's only bad when, you know, there is a Wrecking Ball diving onto you, splitting half of your team's focus, and a Reinhardt who is blocking the majority of the damage. Now, when it comes down to just a pure Brawl v Brawl, Western Colorado are at least looking a little bit more focused.
Yeah, that's true. At least their composition is. Aram once again on this Wrecking Ball, but not gonna lie, I'd love to see it as a Wrecking Ball main myself. I'm gonna be curious to see what kind of value she can get on this hero, though. Probably going to be looking to disrupt their backline quite a bit. As the fight breaks out, we're going to see Reinhardt sectioned off by an excellently placed Maywall from Scoot. Night Fury finishing them off with some fury of their own. Big pile driver coming in from Aram once again. They get a lot of ult charge off that. Both tanks looking at about 50% for Valpo as they take this first point.
I gotta say, that was really curious to see just Western Colorado kind of playing a little bit more passively once they saw Scoot, and now they are very worried for this Maywall to where they need to back up, and well, rather, they choose to it. They don't necessarily have to, it's just what they feel. They are a high aggression comp with no Lucio, meaning that almost as if Valpo are going to benefit from it every fight.
Yeah, that's a good point. Every single fight, they are finding value with it. Aram getting close to that minefield. Lil Flaps lands a massive Earth Shatter. They're going to charge that Nano Zarya out into Narnia. Try to keep them away from their team. Excellent play there coming out once again from Lil Flaps. Aram going low on point, though, but they're going to be able to find some health as Western Colorado just forced to back up.
Little Flaps is flapping so hard, there's a tornado coming out of these fights, and now they have a lot of ultimates that are very good at defensively holding this comparatively to West Colorado. Their competition just does not work well with this Mercy. I get it, it's really good damage, just can't speed out of that.
Big blizzard incoming. Immortality Field has to be used, but it's not going to be enough to save the lives of WCU as Valpo once again comes away with a big fight win. And I got to be honest, they're looking dominant so far on Mecha Base.
I definitely have to agree, and it's working off of the style their composition is more focusing on, which is a defensive style. Well, it's more of a defensive rotation that allows the Wrecking Ball to go in, get away scot-free, and the rest of the team move forward.
And speaking of Wrecking Ball going in, they deposit Minefield onto the Western Colorado team. They've got plenty of ults themselves, but they're going to have to wait a moment or two at least before they have a chance to use them. Maywall comes out a little bit early, almost catches Hoodie. Tofu one more time, but another shatter thrown out by Lil Flaps. And again, WCU just gets wiped off the face of Mecha Base. 5% left to go, just a few seconds for someone to try and touch, but that's gonna be all they have in the bank. I don't think anybody's gonna touch, and Valpo gonna go up 1-0 in this series.
It's even worse when you start to think about the fact that Western Colorado had 5 ultimates prepared to use, but they didn't have a single opportunity to use them. And that's more on their own side of putting in that hesitation that they've shown continuously. Honestly, it's not a bit too surprising. It seems Valpo are still benefiting from the same things. Remember, they won a 2-1 a while back, and they have fought before. So Valpo are benefiting from this strategy not really changing, as well as Colorado not really looking to just play angry. You know, there are a lot of times, and especially as a main tank player, you just need to play greedy. You just need to like steal from homeless people greedy type when it comes to using ultimates, taking space, and especially with a composition that involves Reaper, you have no reason not to.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I mean, Reaper was just such a huge boon for Valpo in that last fight, or in that last map. I mean, we saw how much value he got against the Roadhog, and just how many Death Blossoms came in to play as well. Just tremendous work coming out of Valpo on both maps. And I gotta be honest, it looked very dominant on Mecha Base. It looked like WCU were really up a creek without a paddle.
I definitely agree. I mostly want to see them start taking their time and think about what they're running and why they want to run it. A lot of what Valpo are getting away with is, you know, very fundamental. I think a simple CC and stun character, you know, like a Cassidy, a Hog, a Brigida, would absolutely shut down that Wrecking Ball and force them to move to something a little bit more traditional than, you know, the spinning ball to move forward and forward, as well as just Little Flaps, who has been showing up down to those shatters and the amount of room they're taking in these matches. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I questioned Lil Flap's decision to go on the Reinhardt in downtown, and that was my mistake because they got great value there as well. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, how WCU tries to come back in this. They do have the map choice next, and we will be going to hybrid. So, of course, there's always the fan favorite Kings Row that could be picked, but lots of other choices as well.
It's always funny because I think when Kings Row is picked, and we often go to like, we use like Busan, for example, as our basis to what we look at. Sometimes we'll say like the winning team is like, oh, they look good on Brawl. You know, we're not going to be going, you know, we can't go to Kings Row. They're going to be weak. But sometimes teams just aren't really comfortable on that control format, especially the way that Busan is laid out to run the type of Brawl that they want to. And Kings Row just benefits anything a team wants to run, as long as it's kind of in that category of a rush style, which means that, you know, the Wrecking Ball, the Reinhardt, just pressing W is what benefits you the most. However, that's not really what they're going to be more focusing on. It seems Eichenwald is the one they want to go on, which I very much am interested towards, especially since their first two compositions benefited a little bit more of splitting their angles and attention. And if there's anything we need to know about Eichenwald of all maps, it's how great you can be just on that first point, splitting your side and just playing that Sigma Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And if you throw a Pharah into the mix as well, you can get tremendous value, especially on defense on that first point, because there's that giant tower that you just get to kite around back and forth, and it just makes such great opportunities for that Wrecking Ball Sigma composition to pop off. We do have one substitution coming in. We've got Sky Kirby coming in for Valpo. So going to be interested to see what they bring to the table as we head into Eichenwald.
You know, honestly, it's going to be a little more curious to see how much that's going to benefit, or rather put them at a disadvantage, because putting in a sub always means a composition switch. You're putting in someone who either has better comms, better focus fire, maybe is a specialist when it comes down to specific maps or how you want to run a composition, whether that's the Pharah, Orisa, you know, definitely those categories. Eichenwald very much benefits to be slowed down, and teams who do play rush or kind of aggression always are on the back foot, but it seems they both want to more prioritize walking directly into each other. I am more interested on the fact that Western, because they are on the defense, well, they're going to be able to choose what they want, and it's more Valpo to react to it. So seeing out with the Mercy, we know that they are more looking to be spammy and annoying, though having Mango with it and not something like a Hanzo is more confusing, because Mango still has to work with the team, and you're not going to be able to speed into them, while Valp are running basically the same thing, but with the Lucio, meaning that they are going to benefit more from Scoot being on the Reaper.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and I want to just call attention to, we have another swap coming in for WCU. Mr. Mango is moving to DPS. Disagree is coming on support, and MWM is out for this map. Like you said, both teams running out with a brawl, but I agree with you. Valpo gonna have a distinct advantage with this Lucio. We see just how quick and efficient their rotation is. They are already on point. Only 15 seconds into this map. That's not enough time for the other team to even see what you're running out on, and they're already in your face and finding value, putting Tofu out of the fight. That's going to be another pick onto Beast Mode, and without those heals, this is all but over, and Valpo's going to take first point in very quick fashion.
It's just what we kind of said. Yes, Scoot got those final blows, but more than anything, that's what Scoot's supposed to be doing. Scoot is meaning to walk. Don't worry about it, all right? Jay Rizzle be out this my hizzles, okay? Got the rap flow in this. But either way, they were more focused on just quickly taking out, which is Scoot's entire job and why they're playing the Reaper. Now being off the Lucio is going to be an issue, but at least they find this first and early pick.
Wow! Scoot popping off once again. Definitely a DPS to be watching out for today, putting in tremendous value for this Valpo side, who trying to get in a little bit of spam damage right now, maybe get a fortuitous pick here and there if they are lucky. They're getting close to their Rip Tower, which could cause a lot of problems for this Valpo side. Scoot gets pushed out of that high ground, going to be forced back to their team. Mr. Mango and Boo now with firm control, but here comes that Rip Tower, and it does! It finds Night Fury right after they pop that window. That Amplification Matrix going to allow a lot of extra damage and healings to go through, but not as much as they had because of Night Fury going down. But there is a counter pick now, so Valpo isn't out of it. Big Shatter coming in, lays down a few members, and they clean up. Little Flaps is going to go down, but the damage has been done. And with Scoot there to do the rest, they're going to get to continue to push this card.
You know, switching out the Lucio for that Ana initially kind of allows their composition to have more sustainability. As much as I like Disagree being on the Moira because it enables you to have that Coalescence, which is a very big aggressive ult, Churro's able to deny a lot of value, have long range healing, and, well, benefit the team longer.
That's a good point. That longevity really could be a big boon to them. But right now, we've got lots of action happening on point, and then through the midst of it all, it's going to be Abroth coming out with a triple kill on the Rip Tower to secure that point for Valpo. And now they are pushing into third with 5.5 minutes on the clock.
That just doesn't look too good, and it hurts the longer. Moira very much as resource management heavy, meaning you have to be ending these fights quick, or at least giving your Moira something more to work with. And obviously that's when a Lucio kind of goes into benefit. Always going to be handling down to your head. Now as they start moving out, this Graviton Surge is the best that they have to stop the snowball.
That it is, and here it comes right there. Immortality Field going to be committed by Valpo. Is it going to last long enough to deal with the Rip Tire? And it does. Picks coming in for both sides, but Western Colorado might be able to mount their first successful defense here on Eichenwald as they chase Scoot out with their tail between their legs.
I gotta say, Western Colorado did an amazing job of just holding their ultimate. in those big situations, we've often seen teams very much hit 3, but they just trusted Boo and Jay Rizzle to do their jobs, and it worked. They got everybody low enough. This is where Valpo will be looking to build up a Graviton Surge of their own and take those early picks. But this is where you really don't benefit off having the Zarya.
That's true. Big Shatter comes in, not gonna necessarily land, but Mr. Mango is there with a
Nice.
Death Blossom for Western Colorado to try and clean things up, and that's exactly what's happened. Western Colorado looks like they found their footing here on third.
Grab is an absolute amazing ability, and that's just rude. I mean, you kind of need that for the next fight, but hey, I'm not judging here.
Yeah, I think that is a little bit of an overcommit right there. Beast Mode, the only one with an ultimate online now.
And the biggest reason why you need that ultimate is because Sky Kirby has to Graviton Surge. Them knowing you have Shatter means they are not going to be just walking into you because they're terrified of getting hit by it mid-grab or before it. Now they have nothing to worry about. A window, they'll grab and walk past it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's probably the best way to try and deal with a window. If you can close the distance fast enough. Here comes Sky Kirby, like we said, with that Graviton Surge burning a hole in their pocket. There it is, Immortality Field committed by Beast Mode.
Oh!
But look at the kills coming in.
Oh!
Boo not to be outdone. There's just 2 members left from each team, but it's going to be Valpo on the winning side. Just barely. What a hero play coming in from Boo. That's going to make this next contest very, very powerful for Western Colorado. Valpo probably just going to have to back off.
No, they don't have any room to back off. They have the Death Blossom set up.
What? And Abroth coming in, or Scoot coming in massive with a kill right there. Mr. Mango is able to eventually find them, but the damage has been done once again. And now that the members of Valpo are back in action, they can continue to push this cart forward. What a Death Blossom from Mr. Mango. May have other ideas. Immortality Field committed. But Sky gonna be removed from the fight early on.
That was incredibly close, though it was the hesitation onto Valpo that cost them that fight. Very much they didn't have a full team, and respectively, they decided not to move any further, which is understandable. Now they at least got that Blossom out. They'll be going up against the Grab and the window, but this is still looking good for Valpo.
Yeah, that it is. Shatter comes in from Little Flaps. It does find Beast Mode, and that's a boon for Western Colorado, or for Valpo. Boo, though, is going to be able to get a pick in their side. Here comes a Graviton Surge from Jay Rizzle. Can they hold on for dear life? No, they can't. Hoodie with a massive Fire Strike to remove both supports.
That window is so essential when helping to clean up a fight, especially in a grab. You basically build your window very quickly, so that's what you should be doing. And look at that. Western Colorado benefiting a lot off of the Lucio's own passive healing as well. Having the sound barrier, it does seem Valpo want to go on to a more unconventional cop, seeming to want to deal and eat as much damage as possible. Finding the Disagree may work, but Boo has already found their weakness, an early pick to end the fight.
Yeah, that was a massive pick onto Disagree because Disagree had that sound barrier online ready to go. Now Valpo can just push in with impunity. Although Disagree is back in the fight, they've got another pick in favor. Here comes that sound barrier to try and keep things alive for Western Colorado. But it's going to be close here as members of Western WCU keep falling by the wayside. Here comes another Rip Tower. Can it get as much value as it did before? Just about! And it might be enough to get a fight win here, as the spawn advantage is so heavily in favor of WCU. Valpo having a hard time cracking through this last little bit of Eichenwald.
They are at the skin of their teeth. And while Western Colorado did not engage first, they managed to just stay a little bit back until they got that first initial pick. Valpo's competition does not work in a fundamental sense of just how you're going to be able to move in and work as a unit. Like, yes, you have very quick targets who are going to be able to peel in for each other extensively, but what are you going to do against Mr. Mango's Death Blossom right here?
Right. Yeah, that Death Blossom, both Death Blossoms have been absolutely massive so far today. And on the defense, it's going to be very valuable. Boo gets another pick onto Scoot. Here comes the Death Blossom, and with that, this fight is over once again. 6 seconds left on the clock, and there's no chance for Valpo to come back in this. There's just a Baby Diva on point, and they're not going to last long. There's the overtime, but it's not going to mean much. Western Colorado holds on third.
An absolutely astounding comeback to stop the steamroll and making sure they at least solidify themselves an easier chance at taking a tie in this series. Valpo definitely going out with something a bit more interesting, something that doesn't always fundamentally work in Western Colorado, able to play against it, which was always kind of the game plan. So they may be looking a little bit better. I think what they have been doing very well on is specifically Boo and Mr. Mango's ability to sustain the fight with their own damage. Junkrat is a very powerful hero. More than anything, Junkrat is a very annoying hero. That spam melts your shields. What are you really going to be doing against it? And meaning that they didn't have a Lucio to kind of speed into you. It just benefited them a lot. Now Western Colorado, they seem to have finally found their movement. Having Disagree in has been a shining point, though not always, saving these team fights. It's just the utility that you bring to the game that has been benefiting. Though Valpo being on to something very similar, yet something very different. Scoot being on the Soldier is at least going to have a little bit less consistent damage, but you'll have overall more damage. And Night Fury, not speed, but a little bit more defensive. This could either benefit or go wrong depending on the way that Western Colorado take this fight, especially since they don't have a diva. It's all going to be about either the aggression or knowing when you need to aggress.
Yeah, knowing when you need to aggress for Valpo is going to be very difficult because, like you said, they've got Night Fury on the Brigitte instead of the Lucio, so that speed advantage not going to be there. But look at that! Abroth just deletes 2 members of WCU, and that's going to be them going back to spawn to try again.
If I can give anything to Valpo that is of love and credit, it is just the fact that they are just able to get kills out of nothing. Yes, that Junkrat's going to be able to get a lot of damage in, but a lot of teams are going to hold up that shield for more often than not, so it's a little bit more impressive.
Yeah, that's a good point. Finding 2 picks like that very early on, such a big boon and such great play coming out from them. And look at this, once again, Abroth with 2 picks right at the start, and crucially both supports. Valpo looking indomitable right now.
Western used that speed boost just to try to break through the choke rather than walking onto their opponents who were already split up. Night Fury's just staying there to be able to defend out Chiro if anybody puts resources into going after the Ana, meaning that Junkrat and Soldier are going to be split up with a different tank, and it's thriving as they didn't really know who to focus on.
Yeah, it looked like they didn't really make a clear decision right there and decide where to go. Once again, this trap finding value. Shatter comes in, it's gonna find a couple. Low Flap's doing excellent work again, and with that, once again, Valpo's gonna hold.
Little Flaps, you are no little Flaps. You are big, strong one. Big, strong muscles. And that was an insane shatter, though. It wasn't even needed, I would say. They were already winning when it came down to putting pressure onto the shield. But, I mean, winning off of an ultimate is something that you should always be looking to do. Now having 2 very good ults, Western Colorado go off of the Lucio. Now they have a little bit more sustain, but they're losing that overall ability of movement.
That's true, they are, but with so much damage coming in from Abroth, it's almost forced that they have to go on to something with more heals, but a Fire Strike takes them out of the fight, so they're back where they started, and that is Spawn, as Nano Boost committed now onto Lil Flaps, gets a big shatter once again, and just demolishes Western Colorado.
Okay, we can point out how fast that shatter was built, but that's not something I want to point out. I just want to show the difference in understanding aggression and when to aggress. So there is an unnecessary amount of aggression that we saw from last round where obviously Valpo were walking in for the sake of walking in. But that moment was knowing to aggress because they had the nano, they had the resources, and there's nothing that a Hoodie could do.
No, there wasn't, and again with the Fire Strike, Beast Mode out of the fight this time. The res is going to come in as Disagree is playing musical chairs with their heroes. Graviton Surge in, there's a Death Blossom as well. But when the dust falls, it's going to be Western Colorado coming out on top. Now it's up to see if Valpo can come away with, oh no, the Tac Visor taken out. Hoodie Tofu finishing things off, and Valpo going to have to defend second.
Boo being onto the Pharah obviously threw them for a bit of a loop. I'll give them that. But the big part of how that worked was just Mango's own Death Blossom breaking down the resources. They don't have any true defensive ult. They didn't really have the rally is like good, but it's not a great defensive ult. It's more of an anticipation trying to more sustain you rather than a Lucio Sound Barrier, which is supposed to protect you. Still, though, that was almost a full hold. They already have a sizable time bank wasted onto the side of Western Colorado.
Valpo has to be feeling great about this right now, though. Hoodie Tofu finding another 5 strike. We've had some massive fire strikes today. I just want to say that. I feel like there's been more than normal. So these Reinhardts sniping with their rocket hammer. Another one takes out the back line of Valpo. And with that, WCU gets to push this card a little bit further.
See, that's a moment of aggression rather than knowing when to aggress, and I'll have to think of a better word for it in the future. But Little Flaps walks in, has the nano, has that overconfidence, and well, gets shut down. Their shatter even gets blocked. Though finding out Boo is going to benefit because that Mercy cannot res it. This still means that I'm sorry, but look, all right, whatever. This still means that they have to move forward and they have to try and go against it.
Graviton Surge gonna hit from Sky Herbie gonna get hit several members, and Abroth coming in with a Riptire to finish them off.
No, I'm more impressed on the fact that they let Mr. Mango live for that long. I mean, yes, Mr. Mango was asleep, but the amount of times I see a person get slept and that Riptire focuses them is absolutely praising. So to see it go after 2 and you get a lot more value and resources, that's a big benefit. Western Colorado are not really taking the engagements, and I feel their composition, while not set to be able to do that, it still benefits off that idea. You have a Pharah, for peeps sake. Do you know how mean you can be with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially when they are pocketed by a Mercy and have their barrage online. Western Colorado just been saving up in their bank, and now they're gonna cash it out, and they're hoping for a big payoff as they have taken this high ground now. But Scoot comes in with a massive pick. Is the res gonna come in? Doesn't look like it, as there's just 30 seconds left to go, and with no supports online, this fight once again is over.
Look at that. That's putting yourself into a crippling amount. Wait. Oh, bring it back. Never say it's over, Juggle Goddess. You tried to jinx it. Look at that. Western Colorado had 2 people left, able to just bring it back. Now they have 5 ultimates. They can just pop it the moment Valpo walks out.
That they can, and we see the contest starting to come in. Scoot pops the tack value. Shatter comes in, but look at the value that this tack visor has got. The immortality field is there, but it's not going to do much good. Jay Rizzle tries to take it out of the fight, but that's not going to happen. And with just 10 seconds left on the clock, I don't know if anybody can touch.
They're going to have... No, it doesn't even look like Beast Mode wants to. More has to wait for Mr. Mango to. But the barrage is all that they need to do to win it. Unfortunately, though, it's not too much in their favor.
No, it's looking a little rough. Here comes Boo with the barrage. He gets 4 by Boo. That was unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Hero play coming out. The res is there onto Beast Mode, and Valpo gonna have to try and defend third. In Western Colorado, they have a chance to come back in this. They have a chance to win this map.
I got scared, Boo just booed them. They got so cocky, they weren't ready for the concussion blast to knock them off the map, solidifying an ability to bring this in. You gotta give Boo some loving credit, folks. A true MVP in the making. The big problem is that now they have no ultimates besides from the supports, and they need to be able to break through a team that they've already struggled against.
But here comes the Amplification Matrix. Immortality Field has to be committed by Night Fury. Little Flaps goes in with a shatter and lands! Mr. Mango out of the fight. Hoodie Tofu not long for this world. And with Scoot picking up this slack and getting those final few kills, that's going to be a tremendous win for Valpo. But they need to get these last few kills. This fight isn't over yet. With Hoodie Tofu falling, it is just about done.
It's just getting a lot harder. They're not dealing with those who are being able to shut them down. Yes, Valpo has a lot of long-term sustain, being with the Baptiste and Ana. If you just decide to shut down their DPS, what are they naturally going to do? Just hit you with a hammer? No. You've got something stronger. You've got Boo on and Mr. Mango.
Oh, what a hold coming out here from Valpo. 20 seconds left on the clock, and several members of Western Colorado going down, and this time they don't have that Death Blossom to help bail them out. 10 seconds left to go. Scoot pops the Deadeye to zone away members of Western Colorado and gets a nice shot right there. The grab does land, but it's not going to do much, and Valpo goes up 2-0 in this series.
Western Colorado are definitely showing a lot of sign of life, though that sentence doesn't sound too right. What I mean by it is that they have been looking brighter and brighter the more that we're seeing them. I definitely feel that was a different team, especially with Boone being able to bring up that last-minute clutch. Though the problems are at least very consistent of what they've been suffering from, and whether that's Little Flap's own shatters just coming out, and it seems that they're not being able to shield against them, moving in, using their ultimates first, which is, you know, a very big tool, especially using it defensively, or rather just not being able to get a pick. They are now kind of at that midway point and at the back foot, but it's still not over for them.
No, it is not. This is a 1-4 series, so we have plenty more Overwatch coming for you. And, you know, I wanted to make a comment, too, on some of the play that we just saw. I feel like right now, Western Colorado is having to rely on, like, hero moments and individual players popping off, and that's not a sustainable strategy, right? We need to see much more, like, cohesive and coherent team play coming out from them. Otherwise, Valpo just going to run away with this. But we're going to have to wait a few minutes before we get back into the action. We're going to take a short break here, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the action. If you are just joining us, where have you been? And more importantly, we've got Valpo up 2-0 right now over Western Colorado University. And we are going to be headed straight to the cherry blossom strewn mountains of Hanamura.
I've got a smile, but let me turn that smile upside down. I don't like Hanamura. Hanamura, of all maps, is such a 50-50 and heavily relies on team coordination to be able to successfully do consistently. And
Yeah.
especially with the main strategy of attacks being that teleporting main point, that could be terrifying. I'm more impressed of the team to have the kahunas to continue and look at this map and say, you know what? This is what we run, even if teams are very familiar with the same strategies.
I like that take on it. I like your perspective on Hanamura. You're absolutely right though. That teleporter strategy definitely the primary way that teams generally like to attack this point, whether or not you're teleporting straight to point or you're going, to the left or to the right. You've really got a lot of options when it comes to that sim TP on Hanamura, more than just about any other map. And we're going to see another swap come in. We've got MWM coming back into DPS, Mr. Mango moving over to support, and Beast Mode going to sit on the bench for a little while for WCU. So we're going to see if this shakeup of their roster is going to yield better results on Hanamura.
I definitely feel this is going to at least change small things, and whether that's going to once again be kind of when in the comms category or at least in the kill feed, I think more of it has to be that environment. A lot what we talked about before was the fact that they were struggling and looked a bit more uncomfortable, maybe not consciously recognizing it, but still nonetheless. On a map like Hanamura, that is what you need to not be doing. And especially on something like second point, I think a lot of teams, it's very easy to get that first point, I think, at times. But more than anything, to get to that second point, it's like playing King's Row 20 times over, and you're going through the same routine 6 times, all right? You have to not only watch the right side, the mid side, the top high ground, but it is such a fortress to break through that it very much requires teams to be able to end it very quickly and then stop others from being able to touch that point. So I am going to be paying a lot more attention to Western Colorado. They are defending first, meaning that we need to be seeing them have a little bit more sustainability. First point is very much going to be to see if we notice any true changes or any type of different mindsets, while Valp just want to do the best that they can when it comes to confirming the room to push forward. I like what they're running out, though. There are no complaints, at least when it goes down to this traditional idea that they've been continuously going in, especially Cassidy. I think Cassidy is one of those consistent heroes. Not great, but is definitely not out of this meta. With that consistent kind of burst fire into mid to low ranges. Ana obviously being very good to counter down against any form of Symmetra. But the big thing that you have to worry about is that you didn't choose Baptiste. Night Fury did. And do you know why Baptiste is annoying, Mr. Juggle God?
I've got an idea, and it starts with the letter I.
Yo, it's at Immortality. We'll have to see how much it affects this push.
Yes, that we will. Hoodie Tofu getting a little bit of ult charge right there at the beginning off of a nice fire strike. But Valpo gonna rotate around to the right, and they're definitely looking for that sim TP. We see it go up. Oh, a nice wall comes in. It's gonna keep Reinhardt from being able to do anything. But Mr. Mango already with a nice pick onto Night Fury. That's gonna open things up. Spree out of the fight though, so Western Colorado not in this yet for sure. Valpo coming back in with a couple of big picks. Anti-nade hits, but Mr. Mango goes down right after that. And this point going very quickly in favor of Valpo. But a huge shatter comes in from Hoodie. They're going to be removed from the fight, but the defense might have held on. It looks like there's just one member from each team furiously fighting on point at the moment. Make that two from Valpo as MWM trying to come away from this with their life intact, but it's just going to be too difficult. Can they get a last-second contest? Can Western Colorado come back in this? It's looking less and less likely by the moment.
No, they are freely going to give it up. And while I don't hate that decision, It's definitely an understandable one, but not something I completely agree with. You deny them from getting more ult charge, but the big problem came down to Boo's own Mei walls and the utility around it, often splitting up the team and not allowing them to work as unit. Now it's only going to be a bigger issue.
Oh my gosh, but speaking of big issues, we've already got one pick online for Valpo. This could be a very fast snowball right here to victory for them. Immortality Field does have to be committed, and Agroth is out of the fight. Here comes a Photon Barrier to try and keep the rest of Valpo safe, but Boo is there to get a pick against. Shatter comes in, this time from Low Flaps, and it does land, but the defense is gonna hold strong.
They are continuously being able to move forward and find these picks in this stressful moment, but unfortunately, Valpo, respawns aren't in their favor. And if you're not just killing 3 when they kill 1, then you're never truly going to win, and at least Sky Kirby's going to be getting out with that charge, meaning they can just come back and at least have some range of it. Though Western Colorado benefited a lot with the fact that Valpo did not push in very aggressively. They were very scared, and now this is where they're going to be looking a lot stronger. Their entire comp works extremely well, especially with that Lucio. It can be absolutely annoying with those boops. More than anything, pay attention to Boo.
That's a good point, because they can knock people off of this point right here, and it takes several seconds to get back up the stairs, and seconds matter in this game. Big anti-nade coming in, and that's going to be another nice beginning to a hold for Western Colorado. But look at this, Valpo coming back in. Can they get the picks that they need? As we see, a couple of members have gone down onto the low ground, but they're still pushing. They're still finding value. A big anti-nade comes in, this time from Mr. Mango, and with that, they're going to hold once again.
I gotta say, at first, Boo was one of the people who I criticized onto first point being a little bit of a weakness, but now has been shining through just by playing the Mei character. Now, what do I mean by that? Besides from Mei is a very good character, Blizzard as a utility is one of the strongest in the game, and Cryo Freeze being able to contest that point without taking any damage is absolutely insane. Valpo are not focusing down the people who have long-term sustain, rather those who have just been doing damage. And I can understand it, but you gotta put some respects on those who have just been surviving.
That's a good point, and you know, surviving is the name of the game here on these assault maps. You have to mount a solid defense. You can only lose one fight essentially in this game mode on defense, and it looks like the fight might be won this time by Valpo. Both supports are out of the fight, and they both had their ultimates online. Neither going to get a chance to use it. Boo walks right into a rocket hammer, and with that, Valpo's going to cap.
Just a small individual issue when it came down to that the DPS were split, seeing they really didn't know what to do against that immediate engagement from Valpo. You know, and that was the big problem, as well as just the Mei not being able to use Cryo Freeze before they get hit, gets taken out. If that Mei and Cassidy were able to stall for just a millisecond, I definitely feel Western Colorado could have started to come back and maybe turn it around, but that's all in hypotheticals. They need to just be predicting a little bit more. Be proactive, be greedy, you know, just look at the enemies. They're right there. You always know where they're going to go, so it's just about responding to it. Though Western Colorado, I will say, looked very clean on most of those fights. Now it's all about... now it's going to matter most about how they walk in. Obviously, that teleporting strategy is going to look a little bit more favorited as possibly a hog. Not going to say anything about that. I've got my opinions. But Valpo are on this double shield, which counters out the hog.
That it does, and Scoot back on that Mei is going to cause a lot of problems for this Western Colorado team. If they can get a nice wall at choke and eliminate Hoodie Tofu, then Western Colorado's push is just about done. Abroth has been finding a lot of value as well on this Ultra, and again, we've got this double flex support backline for Valpo.
A lot of what Valpo are working with is very much sustainability. That's pretty much the name of the game. But against composition that can do a lot of damage, I wonder if they're going to be able to play against it.
Yeah, that's going to be a very good question. TP works, but Valpo is there to respond, and they respond furiously, not letting a moment go to waste. And with 20 seconds down on the clock, this fight is once again already over.
You know, not a bad idea. I think their engagement worked, but not when you teleport in the same spot that that the enemy's teleported before and you hit them with the anti, so they're obviously going to be sitting there doing it. But this hook's massive.
Oh my gosh, and that is gonna open things wide open now for Western Colorado to push in. They have to expend their immortality field though, because another Maywall was placed by Scoot, and that proves to be quite the stumbling block for Western Colorado. Boo goes down very low. They are taken out of the fight, but Colorado gonna continue to push on to this point. Charge comes in from Lil Flaps. Hoodie is taken out of the fight, and with a Blizzard on point now, that's gonna do it for this push.
Western Colorado very much split in that opportunity of being able to move forward, though they're getting closer and closer every time. Boo has finally made the self-conscious decision to not run out with the Symmetra, though I can definitely agree to that idea. It's more of knowing how you want to walk in. It's only going to be more increasing. You need to enable Rizzle just to get these hooks. That's basically your win condition.
That's a good point. If you can get a hook to land and a pick early on, then you can walk into this fight with a lot more confidence. Immortality field has to be committed early by Night Fury. They've got both support ultimates out right now. Reinhardt doing a tremendous amount of work. Lil Flaps flapping that hammer back and forth to great effect.
Once again, Western Colorado not exactly adapting very well. Disagree was in the enemy's backline, and as much as I'm all up for a Reddit Lucio or some type of big play, that's not your entire purpose. You have the sound barrier. You need to be there to be able to defend your team. Anything can happen, even if you're dying.
That's such a good point. You know, even fights that look as though they are lost can be just made to, you know, bleed out ultimates from the opposing side or to get your own ultimates online. Already Western Colorado coming out with a lot of value, but this tac visor from Maybroth could be big. Boo trying to find some more hero plays with this Riptire, and it's gonna get Little Flaps. So, one member down, but it's gonna be Valpo holding on again.
Little Flaps being gone is a great thing just because the Reinhardt's been a continuous issue for them, especially with the Shatter now built. So Western Colorado, as long as they speed on to point, they can have a good chance to cap first point. More than anything, they need to just work as a unit and pay attention to whoever they want to kill.
And the people they want to kill are the backline for sure, because there's just so much sustain going on. Frontline has swapped over to the Rhine Zarya after using that double shield for a little while. Here comes MWM with a big Death Blossom. He's going to hit by an anti-nade, so there's only a little bit of value that he gets. And once again, it's just Disagree on point with a hope and a dream.
I gotta admit though, MWM had an amazing idea, just made a little bit too much noise by walking. It almost worked, by the way. The Death Blossom came in. Unfortunately, though, the Immortality saves the Ana for a little bit longer. You need to win this frontline fight rather than worrying about that backline, because they're not really doing too much. It's been the people who have been stopping from working with your own unit, and that's been Hoodie the entire game. Wait, no. Little Flaps.
Oh my gosh, and look at this massacre once again. 10 seconds left, and the kills all coming in for Valpo. A nano boost committed to Lil Flaps, and that's gonna do it. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to touch. And Western Colorado with their backs against the wall, and Valpo at match point.
I accidentally, said the other team's main tank, but it has been Little Flaps who has been the Reinhardt of Reinhardts that I've ever seen, continuously being the person who is holding down this front line, and they're not really doing anything to shut them down. Like, this is a perfect example. The Maywall comes in, you have the window, but you didn't have the immortality to be able to save your team, and the Shatter's absolutely free. It's been a continuous problem, and well, when your team is split up and you're more open, even if you have a first two starting picks, a couple of times they had a first pick as an engagement, but it's not always that Reinhardt. And a lot of that time, they're not really focusing the same person, which is now crumbling. To be able to win, they would need to fully reverse sweep. And I don't know the chances of that, because that is like a 1 in 1 million for most teams to be able to do. I don't know the percentage-wise. I didn't go to calculus.
Well, Western Colorado is certainly gonna give it their best effort. We're gonna get the map ban and choice in here very shortly for you, but it's looking rough for Western Colorado right now, and I gotta say I'm a little bummed to see that, because I myself am a Colorado local, so you love to cheer for the home team at times, but we're gonna stay neutral here in the casting booth today. Valpo doing a tremendous job, going up 3-0 in this series, and I don't know what WCU can do here to try and bring it back. They've got a tough hill to climb.
I definitely have to agree to that. And while you struggle to be neutral, I'll be absolute. Just like in that alignment of Dungeons and Dragons. Either way, what they need to do, at least in a caster's own perspective, is play as a team. The fundamental of everything and why we play Overwatch is working as a unit. You're a six stack, so you need to be benefiting and working off of each other rather than trying to make those plays or putting a lot of emphasis on one single person. Yes, the Reaper, like for example, the Reaper going into the backline, MWM,
Right.
had an amazing idea. Goes in, waits to use that Blossom while the enemy team is fighting off on that Reinhardt, and then they go after the backline, which is good. That's what the Reaper's supposed to do, and it could work. However, the front line don't really try to work off of it. They don't over-engage. They don't try to overstep their boundaries, especially with Valpo now having to put a lot of kind of attention to their backline who are being attacked. You're breaking down their structure, and yet there was no true benefit that they had from it, rather than maybe getting that pick for the KD.
I wonder if maybe the better option wouldn't have been to just push that front line harder and harder. Reaper can chunk down shields so quickly, and Lil Flaps have been getting so much value on the Reinhardt that it just makes me wonder if maybe, like you said, their focuses aren't in the right place. We're going to be headed to Route 66 next, though, for what could be our final map in this final series here at NECC. And I, for one, love this map. I think this is a great place to go next.
Such a missed opportunity for Blizzard of one of the many is just a single idea. They have never released Big Earl merchandise. For me to be able to bring up a cup and say we're on Route 66 and drink a coffee out of it would be absolutely amazing. I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
Right?
But that's neither here or there, unfortunately. Route 66, though, as a map, this could be a shining point. Everything about it is very kind of weird and slow, but listen, Juggle, all right? I'm rolling a dice right now, okay?
All right.
There is still room for kind of a swap. Route 66, while is very good when kind of messing with the way that a team wants to move out on and go in, it's very slow rather than quick. It is more favored to teams who run out with the double shield or bunker type strategies, while others like to use the double bubble or dive, even the wrecking ball strategy to move in. A team that understands how to play that bunker is mostly going to win. I've seen it, 5 out of 4 times.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I mean, especially on defense, if you bunker up on top of Big Earls or on second point, right on that mini bridge that connects the gas station to the other buildings on second, both of those are excellent spots to mount a big defense with some kind of a bunker composition, whether it's double shield, whether or not you've got a hog in there as well, or a diva even. Diva can be very, very useful alongside an Orisa, kind of looking at like a counter dive composition. And as we head towards Deadlock Gorge, we're about to see a lot of death come on board as well. One of these teams, Valpo, looking to secure the series win right here and now. They want to go home with it. Western Colorado, they have a tough mountain to climb, like these canyons, cliffs right here, to get back into this matchup.
Man, the Spider-Man Homecoming trailer actually just released, and I'm pretty sure there was like a scene where Doctor Strange was fighting Spider-Man on the train. Is this like a crossover with Blizzard, on Route 66? Because either way, this is the roll of the dice right now. This is what we see, what they will land on, and how they will work because of the different styles of compositions that can run. Both teams wanting to at least favor when it comes down to the rush rather than forcing any type of opponent to slow down. Understandable. Absolutely love it. But Western Colorado playing a bit more cautiously, not choosing for a spawn camp.
That's true. They're gonna maintain this high ground position right around the first corner that the payload's gonna move to. Orem going for a flank, but they're gonna be caught out very quickly by Mr. Mango. Have to use their adaptive shields to get out as well. That means they don't have them for this engage. Barely able to survive with their life. Go back towards their team to get some healing as they did a little bit of damage, but not too terribly much just yet. Coming in for a second pile driver. gonna have their shields online very soon again. Actually, after about 12 seconds. Book hitting down very low at the moment. If Valpo can find them out, they can get a distinct advantage here, but they're able to kite away. Little Flaps already has this Shatter online, though. And there it lands right off of a big pile driver coming in from Orem. You love to see that kind of coordination between your tanks.
I just want to say the worst part about it is the fact that Little Flaps actually jumped for a tiny second, giving a moment of reaction for Hoodie, and unfortunately, I don't think they had a shield to be able to block it. So, well, this first point's not going to be going into their favor, even when they have a Mercy, which I think fundamentally is a lot stronger comparably to these double flex supports who are just going to be able to heal and put in a bit more damage. Your Mercy should be enabling not only Boo, but Mr. Mango to thrive a lot longer, especially that res, which is an invaluable resource.
That's true, it really is. It's right up there with the immortality field in terms of, some might say brokenness in this game. Minefield ready to go, or I'm looking for a hook spot, trying to find some value with it. Gotta drop onto the Cassidy, take them out of the fight in very short order, and once again, Valpo pushing forward with little to no resistance.
I love how much Valpo are trading each other's jobs at times. A lot of what the Wrecking Ball has been doing is going in later than early and then picking off any stragglers like a Tracer would, while Little Flaps has been more of the main tank. It's defending the front line. And, well, they traded often. This is going to be a moment where you actually see the Wrecking Ball moving in early and Little Flaps stay more back rather than beforehand.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it is typically what you would expect from a lineup like this. Speaking of expecting things from a lineup like this, you don't expect to see Night Fury in the kill feed too much, but there he is. No supports online once again for Western Colorado. And with that, Valpo going to be able to push into third point, and they're going to have a blistering time bank to do it.
Western Colorado look like they are kind of breaking down mentally. Hoodie had a really good opportunity to kill Churro. Yes, it wasn't going to be too impactful, but they still mess up, not only due to just a small boop, but, well, just not being able to mentally keep the mouse right there. And when you're not focused, it's going to break down. They have 6 ultimates. They're finally going to have a moment to use it, but even then, they might burn through it.
That's true, and if they don't ult first, Valpo certainly will. And when they come in with their ults, they get team fight wins, and that is exactly what we just saw happen right there. Another amazing performance coming out from this Valpo side. And WCU, they have to start pressing Q.
What a way to start taking the engagement. This is a moment when you know to be aggressive.
That you have to be. Once again, the ult's coming out early from Valpo. And another pick onto Hoodie. And like you said, it just seems like WCU is falling down. They're losing their momentum and everything that they had going for them at this point. This is just a massacre from Valpo, and they're going to finish with over 4 minutes on the clock.
Mr. Juggle God, Mr. Juggle God, Mr. Capital J God, all right? Listen, you've got Tetris. You got a Tetris jacket, right?
Uh-huh.
Can you put the pieces together of how 6 ultimates were slowly burned one by one, yet none got any value? I can answer that, all right? I've got a line piece right here to match it out. And it was the fact that there was no idea going behind it. They hit Q to hit Q. And that's not a terrible thing in itself, but it's terrible when you're on the back foot. You had 6 ultimates and a Valkyrie, to say nonetheless. And I want to put emphasis on that Valkyrie because you can increase your own damage tenfold with it, as well as being able to heal multiple targets. Valkyrie is a very good engagement tool and a very good defensive tool, meaning that Western Colorado had no reason not to use that first and defend themselves for a little bit longer and maybe set up the grab, then set up the Reaper. But really, they just kind of got a little bit nervous, and it seemed that whoever's controlling the comms is losing that hold. And it's starting to show in Western Colorado. I get more and more worried, but they have moments. These players have talent.
Yes, they do. They are an excellent team. They knocked out the #1 seed in this tournament, but now their backs are against the wall. They have to come away with a stronghold here. Or rather, they have to come away with a blisteringly fast time on attack here. Otherwise, they're going home, and Valpo gonna be the grand final or the finals winners here in the first half of the season for NECC. Gonna see Mr. Mango trying to flank now on that low ground, putting a little bit of pressure onto Night Fury, who fell onto the ground. They're gonna put themselves back up onto the high ground, though, in short order, as is Mr. Mango putting a lot of pressure onto this Hanzo. They're gonna be able to jump away and kite away that damage, but Orisa might not be so lucky. Fortify had to be used, but once again, just not quite able to get the kills finished off. Aurum Corvus does go down, so with her out of the fight, now is definitely a time for them to shine.
Honestly, that was a really good engagement. Just keep enabling Mr. Mango like that. You saw how much damage you do to the Orisa. Their composition doesn't really work well as a bunker, more of a rotating brawl.
That's a good point. We have a charge coming in, but an anti-nade hit. Hoodie Tofu, they're taken out of the fight in short order. And this attack is actually going fairly well for WCU right now. They seem to have maybe found an answer for what Valpo has for them. Immortality Field was committed, though, and here comes Scoot throwing in a Dragon Strike. Finds a nice couple of kills, and with that, Valpo gonna hold on.
Look at
oh,
that.
No, they're not.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you didn't say anything, I was going to say, look at that. They're holding on to nothing as they are able to force, Valpo very far back, and it's mostly just because their composition does not complement what they're doing, and it's not looking too great. Western Colorado get away with so much with this double bubble style, and it works well. They just need to keep playing how they're doing.
Yeah, that they do. If they can keep this momentum up, they're going to have a fantastic time and could be well and easily back in this series. Fu goes down, though, to Scoot. Shatter lands once again from Little Flaps. And they go to town, taking out the rest of the members of WCU. But they've got over 4 minutes on the clock. This is a very doable push.
Another big moment where Western Colorado has 6 ultimates, and we're going to see how they try to do it. Now, this is, whatever game show they call it, where you get 4 answers, A, B, C, and D. Let's see which one they pick, and it better not be all above.
Yeah, that is a good point. It had better not be. But look at this. Once again, they ult first and they win. Valpo just reacting at a split second, on a hair's breadth, and doing tremendous work once again.
Out of all the options, and even the all of the above, they decided to go none of the above and go a sight line that opens themselves up to getting shot down. Western Colorado look to be a very reactive team, and they're very hesitant when they look like they should be playing a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're very hesitant to commit these ultimates. They're gonna go over. Boog has the soldier online, but with beast mode out of the fight, Abroth, she does tremendous work once again on that Reaper. Things are really looking rough for Western Colorado. Despite that duplicate, things just not going their way. They committed 3 ults to this fight, and they're still losing it.
Once again, using ultimates without any direction is really not going to be benefiting you at all. They had 3 ultimates, and the primal is always used to save one's own life or deny a different ability, meaning that they had 2 ultimates to work with, and neither one was used to set up the fight. Now, with Nano should not be held on for this long in any scenario. They need to be using it for Hoodie to be able to go in and be Monkey Brain.
That they do. We're going to see if they're going to commit it this time. Big anti-nade comes in from Chiroro, though. That's going to slow things down considerably. We've got Monkey Low on the low ground, as well with Scoot on the high ground with his tac visor. Things are looking real rough. Once again, Hoodie Tofu out of this fight. And again, Beast Mode nowhere to be found with the Nano.
The hesitance on Western Colorado has been the weakest point that they are showing the more this goes in. Mind you, Valpo still has 4 minutes and 13 seconds in their own time bank, while, well, they're struggling to break through the first choke with around 1 minute and 40. Yes, there isn't much setup, but I would much rather see a team burn through an ult rather than not use it.
Absolutely. You need to commit these to try and find value. Hoodie Tofu in a prime position to jump in and start to get value. There comes the bubble. They're going to go in, but the amplification matrix is there. Hoodie Tofu goes down very low, but they do pop the primal rage. Mango coming in huge with the hero play. That's what we needed to see from this WCU side. and that's what we got.
That's what I'm talking about, Western Colorado. Mr. Mango needs to be squeezing out all the juice just to be able to bring this. Though that Nano ultimate that they held onto. Ana builds Nano up incredibly quickly in double bubble to see this be their last resource that they've been rotating basically. What Churro has been consistently making it is a problem.
Yeah, I would like to see this Nano committed onto the Monkey, but the first one's going to be committed by Churro onto Lil Flaps. Lil Flaps eats the business end of an anti-nade, but it's not going to matter as they can shake it off with relative ease. A nice charge gets Disagree out of the fight, and you've got to agree that was a nice play.
It was. Earlier I said their composition is like a pseudo-brawl, a rotating brawl, more of it. And that meaning is just on the fact that Orissa's able to play back, but the Reinhardt really doesn't have enough room to leave without that pocket off-tank. So, the Reinhardt's able to play within the shield and use their own while Orissa's is down, and then once Orisa has their shield, they're able to brawl in.
It's an excellent rotation you have going. We're going to try and find value with the Riptire, but Scoot's there to take it out of commission. 10 seconds left to go, and Western Colorado has to come up with something right now, but the Tech Visor is saying otherwise. Scoot goes down very low. Hoodie Tofu has them down. And once again, Lil Flaps finding value with another charge to seal the deal. And I believe we have your finals winners here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Valpo coming away 4-0 over Western Colorado. Congratulations.
I've got to say, not a legacy that is going to be good when reflecting, but I feel Western Colorado will only become stronger after this. This is the type of loss that does not weaken a team, but rather gives you a moment of reflection and understanding that things need to change. We've seen it continuously from teams like O2 Blast, Runaway, and, you know, while those are big comparisons, those are standards that I still compare these teams to this day. Though we have to give some props. What a way to end the series.
Oh my gosh, Valpo looking just absolutely dominant. You know, we mentioned before this matchup that these teams had seen each other once before, and it went 2-1 the way of Valpo, but it was apparently a very close affair. This one, not so much. As the series went on, it seems like Valpo just downloaded their opponents and were able to figure them out more and more, and each map just looked stronger and stronger, and unfortunately, WCU looked weaker and weaker.
I definitely agree. So at least when it just comes down to the future, they'll be working off, you know, just that adrenaline, and when coming back into the series for their second time, hopefully they do, that new redemption arc can be made.
And they have to feel proud of themselves. I mean, taking the number 2 slot in this tournament, knocking out the number 1 seed. I mean, there is so much potential for this WCU crowd. But the story of today is Valpo, and we're going to have, after a short break, an interview with one of the members, one of your finals winners today. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are joined in the casting booth by who I personally think was the MVP of the match. I don't know about you as well, user Intel. Yeah, he's nodding his yes.
Yeah.
We have Lil Flaps in to talk with us a little bit. The main tank with a big brain from from Valpo. So first off, congratulations on an excellent and convincing win today.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, to start things off, I just want to know, a Reinhardt, right? Like you popped off hard today a lot
Thank
of
you.
times. I mean, so many shatters and the fire strikes as well. Like I made this comment during the cast, but there were just so many brutal fire strikes that came through as well today. But I want to know, a Reinhardt doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? A Reinhardt doesn't just do that all on their own. So how was it that your team enabled you to pop off that hard?
Well, some of the strategy that we have like surrounding this is we knew that coming into this game we would have to fight a really heavy brawl comp. So a lot of the strat goes to me just being able to play as aggressive as possible, along with the team just supplying as much healing. And this all can't be done if we have our DPS like just shooting damage to the other DPS. So I can't get picked. Like I give credit to Mr. Mango. Like during that game, he was giving me a tough time
Yeah.
with Reaper, and without that,
Yeah.
like just it would have been really difficult. Along with our healers who just pump healing into me. And then I have my off tanks who just basically are in there to distract and keep me safe.
Yeah, they all did excellent work today to keep you up. And I want to know what does your team have any plans coming up for this long break that you're probably heading into, right? I imagine you're probably still in classes, but who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we are still in classes. So upcoming next week is we have one more week and then finals. And then I think for these next 2 weeks we're just gonna have a break and everyone just gets a chance to kind of relax, play Overwatch in their own time, get better, and come back better next season. Honestly, just become a really strong team. We might
Love
have
to
winter
hear it.
practices too.
Right.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. And honestly, I do want to give you a lot of credit. I think just the utility that you brought to the team was very much a big reason why you guys moved forward. So, how important do you feel it is for you, like, to trust your team to the point where you weren't really looking back? You were able to go forward and, play that aggression. And sometimes some main tanks are very cautious about it.
Mhm. Well, I mean, it all kind of roots down to just like the trust is a really big thing in a team. I think I trust my life with all these guys on the team. They all play really well. I mean, I just know that I constantly have my healers yelling back and forth when they're reloading, when they can't see me, stuff like that. It just kind of breaks down to communication. I think that's like the biggest thing about playing main tank and having a very like trustworthy team.
That's a really nice idea, and I gotta say, I definitely agree to that sentiment. The team is invaluable. So, give us a little bit of an kind of mindset. You guys are in this map. You're up by 3. Your opponents aren't doing well. How do you make sure that you're not getting overly cocky and making, kind of egotistical mistakes that some people do, where like they'll go on for a flank shatter that realistically shouldn't work, or small things like that?
Well, I mean, the big thing kind of to remember is you're always in the game. They can always flip it around. It's never a guarantee that you're always going to win that game. And to make sure you don't get cocky, you kind of have to like remember the boundaries. I kind of like tell my teammates when they need to come back and when they're too far forward, stuff like that. Like in my mind, the way I think of it is I set a line and you cannot cross that line. Otherwise, you'll probably end up dying and losing the fight, which most of my team now knows where I'll be able to pull them back and make sure that they're okay.
Mm. Honestly, that's a really good sentiment. There's always those invisible lines in Overwatch where some supports are saying, like, hey, this is my LOS. If you go past there, you're dying. That's just your choice. And so I can definitely respect and almost agree. I mean, no, not almost, but absolutely agree to putting that idea onto a main tank. But obviously, that takes comms. And so obviously, that means you're the in-game leader, right?
Yes, in
Yeah.
game leader.
So when being the in-game leader, what do you feel is by far the most important thing that you have to provide for your teammates who not only trust you, because you trust them absolutely, but
Oh
for
yeah.
them to trust you and not question your judgment, like
Um,
maybe going to a different rotation or something like that?
Honestly, I think it just kind of comes down to results. Like sometimes things don't work, you just got to shift it up. But it comes down to in the end, there's a couple people on the team who we all just before games we discuss what we're gonna do, discuss what we're gonna like play, when we're gonna play it, and when playing, we got to understand that there's has to be only one person who's in some sense targeting someone, and usually it's just if somebody all listens to someone, it will work out really well. And I think the biggest thing about trust is just getting the results that come out. And if it's not getting results, they'll eventually start to like break that trust in a way. I think that's how I would make it feel like.
That's a really good insight, honestly. It's not something that I think that a lot of people tend to realize. I think a lot of players sometimes get really opinionated in the fights, go up against that in-game leader, and so sometimes they can say, "No, go this way," and it messes with that structure. So I absolutely respect and give you so much love for your team to be able to trust you and for them not to overstep that boundary. So at least
Yeah.
for me, when it comes down to kind of a last question before I let Juggle God take over, because I've just been, shattering you with as a main tank player.
Yeah.
What is your mindset playing it? Because you primarily played in that Reinhardt, and then obviously your team sometimes played with the Wrecking Ball, with that Orisa. Why not go in with that Diva and like fully in Brawl when that's something that seems to be more beneficial towards you?
Mhm. Well, Well, it kind of comes down to how many hours I have in Reinhardt, unfortunately. But a lot of it goes to like usually we like to have a shield kind of, and I'm able to play most of the shield characters. Even when we have that Orisa, it's nice to have just like this big tank that's able to push forward and progress with the team. And honestly, I think it's what the team is most comfortable around, and they play really well around it as well. Sometimes when I go diva, it works just as fine, but usually it's for different reasons, such as like being able to focus out a damage, a healer, take them out of the fight. But in this sense, it was just we gotta we were sticking with a heavy fast and brawl. So like a lot of times it was Ryan Zarya we were playing those matches, and with that Ryan Zarya it was just make sure that we can go their team together and slaughter them as fast as possible.
Hmm.
Well, excellent information coming out from you there. Loving these answers in this interview, and
Thank you.
wanna continue it as well. One of the things that I love about esports programs is it's not just one game, and I understand there's something very exciting happening for the Rocket League team as well at
Yes.
Valpo.
Yes, they're actually going to go to finals. I'm not really sure when the game is, but they're playing very well, and I'm very excited to see them win this if they can.
That's fantastic. I mean, Valpo has, it seems like, an excellent esports program, and I love seeing it happen. I mean, I'm an old guy. I am 40 years old. I graduated from college in 2004, and at that time, they did not have anything like this. There were no esports. There were no,
Yeah.
rooms for it, much less a program. So love to see all of this coming about because it's such a positive influence, I think, on everybody who participates.
I agree.
Now, before we close things out, I just want to know, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to today? Friends, family, whoever you'd like.
One big one is our esports director, Tristan. He does a really, really great job of just handling everything, making sure everyone's happy, making sure everything works. I'd like to thank our coach, Bryce. He does a really great job of making sure the team's always in high spirits. He has a very good insight into the game and how we can get better. And I'd also like to thank my team. Like that, they're what makes this game great. Honestly, like I feel like I have a home and a family here. They just make everything so much more fun. Like I never feel like I'm being burnt out. And finally, I think I'd like to thank my friends and family who helped push me forward through this and all the people who are willing to help me get better at this game. I really appreciate all of them.
Well, thank you so much for coming in for this interview. Really
Yeah, of course.
enjoyed
Thank you.
talking to you today, and good
Mhm.
luck to you in the future. Good luck to you during the second half of the season next semester as well.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's going to do it for this portion of the broadcast today. Thank you so much for joining us. Want to give a quick shout out to our producers and observers as well. Thank you so much. Couldn't do this without you. If you've enjoyed our casting, be sure to follow myself or User Intel on Twitter. We've got that information right down there below us. So go ahead and click that, follow us to see when we are casting next. Make sure to follow all the NECC Twitter and socials as well. And before we ceremoniously hand off the reins to the next crew, which I believe you are a part of, User Intel, do you have any final words?
I guess really some of my final words would be, I really wish I had like those anime glasses that could shine. So when you said that I'm a part of the next crew, I could shine it, because you're absolutely right. The next match, once again, is going to be a first of 4, best of 7. So I'd recommend you stay tuned, because we'll be right back for the next match.
That we will be. That's going to be Northwood versus Bay State. Two of the top teams in all of collegiate going after each other. It's going to be the Legends division. So congratulations again to Valpo. And that's going to do it for us. GG's, and see you next time.
And welcome here, everyone. Welcome back to our third match of the evening here at the NECC playoffs for Overwatch. Very, very excited to be on desk. Of course, you know who is already here. User Intel coming right back. But of course, my name is Orbital, and I'll be joining in for this Legends match, and rightfully named so, as we will be casting the rematch of Bay State College and Northwood Esports. User Intel, how you feeling?
I've got to say, my anxiety levels are at the max. A match like this is something that I don't think I was waking up prepared for. These are two of some of the top teams within the collegiate scene, and they've had many fights before, but, well, it's a lot scarier this time around.
Yeah, for reference, I mean, even specifically, I call this the revenge matchup for Bay State College, right? That's the best way to talk about it, because quite literally, I've never cast a match like this, which I think is a phenomenal story progression for anyone that watched earlier in the day as well. Bay State College and Northwood University faced off in the NACE Star League Grand Finals, and that was just a couple hours ago, and Northwood were able to take a clean sweep 3-0 over Bay State College. So right now, Bay State College looking for a bit of revenge with a little bit larger safety net as well. This will be a best of 7, first of 4. Instead of a best of 5 or first of 3.
Yeah, this is a lot of liberty to be able to kind of fall back on. Obviously, throughout this entire season, there has just been 3-0s back-to-back, as you can see. But with it being a 4-0, this gives both team a chance to at least fall down 2 without the threat of getting close out to the series, obviously because of the match point system, meaning, well, there is a lot of room. So it's just going to matter to see which team has that adaptability, and I think that could be by far the biggest issue on both sides, especially playing for Overwatch for so long. Some of these players have been playing all day, and on a map like Oasis, if you take your attention off one person for a second, it could mean the fight's over.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that up, because this is a contest of endurance by far, right? To play games of Overwatch, anyone can do that, right? People can play all day. It feels great. It's fun if you're winning. Not so great if you're losing, right? But to play on a competitive level, on a level where you are constantly competing at the highest caliber, trying to, in multiple scenarios, and to do that back to back to back to back to back all the way through is exhausting. So I'm very, very interested to see if that will have any sort of influence here. As we do get into our first map of the day, it will be Oasis. As the standard format goes, we will be having a control map first. So Oasis, take us home as we get to see a nice little prep, as Northwood will be out on the blue side, Bay State on the red.
Overwatch very much is 1/3 mentals, and then the other 2 is just Overwatch. As we already take a look on their compositions, not too surprised to see different variations of the Wrecking Ball composition. Cowman actually preferring a little bit more of the Roadhog compared to Inferno's own D.Va. This is going to be changing the playstyles on both teams dramatically.
Yeah. Already kicking things off. I like to see the easy spread, of course, and Nas on that Echo will be taking a couple shots out and already meeting as we're still waiting for the control point to unlock. So it's really just chasing, trying to build up your ultimate power, and a nice little spread. Nas taking 2 before falling, so that's going to be a quick charge up, hopefully in time for that point.
A lot of this is just the pressure of the Roadhog as well as the quickness of the DPS on Northwood, peeling in to make sure that Bay State don't really have much room to set up, especially with someone as Cave and the Sombra. That's a lot of room to be able to defend yourself.
Yeah, and we can already see the first cap going to Northwood as they are solidifying their startup. It'll be on Bay State College to try and open up right back. That'll be a nice swing. One is down, the tank is down. Can you find more? So far, Dynasty taking it a little bit low, but Seasons is fallen. Now you're looking for 1 or 2. Still can't get on the point, though, so the timer is still racking up. Northwood feeling okay with this first 25%.
They have so much control going into this fight, though it seems finally Northwood are going to be falling in, given to the good pressure coming out from Cave and, well, Inferno just being able to peel in. Northwood very much have to be the engagers 10 out of 10 of these fights, or else it's these types of scenarios where they really don't get too much value off of the poke.
Yeah, and poking is one of the few things, but again, the run is there, and so we do see the ultimate up here for Dynasty. Might be going for that positioning, but Heba is going to look for one as well. A little bit of a silence goes down, and they're going to sweep in. Bay State going to try and look for a couple more, and that's going to be 2 falling to the wayside, making a possible third, but the ultimates from Northwood are up as well. A little bit of spray from the Hamster is going to fire through, but the Roadhog powering through a couple of the shots and pushing him out onto the road, but can't finish out the kills. Again, Forgotten taking 2, and that is Bay State College defending successfully here on the first onslaught attempt.
EMP, one of the biggest ultimates in the game, and that's every reason as to why Kabi is just able to get away with so much by using it, giving them a bit more time. But look at that, the Transcendence, it gets forced out so early.
Yeah, and that is the power that you want. This is going to be the second attempt from Northwood as they try and pressure in. That's going to be the self-destruct coming up for Nas. Will Nas be able to pull it off? That's the only question. They are going to chance it up. There's going to be an aerial battle, though, coming out as Nas takes a couple shots. 1 or 2 can go out, but not much more. The Bay State College are just kind of rounding out. Inferno's taken quite low. Is stunned out and is now going to hop out of that mech. That's going to be one. Can Inferno get it back? Nope, not in time. And Northwood still stalled out here. Need to get on, need to cap. And they have 40% and climbing here.
Look at this. Being able to bring that out, taking abs so early in this fight has been kind of more benefiting, though it seems these teams are fairly even. It's going down to the own individual skill, especially the coordination between Northwood's main tank. This has been one of the biggest parts, as well as setup to where they're being able to immediately take these fights in, though losing Northwood's Wrecking Ball is going to hurt them in the long run, mostly because Bay State has now fully regrouped. They're going to be able to plan their engagement.
Planning has been done. Now tying it up Northwood. They're trying to stall out because Bay State have maybe 1 or 2 more attempts at this site for point number 1. Down goes the Symmetra though. Gonna try and roll out. They're gonna break out into the small corridor. That's gonna be self-destruct going up. Everyone has to dance out. I don't think it's gonna collapse on anyone. So Kalman not able to make too much of that ultimate follow through by Bay State College, though. Everyone is still up and available. A little bit of a silence is available. The EMP possibly dropped, but can't really find a time. It has been dropped, it has been expended, but no one on Northwood side is really that far down. Dynasty, though, only one to fall so far. A nice ultimate from Abs is going to keep everyone topped up on Bay State College's side. Still, though, 99% overtime coming in here. Will they be able to manage? Bay State College have got to push any part of Northwood off the point, and so far it doesn't look like it. Abs taking very low. Abs is down. Dynasty is able to take 1, but a quick follow through means Nas is going to find another. Multiple members of Bay State are falling by the wayside. Healers are down. Tanks and DPS are still alive. Execution not coming through, but Forgotten and Kaba going to try and stay on, but phenomenal staying power of Bay State College. The entire fight has been going on, and yet no one has stopped off the point. That is one of the most amazing parts of Oasis. Everyone keeps battling towards the end. Seasons and Nas able to take 1 apiece, but they're still managing inside. There's the overtime timer, and Northwood will go ahead and finally take round number 1.
That was incredibly close, kind of going down to the wire of just not only the ult economy that they were able to rotate, but rather the focus fire. And I think Northwood benefited a lot more with the composition that they were working with more than anything. Leap has the rally. They were able to sustain for a very long time, and honestly, it's just a lot of love. I do feel Bay State came very close, but I mean, K was on to the Sombra, meaning they need a little bit more time to set up, get that EMP and hacks, and well, because they're not being able to follow up on it, it very much erases that value. Now going on to a map that is very close quartered like this, with not too much natural cover besides from that kind of main high ground. Let's see how that turns out.
Look at this next round here. We are getting underway fairly quickly. And remember, it was Northwood that capped first. That is something that we really want to keep track of, but Forgotten going ahead, taking a couple shots. Cave, right in the center, is immediately taking a lap, who says, hello, us supports can do damage too, and that's the clearance that you want. Bay State College are all but Forgotten as Forgotten runs away. Northwood have cleared it just right for the first cap once again.
What an amazing engagement that they all took, knowing that they're going to be able to win out of just this pure fight, especially having the Echo, who Stickies can just kill a grouped up team. There is a lot of benefits that they're getting from these pushes. Bay State needs to just be a little bit more careful and a lot more cautious.
Definitely gonna try here. As we do get to see that ultimate on Forgotten. Maybe going to use that to take out maybe one or two of the tanks, or at least try and chip away at some damage. But they have to regroup first. Bay State College coming out here and getting laid into here. They're trying to get on top of the point, but still counting away. Faded, taken very, very low. That's Wrecking Ball almost taken out, gets healed up, but Forgotten is down. That's the ultimate that you most likely need. Cave is taken low as well on the Samba, but able to take out Dynasty on this wayside. Cowman is able to take one as well. And that is going to be an exchange of blows benefiting Northwood as they are now going to rise up to 50%. That's going to be a straight set of kills, though. Landon able to find one. Seasons gets two. And that's what you want. The sweep of kills. Bay State College are forced to recall and try and regroup up.
I mean, Landon just needs to stop aiming for the face. That's what Cabe's beautiful part is about them. And, well, Northwood are absolutely being able to shut down Cabe phenomenally, because that Sombra needs a moment to hack and build up this ult charge. We're 70% into the fight, and Cabe is now coming up on it, meaning Northwood have doing an amazing job of shutting down these fights very early while denying that Sombra the pressure that they're optimizing. Though, this is a big early pick that EMP still misses, though.
See EMP down, like you said, and maybe they can get more, though. Forgotten taking out a few members. That's going to be a self-destruct up and above. Doesn't really catch anyone's HP. Yes, it does, I think. That's the mirrored Diva pick, and that's the one you want. 91% and not caught a moment too soon, but it is contested. Can they knock it out? Yes, they can. A 94% Bay State have barely gotten a cap. Now the question is, how long can they hold it? Dynasty immediately fires back on that Cassidy, holding off Forgotten. Season's going to fall down. Infernal making sure of that one. Forgotten falls once again. Abzo keeping up a healthy level as we do watch him drop down into the second level. This is going to be the ground floor fight as Abs goes ahead, takes out Dynasty, and that's a lot of red, taking out a lot of blue on that kill feed. Bay State College defend against Northwood's engage.
That was incredibly close, all saved on the fact that Abs had the Transcendence perfectly peeled in and kept them alive while Cabe's able to go on the offensive, get up that EMP charge. Northwood just got a little bit ahead of themselves, and it seems Forgotten basically does the same, getting immediately taken out. This is now going to give Northwood a lot of room to push in.
Yeah, they're going to try, but Cave once again says, no, you don't get a healer. Cowman says, hey, I took out a tank, guys. Follow me. Faded is going to take a little bit to recall in, but that might be enough time. 53, 54% for Bay State College. Again, they need to hold on the entire time. If they lose even a single moment, they will lose this round, but that's a huge kill. That takes out Infernal. Again, Northwood, this Diva on Diva action is getting a little bit out of hand. Northwood getting a couple kills. It is contested right there in the mid, but that's a fall off the side. Oh, that's going to be Nev. Not alive any longer. Nas and Seasons. Cowman leading that feed, and Nas wants one more to get inside. A solo capture is not going to be contested by 1, 3, or 4 on the site, and that should be it. Contested by 2. Oh, Bay State College so close to losing here. Capture up to about 95. They need just a little bit more time. They have to push everyone out, but that's going to be Forgotten doing their best. Dynasty and Nas, though, still getting the kills where you want. And a nice rapture coming out. Landon going to keep everyone touched up and healthy. And again, down to 99. It is contested by 1, but it's overtime, baby. Once again, Bay State College keeping one inside, but this time it is the force out. No! It is not a long overtime, as that will be Northwood University taking map number 1.
What a way for map 1 to end! They had the opportunity to touch, but there was just so much pressure and the echo being there that just stopped Bay State from having any confidence to try and touch that point. Unfortunately, they are not going to take this point, meaning that they basically are going to be onto the back foot, but still an impressive showing nonetheless. Starting out, I think this is going to be a series nonetheless, even if Oasis seemed to be a little more one-sided. That's just a little bit of control.
Yeah. And that is something that I personally like. I'm personally a huge fan of just Slayer modes, right? I love the execution modes where it's just like fight or flight, go for it, you know, and everything. But the objectives bring with it such a consistent level of macro play, and we saw it every so often there. And I have to give props to both teams. Something that I did see is their defenses at points looked very, very clean. North was just a hair better and a hair faster on the execution.
I also think that their reflexes are very honed against any kind of Sombra composition. A lot of those times when we saw Cabe trying to engage in, immediately we saw the team, the Diva, DMing from against the shots, they're putting pressures, denying out these hacks, and you're not really getting that much room, especially in that composition where you're setting up to put pressure onto the Zenyatta and the rest of your team slowly dive in to follow up. If you're not getting room for that, then you're really no point staying onto that composition. And I think that was one of the smaller parts that was hurting them. Though I think Cabe is a very talented player, it was still hurting them very much in the long run.
Yeah, and another thing to kind of point out, something that is in the current meta of Overwatch, not something you see all the time. I believe both of the DPS, Infernal and not Infernal. Wow, my brain does not want to work. Cabe and Forgotten, the two DPS for the team, didn't swap off of their main carries the entire time. It was that Sombra and the man, my brain does not want to work right now at all. But never swapped out the characters, and Forgotten. One, there were a few points where I did see Forgotten getting caught out, kind of trying to slink to the back on their own, and those are some of the deaths that you can't allow to happen in some of these big time matches.
I definitely agree. Now, when it goes on to our next map, out of everything you just had that choose Blizzard World, that could be a scary map, honestly. I think Blizzard World is just one of those maps to where the Wrecking Ball strategy still very much is highly controlled, and that Sombra may have a lot more issues. Though, the bright side of it, it gives you a lot more room to take those hacks, take those engagements, and, well, set yourself up for any type of dive. I gotta say, out of everything of Hybrid, I think this is going to work out a little bit better. And well, it just gets me excited to see what they're gonna do going into the map.
Yeah, this is one that they also did not play in their previous match, if I'm not mistaken. The hybrid map that they played back then was King's Row, so obviously saying no, we got to swap it up, can't let it go back there. We're gonna chance another map, but I love it. The diversity coming out, and like you said, this is a style so far that we know that Northwood and Basic College are comfortable on. But what we saw from that control point gives me a little bit of hope for Northwood in their initial pushes. I mean, in these hybrid maps, yes, the control point is most important, but for a payload, I mean, what are you looking at to come out here? We know the compositions they'll go for a control, but for a payload, how drastic of a composition shift are we going to be seeing?
Honestly, I would say we should be expecting no true differences. If they're running out with the same things that we saw on Busan, which is what's been favored in this type of environment, then not much of a change. The Wrecking Ball and Diva is a standard when working as that tank line. Though the DPSs have a lot more room to be flexible, I wouldn't be expecting too much out of a Sombra, but that support line needs to be staying on to the Brig and Zenyatta. It is so good at elevating both damage and healing, being able to peel away from any Wrecking Ball's dives and kind of engagements. I think the biggest part is going to be coming out of the DPSs and their own follow-up. Obviously, we can't see that Echo return. I think Echo is one of the bigger characters right now, but Cassidy is kind of an underrated person within these compositions that we haven't seen so far. But coming out, having those flashbangs and the ability to consistently have fire, which is similar to a soldier but a bit more utility, can be absolutely game changing.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to hunt some of those members, causing a little bit of chaos, on that payload. Why am I not pushing? Well, you didn't check all your corners, unfortunately, but I love the fact that you did bring up the Cassidy and bringing up a little bit longer range, specifically because this is also one of those maps that if you're on the defensive, sometimes we get to see the Widowmaker come out. It's not as often anymore, right? But this map does allow for those longer range styles if you do want to try and go for those long range picks. What would you like to see Base 8 College work with, though? I know we were talking about the Sombra and the Tracer, but if you had to watch either Forgotten or Cabe swap to a different DPS, what would you like to see them on?
I want to see Cabe more on a defensive hero to peel in and be able to switch styles on the greatest. Back to the Cassidy, as I pointed before. I think Cassidy by far is one of the better characters for that idea because Cabe has really good aim. We've seen it continuously, especially some star moments. But the big problem comes is that Cabe's not going to be able to run out with it. I still think that Tracer works very fine as a co-teammate, as you're going to be able to dive in with the tank line, but more than anything, you need to be able to protect. You're going to be leaving them open and fresh out for your opponents to just devour on. That's going to be the big issue, and I think that's what we're going to be looking more to. So at least for me, of what you said, Tracer Cassidy, I think that's what's going to be working fine. Though you can be a little bit rude, a Torbjorn, maybe the Echo works, as they have varying degrees, but it's going to be going down to the fundamental styles of what you're looking out on. But honestly, not really too surprised. Gonna be looking more at Northwood, solely just because they're on the defense, and I don't know how much Bay State really want to be messing with our minds. I still feel that Sigma Hog having enough angles to take can work to varying, if not better, degrees, and I think can win, 3 out of 2 fights more often than not, though that's not how statistics work. Northwood are looking a lot more comfortable running onto the Wrecking Ball Sigma with the Widowmaker. Now, you talked a little bit on this, and the reason why we don't see it is just because Widow doesn't have too much of survivability. Does have good escape and damage, but the Ashe betters that in many factors. It's going to be quite interesting because Bay State, they want to run out on double shield. They are staying as a unit. It's going to be good, but we need to see how Dynasty plays against it.
Well, we were talking about Dynasty running it, and then Cave also decided to run the Widowmaker, and Dynasty said, nuh-uh, there's only one Widowmaker. Yeah, and Cave immediately swaps to the Tracer. All right, the attempt was made. I agree with it. I like it. We do see the Ashe coming out here, but a great stalwart defense coming out from Northwood right off the gate, and Dynasty takes out Neb. Healer is down.
For a team with 3 shields, I am more surprised to see them get shot out by the Widowmaker nonetheless. Northwood gets so much room to be the engagers, while Bay State are basically playing this game as reactionary people. Their entire point is to shut down the Wrecking Ball when they dive in, but Northwood are doing an amazing job of making sure that they go in as a unit, whether that's Cowman throwing in the projectile shield, giving a bit more room, London giving the heal orb so they have a bit more defense, or just Dynasty getting these amazing headshots. It's been oppressing Bay State's movement.
Oh, man. And the roughest part right now, we are about, I want to say, a minute and a half into this first round. And Bay State have pretty much not left their spawn. Northwood's aggression is so ridiculous, but that's the kill that you might need. Cave is able to get one. Nos is able to return fire on a little bit of Av's utility, though. Season's going to fall, so is Nos, and this might be the break that they need. Bay State College have found 3 picks. Can they pressure out? Can they do more? Still 2 down. Northwood have got to rally back. Bay State College are finally making the way onto the point, and a huge set of frags comes out. That is a monstrous 3 kills, and Northwood University are going to have to concede at least a quarter or 2 or a third or 2 of this A point.
Honestly, I think this is not even favorable. As much as you want to stall that time bank out, you really only have the 2 people to help you, and that was the Echo and the Widowmaker. The moment that Dynasty dies and you give them those side angles, they're going to be having a lot of room to push in, as they are now. Luckily, with these defensive ults, they're at least being able to switch things up.
Oh, and that's again the Sigma! These mirror kills are so much fun to watch. Forgotten follows through on Seasons, and that's the ones that you want to see. A nice pick out of the air as Nos quickly has to get out of that duplicate, is now knocked out of the sky, and my gosh, Bay State College, as soon as they break into that point, as soon as they push a payload, looks so much better here. They have wasted a lot of time on that initial point, so they need to push fast. 51 meters and counting.
Northwood really don't want to take this upfront fight. Their entire competition works really good when you are split and bringing off the attention in moments like those where they're stuck inside of a small room. Cowman's shield is only going to last for so long. Now they have a little bit of resources, and Forgotten even wants to go on the Widowmaker to try to fight out Dynasty.
Oh, Forgotten, though, still getting some answers here. Cave tried it once and said, go ahead and take it. But that's going to be Nos taking out a bit of utility and then taking out that tank. Infernal is getting kind of low, is taking out Nos with these huge kills, is making it work. Again, the first stop for Northwood here on this payload should be an exceptional one. That's going to be the revive. Lep keeping up Dynasty, and they're going to try once again. They're even going to try and push it back, possibly, as Bay State College are forced all the way back to the beginning and will not get to this payload anytime soon.
They still really want to take it, even switching up their style to mirror very closely. This is maybe a big benefactor, especially finding out that Mercy.
And they're going to knock a little bit more. This is going to be a spray in the back. Dynasty is able to take out Neb in the back. This is Bay State College still kind of questioning. Landon is taken quite low, but a nice heal. Ultimate is used to give it a little bit of an overshield. That's going to maintain some advantage. Once again, the first stop occurred at 92 meters, and Bay State College have yet to push any further forward. 2.5 minutes left to push, plenty of time to work with.
He did an amazing job by getting that Transcendence out. Now Bay State completely split, needs room to move in, though this is not in their favor.
No, it's not. NOS and Dynasty are doing a fantastic job, but a nice spray down means Bay State are down 4. Inferno Forgotten are the last ones alive. Inferno falls just like that. 5-player kill streak for Cowman. That is the tank coming out here and putting on a grand show.
It seemed to be a bit of a miscommunication. The Abs was on that Baptiste for an aggressive amount of time, and Landon being onto it gave them a lot more room to just have damage, rotation. The Baptiste really ain't healing anyone, which was a big problem. Inferno, at least having the Gravitic Flux, is going to be giving them a lot of room, especially that pick onto the Echo.
Yeah, that's the snipe that you want. Again, NOS was one of the primary members who was able to stall out that initial push. Now we're taking a look at a little bit more. Cowman is soon to fall afterwards. Neb taking that kill, follow through with another. Dynasty gonna lose their life, and Bay State College may have found the opening. Remember, they did this last time. They're pushing ever so slowly now. 1 on the contention. Now it's on 2, and they are going to force their way forward. They want that first checkpoint as much as possible with a minute left. It is getting closer and closer as Northwood University might have to concede and regroup.
I mean, they still really want to fight it. The respawn advantage is no longer in their favor. The Mines even splits them off. This is a fight that I really don't think they should continue taking.
Looks like they have heard you, Intel. They said, okay, we'll let it go for a little bit longer, and the shield is up, as that is going to be a spray and fight. Cave taking a duel 1-on-2. Not the one that you want to see, but before they can get there, Northwood University, you said you don't want them taking it. Well, they said, well, maybe we'll try it one more time, and they have. They contested 30 seconds left before this first checkpoint, and Bay State College are stuck. Look at those ultimates going down. That's Neb and Inferno. Remember, those are 2 down. Faded falls as well. Those are the tank. That's all you need. K falls next, and that is a wash for Northwood University. They stall out right before the first checkpoint, and they continue their onslaught. Bay State College are sent packing.
I gotta admit, Northwood's own tank line have been doing a phenomenal job when it comes to both defending and engaging. Unfortunately, we know we do see a small contest. Will they be actually able to bring it back is the question.
Oh, that minefield is out, though. Is going to be pushed out finally. No, Neb is actually the one, I think, stalling it out, and they get it. That's going to be the stop, and it is going to be overtime. Zoning out Northwood University, going ahead and taking round 1. 108 meters is going to be the target.
I feel like Bay State weren't getting as much utility with that Widowmaker as they thought they would. The big point of it was to get those angles and sightlines. Unfortunately, it seemed Forgotten spent most of their time dueling the Tracer, who was always tickling them, while Cave was trying to dive a backline with no real follow-up. Faded and Inferno were never truly in sync when it came to those coordinations, meaning that Northwood were having a lot more room to go in and have counter dives, especially Cowman, who has been doing an amazing job not only defending their own support line, but making sure to rock any sort of dive. It's absolutely crushing out Bay State. Now, this payload is in a very crucial moment, I think we can both agree on, to where Bay State, they at least can feel confident knowing that they have the respawn advantage on second point. But I think you really want to start pushing this in your own favor by full holding and absolutely crushing your opponent's mentals. Still, though, Northwood have been looking absolutely phenomenal on this competition. They know what they want to run out on, and, well, they're not scared to do so. Well, Bay State hesitate or at least question when they want to go in.
Yeah, well, my eyes are drawn right now to Dynasty, who decided that Hanzo is the way to go. I love it so much. We're going to see if the Hanzo is going to do a little bit of work again. Remember, NOS and Dynasty have been putting up phenomenal numbers here, very, very consistent. And it's actually a little bit of a concede. Bay State College are not aggressing here in the opening stages, not trying to pinch them out. Instead, going to defend directly on the point, a little bit different than how Northwood were defending, and that's going to be a couple shots moving forward. So we are going to see the first contestant. NOS with the headshot. Boom goes the dynamite. Forgotten sent packing. Now they go ahead a little bit further along, and again, the Wrecking Ball is going to set it through. Season, getting a little wraparound, is able to knock everyone outside of the point. Now they're going to scatter the wind as Landon is able to find Cave, and that's what you don't want to see as Landon takes 2. Dynasty takes 1. Kalman falls through, and Nos finishes it off. 4 are dead so quickly, and that is probably going to be the cap. Actually, everyone left it. Everyone, okay, so 1 member's still there. That would be the Sigma. I thought everyone just didn't even care about it, but that is such a fast grab. Northwood University with a phenomenal opening.
Honestly, that's what you're going to be looking for. At least Cave's able to get the revenge, but this isn't something like King's Row where you need to do this. This is just more of them wanting to get a bit more ult charge for the fight. The double shield is having a lot of troubles, but this is where Neb needs to be doing a lot more for the team, at least when it comes to sustainability. On the bright side, they at least end a fight before it manages to start, especially Cave, who's being able to build up this pulse bomb, which can force out Landon's own Transcendence. More than anything, I need to be seeing more out of the tank line when it comes to defending, as well as Forgotten paying a bit more attention to their positioning.
And the more painful thing to note as well, Northwood University has so much time to work with, but Infernal says, no, you don't, not anymore. Dynasty is able to take 1, Seasons follows through with a huge one, and Dynasty and Kalman go ahead and double up with 2. 4 are gone for Bay State College as Cabe and Neb are going to be forced to regroup.
I can understand the idea of going in for that spawn camp and sitting onto that high ground, but I think that's a bigger problem than you're really giving credit to because of the Wrecking Ball able to just freely move around. You're killing those squishies, but you're not killing the person who's been the absolute annoyance throughout the entire game. Now you're stuck at a very long sight angle, and your enemies have so much room.
Oh, that is everyone going forward, but Kalman got a great ulti off and slams everyone into the ground. Dynasty is able to follow up, but look at the retaliation. Bay State College said, we're not done yet. The DPS came and Forgotten. Go ahead and take out the DPS of Northwood. With the DPS down, this is going to be Northwood trying to scramble for a little bit of time. We see the Genji and Widowmaker still coming out. Lep, though, and Landon are keeping everyone alive. Kalman finally falls, but Season is still there. The aggression, the capability to adapt on the fly is allowing Northwood to maintain this extended fight. Cave, though, takes out Lep. Landon is ready to go. Cave is going to follow through with 2 more, though, as the fight finally concludes. Bay State College are going to force Northwood back for the first time. This is just a round, but in that entire chaos, the payload has continued moving. Only 8 meters left between Northwood and a win.
Look at this. The respawns absolutely helped, as Northwood, though they have a really good composition that is very great at executing dives and cleaning up the fight very quickly, Bay State's own ideals go up against it quite good. And look at that, Abs even to find out the Wrecking Ball forcing the stagger. More than anything, you really just want to lower down these time pangs with the early staggers. Not allowing Cave to get hit by Landon is one of the bigger parts of it.
Forgotten's just taking a few pot shots, but Nas says, nah, you can't do that to my teammate. They're going to go ahead and keep possibly pushing. That's going to be 2 on the payload, and a couple kills. Forgotten is down. Infernal with that ultimate is going to try their best, but Faded is down. Infernal's taking quite low. Abs is out. Infernal's down. It's only the DPS, and I think Northwood have done it last few meters, and that will be the round. Northwood take it with over 2 minutes left. 2-0 so far in this first of 4.
I gotta say, Northwood are walking in as if they haven't played Overwatch at all, and they're moving back into some momentum. I think we can actually see a bit more of Bay State's own wear and tear. A lot of these fights that they're taking does not feel like they really want to commit to it, nor do they really want to invest a lot comparatively to, you know, their opponents, and I think that's being a big problem. Double shield is such a good counter to the ideals, but they're not being able to defend themselves, and well, they're more pushing back, and that's giving their opponents now a really good start, already 2-0. I think Bay State needs to make some big mental and kind of physical changes if they want to start bringing it back.
It's a very, very painful time to kind of take a look at things, but again, plenty of leeway to work with here. Remember, in a best of 5, this would be match point coming up here, but it is not. It is a first of 4 or a best of 7, so it will be Bay State College having 1 more leeway round if they do have to fall before they start regrouping up. So we'll have to see if they can do that. We'll go to a very short break. Make sure the teams are set as we get ready for our 3rd map. Please don't go anywhere. right, and welcome back. We are here ready to go for the third map. And so far, Northwood University are looking as dominant as ever. Have to give them congrats for that. Bay State College still have a little bit of time to catch up if they can.
Yeah, honestly, in a game of endurance, they have endured a lot, so I really don't think a team like them are going to just give up as easily as some people are wanting to hope. There's always those naysayers, especially on a map like Temple of Anubis, a 50-50 chance, those are odds that you really want to take in a 2-0 series, and, well, you're not in the lead. Especially when, well, you've been showing to run out on that double shield. I think on both maps, that is a very good composition to run, especially against the Wrecking Ball strategy. This could kind of be a benefit.
Yeah, and it also forces a little bit of swap up. I want to say of the utility in the backline in the DPS specifically. I love, like you mentioned, the double shielding, especially if you're on the defensive. There are so many angles that you can block off. Are there any specific DPS that you would like to see come out here? Because the angles, as we know for sure, a little bit different to work around, right? A little bit more collision course options. I have seen so many fun Hanzo plays here, but I mean, what DPS are we going to see, and what utility do you think is going to be run as well?
Well, I think it very much changes on which team is going out. On someone like Bay State, I want to see characters that constrict movement and deny what has been working so well for their opponents. Obviously, that Wrecking Ball, Echo, Tracer, small things. Like the Cassidy was working phenomenally at times, though it wasn't stayed on for too long. I think one of the bigger points may be onto that Junkrat and Torbjorn. I think Torbjorn as a character on Temple of Anubis is underrated, especially with the ultimate molten core, but that turret is something that they have to put attention on and focus, which wastes down a tiny bit of resources. And in the teams that are debatably as even as this, one small difference can make that pick, especially having a Cassidy or maybe a Junkrat, which is slowing down the movement of everyone else trying to go up. A trap can stop a Wrecking Ball from slamming down and getting off that damage. Do you know how crucial that can be? Well, on the other side, obviously, I think Hanzo, those snipers, they work phenomenally, especially going up against the shield. I think Northwood really aren't caring too much against Bay State's own shields regardless. As well as Northwood are defending, so they're at least going to have room to see what they want to run. Bay State looking like a bit more onto that double shield. Not something that I think is too traditional when it comes to the attack. It's a very slow-moving composition. I'm not too surprised to see Northwood run out on the Wrecking Ball Monkey. It's very fast. It's very good in engagement, especially with the Ana Anti. I'm more surprised to be seeing the Doomfist out of anything. Doomfist as a character is so easy to punish at this level, but it's so good if you know what you're doing. I think it's going to be a little bit more on to Bay State if they're going to shut it down. They have Faded and Infernal, two very good counters, and it almost feels like they're meant to be playing a defending composition. It's worrying, but we'll have to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, maybe that's just the comfort that they're bringing out here. But of course, it seems Northwood are also willing to give a little bit more here, allowing the initial points of contact to actually go unchecked, which is very, very surprising. But 3 sniper shots go out. Forgotten taking a chunk out of Winston's back. And immediately up top, the Lucio boops him right back down. And Lep goes, hiya. Yeah, you can't come this way.
Oh my goodness, if there's any sort of a difference, I think it's just that one high ground difference. Being able to control that and stop Forgotten, even force some switches is good, but you've made a mistake. K was onto the Tracer, a massive change that they are being able to use for early pickoffs.
Oh, and it's only going to continue. This duel is going to go Cave's way, of course, at the end, and Faded is able to take out Kamen and Destiny. So that is, or Dynasty, very, very sorry. Northwood is going to lose 3. We're going to see, it looks like that first objective is going to go very quickly in Bay State College's way, which is very, very surprising here. But again, most importantly, here comes site number 2. Will Bay State College take it with 5 minutes left?
I think Northwood definitely got a bit overcautious. They went for 1v1s. We even saw Leap going up against Cave and somewhat choked it out. Luckily, though, they want to make a difference going early in this engagement with the Nano Monkey.
Ooh. Yeah, and a couple quick smacks. Infernal and Abs are able to take one apiece. Forgotten takes one as well. Kalman is going to follow up with a huge ultimate onto Neb. Cave, though, takes out Lep, and it's still an even fight over against Northwood. So Bay State College have 4 or 5 on the site. Northwood have got to figure out a way to get on this point quickly, or else they're going to have a tough time on their aggress. Contestation has been made 2-1s now. It's still in favor of Basic College as they take out 2 more seasons coming out, taking out Infernal. Landon's going to help out with a little bit of utility burst, but it's still going to be such a bloody mess. Northwood University trying their best here, but quickly rallied out as Neb and Faded do their best. Season sprang away with that wrecking ball, and they are able to contain a hard-fought battle with the minefield as well. It's going to give NECC and Dynasty the opportunity to respawn and frag out.
Absolutely a definition of frag, as they're able to have the response a bit more in their favor, give some more room. Baystate really needs to just end that fight the moment that it starts. They get the tick. That's the best thing that you got out of it, so at least you can't be too upset. But you have given Nas that copy. They have the sound barrier. This is more of a dry fight that you need to commit to unless you can just deny their own utility.
Yeah, not just that, Bay State College have 4 minutes to work with. There's plenty of time to mount an attack. They should not get too aggressive as Dynasty goes ahead and takes out one of the DPS, but follow through with 3. Bay State College say thank you very much. That is actually only going to be 2 because I did not see that was actually a revival. That is my bad. Neb, though, taken out by Landon, and that will be a follow-through. Landon taking low himself, and a follow-through as Cave on the Hanzo says, hello, this is my hero. We're going to follow through with a few more as the rest of Northwood actually pour out of the defensive position and are going to fight tooth and nail to take out 5 of Bay State College.
I mean, Northwood, they are the engagers with this composition and the way the matchup goes. There's really nothing Bay State can do besides just shut them down at every opportune moment, but they're not really getting that room. Moreover, Northwood are investing and trading their own abilities. Like, look at this copy. This is incredibly early.
Yeah, they're going to send it and try their best, and so far NECC really hasn't found too much as Cave is going to take out 1. That is the main tank again, but they're fighting out on point 1 actually. They're not fighting inside of point 2, so that's actually a more difficult thing to kind of grasp here. Bay State College, even though they have gotten 1 or 2 frags, cannot push any further than midway. Northwood University are taking the fight forward, and I have to give them huge props to that as Faded Falls. Infernal is going to go very, very low. A nice revival takes in 1. Nevin's able to take out Land, and it looks like they might have found it. That's 3. That's what you want to see. Infernal is going to survive. That'll be a 4 wipe. Northwood University has to run for the hills as Dynasty is about slow to follow. There it is. Season's running as well. Landon and Lep have revived. Can they stall? Can they hold the members off? Everyone is charging in. Nice little slam down, and that's going to be the ultimate. Infernal wants to throw it down. Might be able to, but Landon and NECC are going to fire right back, taking out some of the utility. A couple quick arrows to the back means that they cleared it out, and just like that, Bay State College are forced right out of the point.
I feel so bad. Bay State 100% won that fight. The problem is they fell for Northwood's own trap, which was the respawn advantage that benefited them. Yes, Cave is absolutely amazing, and Neb was able to save that fight by going onto the attack as a mercy. But Northwood's own respawns, they died quickly. They were able to come back and basically break the Bongo and work as a unit. Bay State's now angry. They need to be playing faster, and they are just playing more angry.
Well, specifically Infernal's playing a little bit more angry. This Sigma going on a rampage here. 450 HP is going to start running through some of these players. Forgotten follows up with a little bit of backup, and that's going to be NECC taken out. Remember, NECC has been pivotal in taking out these members. Dynasty now on the Cassidy going to give it his best shot, but Seasons and Cowman, where are they? Where are they going to defend here? Here's going to be the respawn advantage potentially, but they're on the point. This is 3 on point, no contention. Now it's going to be 1, and who's hiding in the background? That is not going to be who you care about. Lep is going to fall, but Dynasty and NECC taken 1 and 2 apiece. Faded and Neb, though, are going to take a couple kills, and that might be enough. No, Bay State College lose more on the back end. Hellman is able to defend. Northwood University with the respawn advantage once again are going to hold out, but the second take has been done. That is a 5-kill streak, 3rd away from victory. Bay State College just need 1 more hard push.
I really think this is absolutely massive. Yes, wanting to get all 3 points is what you're looking for, but Bay State are struggling, meaning to get as many ticks as possible is what they're looking out for. Though, Cave, and Forgotten, they have the DPS combo. Northwood have continuously been early engagers, and it seems that they're not being able to kind of shut it down nor adapt. An amazing pressure coming out of one side, but more Northwood just knowing their condition.
Oh, huge snipe. Once again, and look at this angle. Nas was able to take one, but the Death Blossom, I think, took out one. Cave able to find a little bit of versatility, but looking on the back line, keep in mind where Dynasty is. That's going to be a little bit of a jump up. Can't make it, so isn't able to get the high ground, and that might actually be their downfall. Dynasty is going to fall. Infernal was able to find that one, and they're fighting last few seconds here. They have to get on the point, and they do. One contesting. Who else is there? Overtime is being called, and I think that's going to be it. No, they hop right back on. Bay State College fighting for their lives here, and the swap hasn't done. They've concluded. They've taken out multiples. Dynasty and Nas are both taken out, so it's all on Common and Seasons. They have to stall. They've done it once. They've done it twice. Can they do it a third and fourth time? Yes, they can. They are still on point. It is still overtime calling, but Lep immediately falls off of respawn. Look at that ultimate clearing the entire site. Down they go. And they are staying on. The wall goes up as we do see a May coming out on the defensive. But look at Seasons. He's going to go up, try and slam down. And they found the kills. That's going to be a 2 for 2. But look at the Wash. 3 are down. They are trying to force in Northwood, clawing away at victory. But it's not to be. Bay State College in overtime are going to go ahead and take round number 1.
And that's one of the moments where we're seeing the jolt of energy come back alive into Bay State. They've been playing all day, and I think they are finally warmed up. Just kind of bringing in that momentum. What a phenomenal regroup and pressure. I think the Roadhog very much was one of those bigger picks in smaller spots, as they really didn't want to peek out and get caught off, meaning they only had one person at a time onto the point. And even then, we saw, like, for example, the Gravitic Flux, they played at such a distance, not wanting to get it canceled. They practically gave Bay State more than enough room to win that point. Even when Cave, someone who's in a relationship, only getting a single kill, is out of the fight very early, not getting too much room for Guy, even falling down. Just the fact that they gave Bay State enough room to play with absolutely worked. And even in a composition that worked very great in these early fights, it seems, well, it was more of just a big weakness on their side. Now Northwood, they're going to be on the attacking. They just need to cap both points with a tiny bit, guaranteed a chance at winning rather than just a full draw. Even then, it's more curious to see. You know, the Wrecking Ball Reinhardt, I don't know how well, I think this will work very well. Only in the fact that Wrecking Ball is going to be able to do most of the job and make the space for the snipers, while the tank is just there to protect out Landon. There's nothing more of it. It's just if Bay State can play around it.
We're going to have to watch this over the top. The Tracer comes down, is going to start peppering the back lines, but Northwood have already entered into attacking territory. Faded is going to take out Dynasty. Seems Bay State College have gone ahead and found the first frags. Forgotten and Faded both. Cabe is able to follow up as well, so Northwood first attempt maybe a bit half-hearted, are not going to be able to make it onto point.
It's really hard for them to break through because their composition does not make any sense. It doesn't really have any flow. These heroes don't necessarily complement each other. I mean, look, we already see the Wrecking Ball in the backline. Reinhardt can push in, but what are you really doing besides from wasting down the timing? They're not even getting too much ult charge out of this push.
Yeah, they're just kind of stalling out here, and keep in mind, I believe Bay State College only took about a minute and a half to get onto that A point and take it in their round win. It was actually the 5 minutes that took a lot longer, but that's going to be Forgotten. Finding out Nos on the top side. Kalman is able to take a little bit of abuse from Abs, but finally falls to Infernal. That'll be the spray out. Cabe going to get healed up as he did take a lot of pain. Seasons, once again, still hiding and rolling around. Not much else is being done as Cabe goes ahead and flushes out the rest of Northwood University's members away from that junction.
It seems Northwood is trying to waste down their resources, but they're forgetting they're facing a team of their equal. Though they are able to find out Faded eventually, meaning that it's going to take them longer to come back in, and Cave doesn't have too much help. It's still not something that they can rely on for the long term.
Yeah, and with the ultimates now charged, Bay State College are going to go ahead and nap up a few. Infernal and Cave open things up with 2. Who else are they going to find? Nos is going to be taken quite low, but immediately reverts back, trying to dance out the damage. Seasons is going to wait till Kalman comes back up, but Dynasty with that ultimate, might be able to make something happen. 2 minutes left on the clock. This is a very difficult first point to get. Northwood stalled out here on map 3.
They are having a lot of issues, though they are seeming to want to make a couple switches. Obviously, Nas over to the Tracer. I think Inferno showing you how well that's going out. They really don't have too many ultimates, but the...
Oh, huge spray down Landon is going to find one. That might be the opening that they need. They're going to try, but off on the angle, they weren't really watching. Yes, they were. That's going to be Seasons taking Neb's life, and they follow through with a few more. It's only a stagger of 1, not much more. So Northwood have got to push onto the point. 1 minute 15 left. Snipe up in the air. Dynasty not able to find it, but they have gotten kills. Forgotten and Inferno are down, and that's the site open. They're going to go up. They're going to get at least point number 1. And they get a second tag. Look at Dynasty going on the full offensive, trying to spray down that Soldier 676, not being able to find too much. Yes, you do. That's going to be 2 picks coming out. Landon and Dynasty now dead, but that is point cap. And not a moment too soon. I think Nas unfortunately bolted off a wall, and that will be Bay State College falling back to B.
Yeah, the moment that I stopped talking was the moment that the fight truly took a bad turn, as Cabe's own Death Blossom was used. Very eager, falls out. They're not able to get too much out of it. And well, Northwood had the rally, they had to sustain and the shatter, meaning that they were going to be able to long-term push it. Now, Bay State, they at least are able to start collapsing on top of Northwood, as they were already down a couple and now making a few different switches. It seems more Northwood going on the Mystery Heroes play, while Bay State, they are doing similarly what Northwood did. They are trying to hold as close as possible so they can have another fight in the back line.
It's been the name of the game, and honestly, Bay State College are actually coming out with some massive wins here. Multiple times we've seen Nas and Dynasty taken out, maybe pushed up too far. Cabe on the Widowmaker starting to find some ground, but Calman on this Reinhardt, we were wondering how well the Reinhardt will work out. Yes, it's doing okay, and he actually enters in. That's very surprising, as Faded goes, hey, get out of our system. The shield goes up, and the Roadhog gets nothing. Now they're going to play away at the shield. He's just stuck in the pit. I'm not sure what he was doing there. That is going to be a death. Was able to charge up, so that is going to be the smash coming in here shortly.
It's almost as if Northwood want to extend the game for a little bit longer. I don't think any reasonably a high-level collegiate team would make a simple mistake like that when it comes to charging, or maybe Calman is running out with some 7th dimension level Rick and Morty episode and they're prepared. At least this gives Bay State enough room to engage in this fight.
Oh, yes, they're going to go in. Abs is going to throw down. Nas is taken out. And the follow-through with Fade, it is going to collapse on 2. But look at the ultimates that are charged up currently. Lep and Landa go ahead and open up with a double. Cowman and Seasons, though, neither DPS to come out. The Wrecking Ball minefield can be dropped down, but Reinhardt gets stunned up. Cowman is trying his best. Forgotten and Cabe on the other side are going to take pot shots here and there. Neb is going to watch as Forgotten falls to Landon. That will be a fight to remember as they try and muscle their way in. 1:40 left here on this round, and they need to get his Seasons, though, with the minefield is able to take out them. That might be the opening. They're going to try and charge in, but a nice May wall from their own team is going to stall that one out. That is a very unfortunate scenario.
A very big Gravitic Flux just to slow down and give the rest of the team some room to push back in. Northwood still having that shatter at least may help out, but they miss it. That's a big problem.
Yes, it is, but they're trying to get onto the site. They have gotten one-third done. Can they get a little bit more? Nice try, and May's dead. Oh, the Faded Roadhog plays are real, and that's the wash out of the point. They've gotten one tick down. Minute left. They have maybe 2 engages left. Northwood have got to play this so carefully if they want a chance with this map 3.
Yeah, now they're switching their composition up entirely, you know, taking it a little bit more seriously. Maybe they were thinking Bay State were out of the fight, and while you find that Brigida very early, well, it looks like they are getting a lot of value just kind of out of this early push. Bay State finally getting punished. This is now where they need to get a bit more seriously and start adapting, because Northwood has sat up on their gaming chair.
Yeah, Bay State College, though, they're not allowing them. You are not allowed to slack at any point as they demolish 3. Calman is going to get knocked out of that suit. The Diva is on the run, and that's going to be 3 shots. That's all you really need. 20 seconds left. This last attack is going to be the most aggressive and disjointed that we've probably seen from Northwood, as they have to do it without their tanks. Now they're crushing in. 10-player kill streak on your screen there, I believe, for Cabe, as they do fall. The Bay is going to go into the iceberg. 7 seconds left. They wall off their own opening. It has to fall very, very quickly. Who is going to get on point. Yes, they have one. They have one. Can they get any more? Dynasty and Calvin take out a few members, and it's looking like it's going to be going to overtime. A majority of Northwood are here on the side, but the gravity, the well, is going to knock everyone up. That is going to be Nev taking out one, and it falls through with another, and everyone's dropping like flies, but it's a majority of Northwood University that are off of the site, and that is going to be overtime as Bay State College take map number 3.
That's absolutely what I am talking about. Though I feel Northwood weren't playing at the same mentals that they were before, something about the way that they just came out in these fights did not feel as if they were putting everything they had behind it. Bay State need to work with this. That's a moment that you need to go off and say that we are still in this. This is very much a game all about determination and how willing you are to bring yourself to the edge. And while they came close to making a big mistake by overinvesting, losing out their people, and having to go into that fight relatively late onto the second tick, this is a big moment for them where I think as more they play, they are going to be able to find new depths to their own teamwork and solidify what they want to do.
They will not go quietly into that night is the best way to put it. A phenomenal showing here in map number 3. And now we go ahead and look. It will go into an escort map. So next up will be one of those. And that is, I'm very, very curious to watch. Again, going through the whole flux to keep everyone a little bit updated. We have so far gone through a control and hybrid and now an assault map. Once we are done with the control map, we will flip back, I believe, to a hybrid and then an escort once again. That is kind of the flow of this best of 7 matchup. So these teams get a wide variety of maps to get to play with. And again, I am impressed that Bay State College were able to kind of drag that out from the depths there. Following through here on this escort map, the question comes again, because that last map we saw a phenomenal change of all of the agents. Pretty much everyone, all the heroes got swapped up left and right. Do we see that here once again for map number 4?
My honest opinion, and then I have a biased opinion. My biased opinion, because I love underdog stories, is that, yeah, they've got this. They're going to be able to move it in. They are going to push forward. As my hair is curly, they are determined. And especially on a map like any form of escort map, with some of the more popular ones being like Rialto and Havana. Oh, hey, look. It's Havana as our next map. I think these work well with how they really want to be playing, especially on ideas of double shield and forcing the enemy team to play very slow and shutting down wrecking ball strategies. But the part that me is realistic is that, yes, they have this win, but it's mattering more of how they bring it in. I can't confidently say anything until I see how they do on their first attack and or defense. And then I can kind of give that idea, because they're not consistent yet. They're now showing like, hey, we're being able to bring things in a little bit more, but there's still that area of unknown and uncertainty that I can't confidently give to them.
Yeah, I have to agree. It was a great showing, but we need to see it just one more time. And on the side of Northwood, I mean, I think you said it best. Maybe got a little bit lax. Maybe felt a little bit too confident moving into that map here. It's a team that we want to see maintain a certain level of, I don't want to say superiority, which is not that at all, but a level of respect over towards their opponents, right?
Yeah, I definitely couldn't have put that into better words, especially when you're going out into competitions. I think both of these teams know what they need to run and when to like kind of execute it. And so, not putting that level of respect makes you lose that map. Maybe this is the moment where you need to remember who you're going up against. Even if you're already in the league, there's no reason why you don't put them in the back foot. You always want to take people 100% seriously, because now you may have given Bay State enough energy and momentum to swing this whole thing around. And what a sweep that would be.
If it were the mini reverse sweep here, as a, it's a best of 5 reverse sweep if you want to look at it that way, but you got to win 4 in a row. I would absolutely love that. That would be such a great storyline. Or even if at the last moment, Northwood comes back and reclaims their crown, right? But either way, it's been so much fun. And so moving into this 4th map, as the players are currently loading in, I want to get your thoughts for either side, for both Bay State College and Northwood. I want you to pick one player that you feel we should be keeping track of the most and how they move, or maybe if they're an integral part of their team? I mean, we've had so many phenomenal plays, but is there someone that you want to keep track of as we move into these later stages?
Ooh, you make such a good question out here, especially because the sides are swapped, and it's looking like Northwood want to. Well, they're going to be forced to attack versus Bay State once they move in. I think the biggest person that we want to be paying attention to is Infernal on Bay State / Faded, as they're being the corner pieces that I think are changing things as shiny and beautiful as Gabe and Forgotten are. I feel that they're not really being able to do as much as they want to, as well as Neb and Abs. There's only so much you can do as a support line, and, well, you're not getting too much out of it, though you did get a mercy kill. I think the tank line are very much those players that need to lead their team into victory, while on Northwood, by far, Landon and Dynasty, they're the players we need to be paying more attention to, because they're putting in so much value into these fights. I think it's absolutely insane how little we see Landon in the kill feed. And we see Dynasty more dying in these aggressive pushes. But look at this! A punish on the full hold!
Oh man, the attempt at the full hold is going in a brutal direction as Bay State College, their HP bars are null and void. Nep is going to try their best, but it has been completed. Northwood out of the gate. Annihilate Bay State College.
If there's anything that you need to look forward to when going up against a Hanzo, it is not going to be the fact that Storm Arrow melts down your shield and can basically help one clip any target. Unfortunately, that Maywall doesn't catch anyone out, so Northwood getting a moment to regroup, work together, and play against it. Though, because that was such an early fight, Bay State can now start taking early, and Dynasty is going down dangerously low.
Yep. Tried to poke a little too far into the Bears' den and is immediately paying the price, and Northwood lose both of their DPS very, very quickly. Kalman is going to throw up that gravity field and is going to try and lay down some damage. The ultimate not getting too much value as you watch Seasons and the rest of the squad fall. Landon is now going to fall. Next is Bay State. College say, hey, look, you won the first fight. We'll take the second here. It's going to be a huge impactful ultimate as we do see the entire space cleared out. Almost 49 meters. For Northwood as their first push went okay.
Something feels different when it comes to Bay State. We didn't see them using ults this early before, but now they are putting in the aggression.
Yes, they're trying to run it up as much as possible. Abs is going to watch as those dragons roar across the battlefield. Kalman now getting a little bit of an overshield, trying his best. Seasons throws down the hammer, though, is able to get 3. Who is he going to pin? He's going to pin 1. Dynasty is going to fall, though. So even though the smash was good, the follow-up was not. And Bay State College weather the storm, only losing 2. And Northwood University have to go right back to the drawing board.
My goodness, it just seems they are prepared to die to their last breath. Bay State are not giving up this push, even when Inferno was basically the only person on the point. They're giving a moment for the rest of the team to come back, and I like that idea. Though Northwood, they have the Gravitic Flux and Sound Barrier, plus that Blizzard. If they didn't, I definitely feel Cabe would have a bigger advantage and impact into this push. More of it is going to be up to Infernal to come back into the fight and see if you can hopefully force them not to use an ability that big.
Oh, here it comes. The eye is out. Who do you catch? You don't really catch anyone, but the HP bars are very, very low. That's going to be the Blizzard and the clear. So the combo is going to work its magic by taking out a few, and now the overshield comes out. Massive shield from Landon to keep everyone topped off. And you take a look as Northwood are going to watch as their members take multiple kills home. Just like that, checkpoint number 1 has been made. Plenty of time still on the clock here as Bay State College are going to get ready for the second checkpoint defense.
Unfortunately, not having that D.Va Infernal was a big factor into that fight, giving both Cowman and Naz enough room to use their ultimates without too much worry or anything being eaten. Now they're slowly being staggered, with Northwood being able to take up a lot of space. The bomb, however, is going to be extremely impactful. There's not much that you can do besides just immediately block.
Oh, very nice shield out as well. You know, to block off that ultimate, but now the wall is down, and a May on May series of events. The walls have absolutely caused some chaos. Huge ultimate comes down, Faded. He is able to get a defensive bash down, and that's all you want to see. Bay State College kind of caught in the corner here as they're going to try and push out. Northwood, of course, still pushing away. That's 1 pushing on that payload. That's the thing that you really want to see. Bay State finally getting out of the corner, are able to clap back, and are now contesting that point. Who's going to win out here, though? Cave still running interference here in that corner, and is finally taken out. Landon able to make that one happen.
Look at this. They want to take this fight as early as possible. Faded using that shatter, but does miss out. You need an ultimate just to slow them down, and I feel the sound barrier was the one that is absolutely necessary.
Yes, they're going to keep fighting it out. Bay State College all but refreshed, and they wash it out. That's going to be 4. That's going to follow up with a few more as Northwood watch their entire front line and DPS line fall. Lep and Landon are now going to try and push away. Still plenty of time, 2 minutes, only to move a few more meters. Feels like Northwood need to maybe slow things down, regroup, and prep for the next fight.
My goodness. Right now, at least, Northwood are having a lot of issues, at least when it comes down to working back as a unit as they were doing so well before. Especially these early engagements. They don't know what to do against them.
Oh, and Forgotten actually walked straight up forward and is going to try their best, but is now walled off. That's going to be a huge Graviton Flux, and that is all you want. The Gravitic Flux makes it work, and the opening has been made. Northwood with a combination of ultimates once again takes home quite a few kills. Bay State College are off to the wayside, multiples of them respawning, but that is the Blizzard going down and not getting too much value out of it. Cave is now going to fall as 3 are pushing the payload.
I don't hate that Blizzard. Slows them down for a little bit, but you do die, and that's a very big ability that you very much need. At this point, it's just a waste of timing. At least you give room for Faded to walk back in and build up that shatter.
Yeah, but keep eyes on Nos. Nos is looking for that Blizzard. That's going to be shields going up. Season's able to make it. That's the attacking Blizzard. Fantastic time catching Faded right in the middle, and it's a wash of everyone. That is the ace to cap checkpoint number 2. Northwood University put another minute on the clock.
Both of these teams are, by this point, giving absolute everything. Northwood is no longer making questionable decisions. They're taking this absolutely seriously, and that's what you need to do. While Bay State, they didn't really get an opportunity to use an ult. The Blizzard just shuts you down, and, well, that's just a feels bad man type of moment. But so is that as well.
Dynasty has done this at least 3 or 4 times, just kind of running in and looking for a quick frag and then trying to run back out. A rightful punish by Forgotten, right? Like, that is the best that I've seen so far. Nos and Cowman, though, going on a little bit of rampage early on as that payload is pushed out of the opening. They are moving at a pretty brisk pace here, but remember, only a minute and a half left on the clock. Immediately, that is knocked down as Seasons is able to take out Infernal all the way through Cave. Up top is going to launch a few shots, but Seasons able to manage to take out Abs. Again, this staggered kill ratio is benefiting Northwood so much.
I could not have said that better, especially with the team over-aggressing, trying to take out the main take on Northwood. They're not being able to isolate it, and they don't know that there is another Widowmaker. They don't... Wait.
All right, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But look how close this payload is. They do not want to leave it off. Bay State College have no ultimates except for Abs, and they're going to launch it. That'll be the ultimate thrown up. No one else soon to follow, but look at Northwoods. The ultimates are up. The Gravitic Flux plus the Hanzo ultimate and landed with the shields could cause massive damage. Everyone has to group. Backline Nos holding off. Holding a soft angle and Forgotten ready to go. No shots have been triggered just yet. 30 seconds left. Northwood, this is the final push.
They're working as such a unit, and getting that pick onto Nas is going to be absolutely massive, especially because Cowman can't follow up with that Flux.
Oh, and the kills are there. That's going to be knocked down, but that's not the one that you have to worry about. There's the Twin Dragons coming out. Who does catches no one. And take a look now. That is the kills. Bay State College find a multitude of kills. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. One more. That's all you need, and it's the overtime, but it should be time. Northwood University are stalled at 85 on checkpoint 3.
What will you do when Nibs walks into your house and spits on your floor? Okay? Because that's absolutely what Nebs just did. The Dragons almost ended that fight, and you called it out. It was a moment. The reason why I got nobody was because the Transcendence was there. They just push beyond it. They ignore that big kill box that it brings, and it saves them. That could have been so bad, but Bay State have woken up, and that's what I'm loving to see. I definitely talked more on the tank line at first, and I said there was only so much you could do as a support. but this is what you need to be doing as a support line. Make the casters feel so dumb. Abs has been looking phenomenal the more this game is going out on. And I feel Bay State, they look really good on Havana. Something about the way that these take these engagements almost feels like it's scripted.
I have to give huge props. And following up on what you said, if any player makes a caster feel dumb, then the players have done their job, right? At specific points, if a player is able to exceed our expectations, I will always be happy to be wrong, right? That is what I want to see. And Bay State College have done that to a T right there. Such a phenomenal defense. Yes, it's all the way forward. Northwood, have a tendency to be very over-aggressive on the defensive postures. I think last time they shut it down in map 2 was straight up in their face from the opener. This time around, Northwood are actually giving a lot of ground, and I do like this. Running out with the double shields like you were talking about. They're going to try and give it their best shot as Bay State College go ahead and exit here at the gas station, throwing out a few stars as the payload will slowly start to push.
This is more on Bay State now needing to react. They've been playing the double shield a lot more. I think they are going to be having a better advantage.
That is a wallop of wallops to kick things off. Infernal and, Forgotten go ahead and open up on so many members. Northwood University, watch as their members fall like flies. They say College repay the favor of the opening with an opener of their own.
Look at this. They have so much room. This is what they're comfortable on, meaning that they are getting away with so much more than you're truly expecting, especially with K being onto the Genji and Forgotten being onto the Widow. That's basically a better sniper / Genji duel.
Yeah, and they're going to keep throwing out those weapons. Forgotten, though, taking a couple snipes through the walls. Dynasty and Nos, though, finding a couple picks on their own. Abs finally get the ultimate, but it's a little bit too little too late. Nos charging in, trying to throw down a few more shurikens, and Dynasty just launching a few into the abyss. Northwood University are able to find a hold, a much-needed hold. I might add, as 2.5 minutes are left. Kalman is able to find Neb. They're going to keep following through in this little corridor. I'm not sure who comes out as the victor, but so far it seems like Northwood as Neb is down. But look at all the ultimates used. The Gravitic Flux has been thrown down, and it's not really going to find anyone. He is off on his own side. Quickly gets healed up as Dynasty is now going to get potentially flatlined. They are battling it out here in the opening terrain as Neb finds Dynasty.
This is an incredibly messy fight as both sides try to get an advantage over one another. But the big problem is that Bay State, they don't need to do that. They need to just win, not look for some type of draw in this type of moment. They eventually lose it out, and it was looking incredible for a start. I definitely feel they made a big positioning issue, especially Abs, who went a bit more aggressive. That window did not get as much value as they really needed it to. And now, as much as you have that Transcendence, they want you to waste it. They have 3 different ultimates that will force it out. Which one do you use it on?
Take your chance, spin the wheel, and pray it doesn't land on a big giant red X. That's not the one that you want to see. Infernal tagged down quite low, and that's going to be the Dragon Strike being thrown out, clearing out the building. Maybe, no, doesn't really tag anyone as Abs is able to find one as well. Neb going to be thrown out the aura, and I think that's what they want. Bay State College are able to negate all the ultimates. Wash through Northwood University. That is an ace of aces as Bay State College push forward.
Man, I wish Cabe was single. That blade, I think I'm in love. It was a very good blade. Listen, there is a lot of times where those blades get canceled or shut down. Look at this, Northwood. They have to touch, but that pick, absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and that's only going to be the Wrecking Ball. Forgotten takes out Nos, and they're going to stop it 4.5 meters from the checkpoint. Going to try and put down as much time as possible, and that's only going to be enough. That'll be another 2 minutes on the clock, or another 2.15 or 2.25, whatever you want to call. Bay State College go ahead and annihilate Northwood once again as the messy defense collapses under the weight of Bay State College. They feel themselves coming back in the series, and it's not slowing down anytime soon.
Bay State having that clutch potential is carrying them so much. Northwood probably feeling more frustrated that they weren't able to get that hold and, you know, bring this into closer of a series. Now, the ultimate disparity is in there. Northwood are in debt. They need something to build up quickly.
Need something. And at this point, the only ones that they really have are Dynasty and Kalman, sitting about 72, 75, now 80s. Landon now at full, but Bay State College going to go ahead and throw one first. Gravitic Flux once again used and holding so many members. They're slammed down to the ground, and now they're all pulled to the center. They do take quite a bit of HP loss, but it might not be enough. Northwood firing right back. Bay State College going to try their best, but they lost 2 of their tanks, so Northwood University may have held off this fight. This is the Seasons trying to maintain an advantage here on the upper levels, but can't do much else as a tank is only going to dance forward. A little bit of help from the rest of the team as Northwood try and fend off Bay State College, but still Deaths falling to the wayside of Northwood.
Did you just try to play forward as a double shield? You're basically letting the Brawl be able to get those picks, and that's what Bay State are able to get. Though losing out Inferno is a big problem, at least Cave is following up, looking to put pressure onto the Tracer, but Neb steals it.
Neb steals away that kill. Again, as soon as it comes up, Kalman throws it down. Gonna try and keep this defensive posturing good. They're able to take one as Seasons on this. Orisa is able to find a little bit of damage. Cave, though, with the ultimate is going to fly through a couple HP bars. Only able to find one, though. Landon is able to stave that off from being even worse, but the damage is already done. Seasons Dynasty out for a few seconds. Kalman trying to hold it down. Immediately run down to death. Infernal able to spray it down. Nas and Dynasty now revived and trying their best to get into the fight. But look at Nas. Nas absolutely shutting down so many. That's going to be 2 in a row and massive kills. Bay State College once again stopped right in front of the goal.
This is where Bay State are now making a more dangerous approach of switching up their compositions. They do have 2 very big ultimates, but Northwood have Dynasty onto the Doomfist, meaning they want to end this fight very quickly. They get 1 pick, it's basically over, and that's what they're looking more onto. I think Bay State really need a big type of moment where they need to deny the abilities rather than get more.
That was a huge draw to the center, but Neb is able to take a left. That's the ones that you want. Forgot follow soon. Nas is only going to take out a little bit of the utility, and it looks like Northwood are holding on for dear life. Seasons and Lep have got to respond as quickly as possible. Bay State College have to get on the payload. They're going to try and push forward. No one is there. Look at the Gravitic Flux. Kalman has been MVP so far, and they turn it around. Northwood right here, right now, are going to try and take map number 4. It is overtime. They have to get there. Bay State College fighting for their lives, but it might be too little too late. No, that's gonna be Cave. He's gonna try the Death Blossom, but it doesn't do anything. The shields are enough, and they are booped out of existence. That will be Northwood just staving off the stragglers, and that should be overtime when Northwood University take a heavily contested map number 3.
I've got to say, if there's any moment to bring back your energy, Northwood shows you when it's necessary. They would have lost that. That point would have moved further into second if it wasn't for the fact that Nas stepped up to shift gear to a new state and was able to clean up. The double shield was able to consistently stay down, but they lose 1 to 2, so, you know, they have that room to where they're at least defended and fine. But then the Sigma goes and splits them up with the Gravitic Flux, makes them have to use invaluable resources like the Halt, which stops you from moving and obviously cancels out, taking the half damage. Orisa loses it very early in, and well, by the time you're now going back into this fight, as I said, you're split, your resources are taken out, and well, Nas and Kalman are going to be able to abuse the living shell out of it. But that was not something like we saw on Blizzard World, where Bay State were slowing down and getting and kind of weakening as they went on. They only played consistently and got strong. They are alive once more, and though this is at match point, it's still far from over.
Very much is. We'll have to wait and see what the teams do bring out. Northwood University, I'm sure, are wanting to end it here, but Bay State College, we'll see what they can bring out. We will go to one more break before we get underway with our, I believe, 5th map of this series. Please don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We are here after a very short break with a map number 5 and match point here between these two dynamite collegiate schools. It is Northwood University up 3 with a Bay State College chasing after at 1. However, Bay State College looking alive here in these last 2 maps, and only time will tell if we see a little bit more intel. How you feeling? You ready to go?
Oh man, a part of me doesn't even want to figure out the resolution. I feel like no matter what, the fact that it may not go to a map 7, I'm not happy with it. I want to see more Overwatch from both of these teams. But going on to a map like Busan, this could quite possibly be the end. As you said before, it's 3-2-1 Bay State right now at 1, so they need to win and then get basically 3 maps back to back, which is incredibly difficult, but it's not out of the ordinary for teams to be able to work with, especially going on to Havana. We saw some very great shining moments, obviously examples like Cabe's own Blade, the Gravitic Fluxes, Bongos. Everything worked beautifully. However, it just seems the coordination between the teams still needs a bit more refining, as well as staying into these fights a little bit too long has been very much a problem. Busan is not a map, and I think a control is not a map to where you can have long-term fights, as because that's going to give one team, whoever's controlling it, a lot more time to be able to work with. So on a map like Downtown, where it's very good for snipers, and we see a bunker versus a wrecking ball, I really don't see Bay State being able to work with it unless they deny that air and mobile support.
I love that we already open up here with a couple quick shots, and they're going at it. You said long range. They were taking that to heart. I don't think anyone's entered into the mid just yet. It's been straight up these echo battles, which is really, really entertaining. But so far, again, the point will open here in about 5 seconds. We'll see who's on it first. We can see a majority of Northwood University now sprinting over towards it. And yeah, for the first 3 seconds, no one's actually over here, which is very surprising.
You know, I think more of it's Bay State trying to get a feel of what Northwood are running, but this is where they are setting up, taking the engagement. The only problem is the point is not in their favor, and Bay State are not in a position to truly dive in, while Northwood have enough room to work with it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Snipes out. Dynasty going ahead, finding a little pocket area, trying to take out Nos, and we're going to see a little bit more. Not taking out their teammate. Very, very sorry about that. That is Bay State College, though, trying to find a little bit of an opening. Couple shots go out. Huge picks straight into the back of that wrecking ball. Abs is able to take out Dynasty. Faded takes out Landon, and that might be the ones that you want. Again, 4 members on top to cap, and they do. They cap it at 25. A phenomenal retake by Bay State College.
Honestly, they took their time, and Northwood almost looked uncomfortable at the pace they were playing. Obviously, this competition is immensely fast, but, well, nobody on Bay State truly peaked until Faded took those dives, gave them a lot of room. As well as they have a lot more sustainability with Abs onto the Baptiste, it means they are not going to be winning the long-term fights.
Oh, good couple shots, though. Abs able to follow through on Seasons. We're going to take a look as Abs still playing on the top side, has worked so well, and Cave is able to stick Dynasty. So a massive frag on Dynasty means Nos is out of the fight as well. Just like that, Bay State are able to fight back against this initial attempt by Northwood University.
Look at this, the Gravitic Flux out. It is going to do a little bit as the Immortality keeps them up, but Northwood at least have the advantage when it comes to that Transcendence.
Yeah, but remember, these extended fights that are currently occurring mean that Northwood University are nowhere near getting that first point, and it's getting a little bit sticky. You can see it. Faded and Cave and Neb go ahead and smack them away. Northwood University left with 1, and they're going to push it to 75 at least.
I gotta say, they are shutting down everything that Northwood is trying to throw. Their whole composition is now trying to mirror Bay State as closely as possible, especially as you look. Landon's on to the Baptiste. The bigger issue is they don't know really what they want to do. The Wrecking Ball is trying to get those moments to engage in, but it seems that Faded has already been fired up.
Oh, and this is a little bit painful. Seasons goes in with no backup, and that is your tank dead. Northwood so sporadic, so cut off from each other, and it's already up to 90. Bay State College can feel a round 1 win, and Faded goes ahead, throws down that minefield. Forgotten on the back line is able to take out Dynasty, and just like that, Bay State College should be able to contest for this overtime.
Look at this. They have to keep touching or else it's all over. The Gravitic Flux is going to help a little. The big problem comes down to focus fire. It seems Cowman's going to have to do it alone.
A massive 2, and Season's able to find Abs, so it looks like in the overtime, Northwood have been able to finally find a good capture, but nice contest by 1. Can they get more? Forgotten is able to take 2. Can you find a little bit extra? No, you can't. Bay State College, all they need is a single cap to be able to take it home. That's all they need. That's all they want. Northwood University playing on their lifeline.
That is a very good spot just to bring it back 99%. That means you have to play perfectly, and I think there's nothing more that you want to force yourself into a scenario like this, especially because you have so much sightlines with the Widowmaker already taking out Forgotten. Bay State are going to have a bigger issue. Beforehand, they were freely allowed to set themselves up and engage. Now they have to play incredibly carefully and respect the sightlines.
It would be devastating for Bay State College. They're so close to getting this round 1, giving themselves that buffer zone. Gonna give it their best shot. Again, a trade of DPS is not what you want to see. Forgotten getting the better of that trade. Who else is going to come back up? A majority of Bay State College, though, falling to the wayside. Look at the HP bars falling aside. Northwood feeling good, but Infernal with the Gravitic Flux is going to give them a little bit of time to work with. Up to 78%. Cave is down. Infernal and Faded falling very quickly. Neb is about to fall as well. This could be devastating. Northwood University might have found the fight of their lives to take this round number 1. Majority of Bay State College, though, were able to stave off death and are able to kind of play around with the time, but now up to 91%. Forgotten and Dynasty each take 1. Stuck is the term for Lep as Cave is able to find the ultimate kill. 3 ultimates are alive. That's going to be the Gravitic Plus used once again. What more can you get, though? Cowman is about to fall. Overtime for both. This is it. This is the time that you want, and it looks like a cap. That is going to be Northwood University falling in round 1 to a ferocious fight. No, they say they want to keep going. They say they want to keep fighting, but that's an immediate annihilation. Cowman and Nas, only 2 alive. Lep trying to charge in as well. You could not ask for a better round 1. 99% to 99%. Now 100 as Bay State College are able to take the first round.
I definitely respect that determination, but however, they forgot one simple fact, and that's Bay State can play a lot faster, especially if they ignore those sightlines that Nice is paying so much attention to. It really broke down their focus, and they weren't really able to do too much against it as the fight truly committed off. Now, already bringing us to this one section, we're going to be needing to see a lot closer when it comes down to these fights. More than anything, Northwood at least have found a big opportunity to shut down Bay State, and that's just taking out their options of engagement. That's what's been working well for them. I think the Ash may work in that favor.
And what's kind of crazy is we are going to see that double up on those Symmetras. It is quickly laid out so everyone can get up close and immediately swap to the Tracers. Excuse me. So we know exactly what the compositions they want to go for, and this time everyone's a little bit closer to the fight. Everyone fighting around that drum to kick things off. So far, no one's really made a dent. However, Infernal is able to fade fast. Bay State College are going to lose that one. Left on the back end is going to fall to Cowman. Northwood University hoping for the first cap, and it seems that they should get it. Bay State College losing their healers. Cave soon to follow. Forgotten is now dead. And a majority down to the Ash. Nos getting those snipes off just in time.
And I always feel like Bay State have a lot more room to play when, well, it's not this so direct of a sight line that Northwood are being able to take, and it's being very much a kryptonite, mostly just because Dynasty is able to break their attention away, and then, well, Nas is able to get a quick couple headshots and Dynamite breaking down the resources.
Resources are indeed one of the questions that we have to kind of keep eyes on. Seasons, of course, rolling out of that point. It's potentially going to give it up as it is trying to be capped, but quickly sucked away. Bay State College force off the point. Now it's a duel of the Tracers. Dash out by the side of Dynasty saying, hey, I don't really want anything else. I have the ult. All I really care about might be able to get a stick. He's going to try and recharge as we follow, but is quickly eliminated. So Neb able to follow that one through. Northwood University still charging up a decent chunk on this point. So far, 45% and climbing. State College have got to find an opening and do find it in the form of Landon Seasons and Lep all being killed. Not still alive though. You have to take them out. Kalman is also going to fall. So it's down to Dynasty and Nas. Can they contest on this point? No, they cannot. So Bay State College get the cap and are quickly climbing their own way.
They are slowly breaking down what makes Northwood strong, and it seems to just be working already at that 50%. The Ash is not going to be able to beat Forgotten in this type of fight, so it's more of just the setup. Using this Bob is a very good engager and puts pressure onto the point.
Nice little relay of the damage though, as Cave is going to try and run interference. Minefield going out though as an immediate rebuttal. It is able to lay into a majority of Northwood, but Bay State College are actually taking a lot more fire. Abs and Infernal are down. Forgotten is a little bit low on HP, so you can't really hard fight this one out. It is going to be a contest of 2 against 1, but the timer is working in Bay State College's favor. They just need to keep a few members on, and they have done it. Who is going to come out behind? It is going to be K, but can't find much as Lep is able to knock out 2. Forgotten is able to fire right back, but Bay State College has still trying to combat it out. It is so close to being capped. They now have surpassed Northwood University, and they want to battle this to the bitter end. Northwood University clawing, scratching, going down in possible flames as they still cannot cap and are quickly taken out. Bay State College have mounted the most epic defense.
Honestly, they were heavily relying on their own resources to win out on that fight. Bay State able to just shut it down, bring it more into their favor. Though Cave getting hit with that dynamite does put them in a worse spot because they're not going to be able to fight a little bit more early.
Yeah. Mind it is Northwood though, throwing up a little bit of the Matrix, gonna give it their best shot, but what else can they get through it? They are gonna get multiple kills, and that might be the healing that you need. The overshield is working, but again, they have to cap that point. That's gonna be a knockout, and the capture has been made. No, it's contested once again. Again, this Wrecking Ball is doing so much work, but not enough. 98%. 2% away from taking this map. Bay State College just need a quick tap. Northwood though, charging up their side 60%.
This is the exact scenario we saw before, but what makes it different is that Bay State don't really have too much to work off of it compared to Northwood, who can very much engage this fight at whatever point they would. They can allow Bay State to build up that rally and pulse bomb, but I don't know how much they want to.
Yeah. Such a question mark as again Kalman on the backside is going to throw up a little bit of a gravitic flux. Follow up with an Ash ultimate maybe, but no. Seasons with that minefield might want to lay it down, but it's climbing up pretty quickly. There's the minefield being used, I believe, on the side as Bay State College are going to lose multiple members, but the shield is up. Neb trying to keep everyone alive, but it's not enough as Kalman gets an immediate set of eliminations, followed on the back of Nos. They are maintaining this advantage 98%. It is now overtime called, and it feels like Northwood have control. That should be the timer ticking down, and Northwood win another extremely close round.
Honestly, it is going down to the wire. It was all up to Bay State to have those ultimates prepared and kind of more able to get a bit more value. I think the mines were a bit more misplaced trying to stop Northwood from touch the point, but Northwood aren't focused on touching the point as well as they have characters who can easily rotate around it, so that wasn't their main focus, and so the ult gets nullified. They're paying more attention to your backline who are trying to walk out, and I can't believe I have to say this, but we're ending this map at least on a brawl 1v1, which is not what we've seen at all. And something like Mecha Base Nas being on the Mei is much bigger than Forgotten and K being on such aggressive DPS. If they get caught out once, it's the fight.
This is a battle of control. You're battling to take over the field of vision, the area of your opponent. Nas is going to try and do just that. However, very quick shields going up. Faded and Infernal going to keep those shields up. Seasons and Kalman, though, are watching their teammates fall. Cave is able to take out Landon in a very early kill. Infernal is soon to follow with Dynasty. It seems Bay State College, with their aggressive composition, have been able to waylay in early. And for the first time in this map, are able to cap first.
It is a very good startup. I said at first that Mei Wall coming out is going to end them, and I'm still going to stand by it. But we didn't really see Northwood get an opportunity to set it up. Now they have a lot of room and a lot to allow themselves to teleport in and make room. The big problem is Bay State are playing passive enough to bait them.
Ooh, that's going to be a swing and a half as we do see a majority of Northwood University cleaning house potentially. Infernal is out of the mech. Neb is taken very, very low, and the kills have been made. Utility is all gone. That means Bay State is vulnerable, and it is immediately capitalized on. Forgotten takes out one, but I don't think it's going to be enough, but they have to get on point. It is capped, and that's all you need. The first attempt from Northwood, after a little bit of struggle, is able to complete.
We are getting a little bit of an issue, so we just
Yep.
stand by as we are having a bit of technical difficulties on our side, it seems.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and keep pushing through. But again, so far, it was the regrab from Northwood. As we do take a little bit of a look, we are right back into it, and it takes a look as we are looking at a 35%. Forgotten, though, opening up on Seasons Dynasty. We're right back into the action as that Cassidy making it work. Cowman, though, doing his best to hold everyone off, but you lost all your teammates. You might need to leave as well, and that is what Bay State will force him to do. Seasons now coming up alive with Dynasty. It should be the retake. 36% and climbing.
Unfortunately, not able to get a full sight of what happened there, but what I do know is that Maywall was not able to catch them all out, and, well, it gave Cave enough room to set up for the Blossom. Now they are wanting to take this rotation, and they take a very nice one. Unfortunately, it seems that Sins is a bit caught off guard.
Yeah, they are locked and loaded as Northwood lose their main tank. Will they lose more Dynasty again on the Symmetra? Might not be able to output that much DPS, but with the ultimate up, it might be enough as they do clear and push in. Again, 65%, it is there, it is possible. They're contesting as hard as they can, but Faded takes out Dynasty. That's all you want. The Matrix is up now from Dynasty, even in death. Can they get much more? Yes, they do. Bay State lose multiples. Infernal's down as well. Cave and Neb are the last ones alive, and they're trying to desperately clear them out of sight. 80% is there, and now it is finally the cap. No! Again, Cave in that Infernal ability is going to stall them out just enough time. Finally, a slap. Not says, get the heck out of here. 48% Northwood. This is their one chance.
You would think they would start treating the point as the cheese touch the moment that they're at a big disadvantage, but they stall it out to 87%, meaning they really only need to win one fight and one massive stagger. This is going to be not in their favor, though, because of the Blizzard and Maywall, though.
Yep, huge collapse going down. Nas with that phenomenal strat, being able to clear everyone off. However, remember that won't be available for another, as those are two big ticket ultimates that have just been used. Cowman, though, with that Diva Bomb up and available, that might be the one to secure the deal. 80% and climbing. It's gonna come down to the wire again, Intel.
Oh man, this is going down to the individual own ability. Bay State don't have much to work off with, so it's going to be up to see if they can get this first initial pick while not allowing that bomb to do much. But that wall slows down their own time.
Oh, that is pain as we do get an unfortunate little bit of glitch. We are hoping to see the very end as we do. We're seeing the ultimates are available. It's now overtime. Bay State colors are fighting for their lives. Overtime down to half. The death marks are there. And that is it. Northwood University will take the final game. That will be it. 4-1. The Northwood.
What a way to end the series. Not even able to see the final fight. Oh my goodness, but what I do have to admit is that they were caught off by the Maywall, meaning that they were going into this fight very messy and what a nasty boot, by the way, and uncoordinated, as well as the moment when we got to go back and see them, they're all stuck inside the small corridor, which is not a spot that you want to be in. Unfortunately, they fall through, not much that they're going to be getting from it, and it just means Bay State are going home today with only one victory. I definitely feel in that last map, they put their heart and soul into it. Unfortunately, maybe they were just a little bit too tired playing for all day. At least, though, Northwood can feel proud just winning continuously. I've got to say, that takes a lot of skill because you could have lost any fight here.
Yeah, this is one of those times where sometimes we say the series score does not reflect the in-game progression, right? It was, yes, it's 4-1, but if you take a look at just those last, I want to say the last 3 that were played, it was excessively combative, right? At every twist and turn. Quite literally, for 2 of those points, it was within 2%.
Yeah.
That's how hard they fought for those rounds, and I love it so, so much. Again, well fought by Bay State College and a well-earned victory by Northwood University. They are going to be your Legends champions here in the NECC playoffs. We are going to go to a very quick break, but do come back as we will have an interview with at least one of the members from the Northwood University squad. So don't go anywhere. And we are back. Thank you so much for waiting around. Again, a phenomenal match to end off the Legends season. And here, right now, we do have an interview with one of the utility members or the supports or what some teams would call the backbone. We have Lep here from Northwood University. Lep, how you doing?
I'm drained. I,
Honestly, it's completely understandable too. You have gone very hard when it comes down to competing in this game, and so at least for me, I want to get a quick kind of idea of, you obviously went up against these opponents from before, so how did it feel knowing that you were going up against them again later on in the day?
it's kind of like clockwork at this point. Like, we play them again tomorrow
Oh,
for the third time, and we've been playing against them for a while now. Like, the entirety of the semester, we've been going up against them, dropping maps and just playing.
That's completely fair. At least you get to always have that kind of rivalry going in. But for this series, obviously you guys were extremely. I want to say that you were extremely tight because you've been playing Overwatch all day, and that's an understandable reasoning. But obviously, with the scoreline and such, were you feeling like it would have gone much further, and what were you guys doing to keep yourselves so focused when obviously your energy is draining by the second?
The series. I'll answer your question in both parts. The series could have gone further, yes. Due to copious amounts of trolling on our end and from myself. Usually that's how we end up dropping maps, is because somebody like say logs hog, or I'm on like I'm on Zen, or like somebody's like just absolutely trolling. And even in the last map, like I'm playing Brig and I'm just not doing my job, and we're losing rounds because of it. And then the second part of the question, what was it again?
It was more of, what do you guys do to make sure that you're keeping like yourselves focused and up when by the second your energy is wasting down, and well, that means your brain isn't going to be working as well.
Oh, we just have like people telling us like, all right, we either finish this now or we play it for another hour. Keep trolling. That's
Yeah,
usually
that
just
is
landed.
Yeah, that's something to always think about. But again, a phenomenal series and all around congratulations for taking it, right? A perfect season, very close to a perfect final series as well. Are there any final words, anyone you would like to shout out or give, huge prep or congrats to here on this interview?
Yeah, I want to give congrats to Bay State. I mean, they always try really hard whenever we play against them, and it's exhausting playing against them, but it's it's always pretty rewarding whenever we actually like get down and actually getting to play against them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, congratulations to both squads. First place for you, and then second place for Bay State College. So again, Lep, thank you so much for the interview, and get some much needed rest. With that, we go ahead and close out this section of the broadcast. The Legends series is now done, but we do have a bit more action coming to you here very, very shortly. We will have our fourth match of the evening here. It will be in the Challengers Cyan Division. It will be coming from UBCO Serpents Gold versus St. Ambrose University Overwatch, and that'll be an absolute blast to see. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NECC Overwatch.
University. Hello and welcome. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Lafon, and we're looking at an interesting matchup here between these two teams tonight.
Well, I mean, it's the grand finals of all things, right? So you have expectations here are through the roof for both these squads, and we got to talk about where these teams come from, right? Both these teams fairly high rated in the regular season, obviously our first and second seed in this division respectively. So the standings proving to be accurate this time around, and I think even more interest as we kind of go through sort of the selections here in terms of the in terms of the performances against other teams. UBCO actually won against St. Ambrose in their last matchup. So definitely some history on the line here in terms of previous performance. It was a pretty close one, 2-1, so it took the distance. But still, being said, obviously we have to kind of look back at that and see if St. Ambrose can get revenge here in this match.
Right, and I would say it's not been a particularly bumpy road for either of these two teams. I mean, you guys can see the bracket there for yourselves at home. It's been smooth sailing, right? 3-0s across the board here. None of the other higher seeds, the 3 and 4, Augustana or UCD, really presenting that much of a challenge for either of these two teams. So really, like you said, it's the top teams. I mean, this is the true masters of this particular division. So it should be interesting, and there's some stuff to play for. A little bit of pride here on the line as well. The desire to come back. You've seen your box of tricks that your opponents have to a certain extent, and hopefully you can plan around it accordingly.
Indeed. And speaking of where that playground is going to be, you can see it ahead at the bottom of your screen. Much map is upcoming. It is going to be Lijiang Tower as our opening salvo, so to speak, here between these two squads. And interestingly to note is that as we kind of get in, this first match is going to be very important, right? Setting the tempo. We always talk about that in, as casters, kind of what does that mean? And in this particular instance, it means the team that takes that first win as we get set here on Control Center is going to set themselves up for success later in the series. That have just a little bit more breathing room, in that score line.
Right, initiative, always such a key concept in any sort of competition, so it's no different that it would be that way here. And of course, Lijiang Tower, sort of the perennial Koth map, isn't it? We never quite seem to get away from it, whether we like it or not. What do you make of these initial comp setups here, Lafon, as we get ready to attack?
Well, it's the hyperspan that we kind of see in Control Center, right? This is not necessarily a surprise. We're going to see a lot of the turrets putting a lot of value in, especially a teleporter out of spawn. And then keep an eye out on KO and Hines, respectively, because the Junkrats can output a ton of damage in these close quarters.
Already engaging immediately. Speaking of close quarters here in the server room, out comes the Junkrat grenades immediately. KO trying to do as much damage as possible, but it's Nikki who drops first, and losing the Baptiste early on, a major blow to the attacking efforts of UBCO Gold here. The push coming forward now off the backline. Sinfax doing incredibly well in the Baptiste to wrap up the fight.
It's again, losing that main support, losing that main healing just spells disaster for you in many situations, right? You can't sustain through. And that actually is going to mean that St. Ambrose is not only going to have point advantage, they're going to have amplification matrix advantage. In fact, there it is right off the rip.
Yeah, waste no time at all on getting the amplification matrix out, and that's going to deter UBCO Gold for at least the moment. They've got a teleporter out right there, but no obvious destination for it. The Riptire unleashed by KO, trying to find a little bit of room and a little bit of value, going wide around the back of the Control Center, coming right into the soft underbelly of the team. And here comes the rest of UBCO Gold to follow up on the back of their Junkrats play. A massive bit of effort there for the team.
That Riptire is as good as it ever will get. That is, not only does it get the elimination onto the Baptiste, who is standing outside the field, but more importantly, it gets a lot of people down to very, very low HP on top of taking out the Immortality field, so the cleanup crew is there. Though, that being said, the reset comes back in. Here's the Revenge Amplification Matrix from Nikki to just slow down St. Ambrose attack.
No tire this time, though, in the pocket. Very close to it, but unfortunately they'll lose Sidfax early again. And now the tables have very much turned here for St. Ambrose. They've lost their position of early dominance, and the percentage is just continuing to tick up. The shield will be deployed here. That'll give them the opportunity to push in if they so chose, and they will come forward. Lamsauce looking for the opportunity to use the Shatter, will hold on to it at least temporarily. Some good ult discipline there from UBCO Gold, at least to start things off. The Gravitic Flex coming out now. There's the slam. The counter Gravitic coming the other way, and finally some kills tucking in here for St. Ambrose. It might be enough to sort of break the gridlock for them here. It does look like it will be.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. The big problem there is that UBCO Gold did not have the sound barrier online. We can see Mika doing their best to stay alive here just to stall out. So the Gravitic Flux from Sandrillan was a lot more effective than a Robo Eagles, and that really heralded the end of it. UBCO, though, will have the advantage in this next fight. Look at those ultimates, the Photon Barrier. Primary amongst it to allow your blue squad to walk in here. Lamsauce trying to find an opening for the Shatter.
He wants it so bad. The Amplification Matrix coming out there as well. The Fire Strike going in, and that'll force the Immortality Field early. There's the Shatter, and it's big. And that's exactly what they needed. Here comes UBCO Gold. Knock, knock, the door is open.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate situation there for Arc, is that they had no shield left to protect against the Earth Shatter. No block available. And Lamsauce, the beneficiary of it. That was a 5-player shatter. No way to escape from it. And now the return goes through. So this is going to be UBCO still holding the advantage. With that spam elimination coming through, it's going to slow St. Ambrose down. On top of that, KO also having the Riptire here just to get that initial pick off would be able to lock St. Ambrose out of this objective entirely.
They just need to break through the doorway yet again. Once more, they've been thrown out of the club. They got to sneak their way back in. It's been easier said than done in the past. Here's the Amplification Matrix comes out. A good shield coming in, but it won't help Delco. Does go down. The counter shield being dropped almost immediately, and now a lot of pressure coming in. Robo Eagle going for that Gravitix again, hoping that it'll be more valuable than last time. It does secure a kill, but is it enough here? 95% ticking up. It does look like UBCO Gold are going to be able to set their feet just a little bit. I say that though, the Riptire comes sailing in, but it only claimed the casualty of the Immortality Field. They lose Arc as well. Still fighting. Centralon will get his opposite number down. Robo Eagle taken out of the fight. They continue to boil, and now the kills starting to stack up in favor of St. Ambrose, who are pushing their way back on. 2 defenders still desperately holding in, but it looks like it might be a point flip.
Yeah, it's going to be turning over back in St. Ambrose's favor. And Lamps also uses the Earth Shatter at the tail end of that fight as well. So UBCO Gold fighting with almost nothing here. Support ultimates will be available shortly. Beyond that, it is now down to St. Ambrose to force final fight here. The Shatter from Arc could be enormous and really close the round out right here.
In the corner there's the Amplification Matrix comes out. That's a lot of damage being thrown right down the gut of this St. Ambrose team, but they will back up and survive at least the worst of it. Arc barely on their feet there, will be brought down eventually by the looks of it. Robo Eagle though getting taken out early on as well. Lamsauce goes down and Arc's alive. He makes it out of a situation where it looked like his back was absolutely to the wall, and another fight win here for the team.
Not only is it the fight win, 95% now, so it's going to be a staggered recontest from UBCO Gold. Shatter block this time. You shame yourself indeed, as overtime is in favor. And Robo Eagle gets the first pick off.
He does indeed, but the Centurion on follow-up there with the Griddick Flux slowing things down. And as you said, it is a staggered sort of contest here. A beautiful turnaround for St. Ambrose. Honestly, situation looked a little bit grim, and they've managed to fight their way back and secure the point and secure stage 1 here of Lijiang Tower.
100-99 though, very, very close fight, and it does come down to moment-to-moment mistakes from UBCO Gold that allowed St. Ambrose back in the round. Well played from both squads, of course, but in this next setup, as we get set to go to Garden, expectations are through the roof, really, in terms of what we saw in round number 1. We truly do have a game on our hands here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it was a kind of an archetypical sort of round of that particular map. You had the door contest, you had the good use of ultimates back and forth on either side, and I'll be very interested to see what they bring us here on Garden. Already, flyers being flashed on both sides. How do you feel about that as initial setup?
Well, it's going to be, I think the interesting thing here is it's the Pharah instead of the Echo, right? And there's no hit scan to counter it out, so it's going to be all-out aggression here. Expect the Tracers to kind of hunt down on the flank. St. Ambrose with a little bit more survivability from the support line, whereas Nikki going to be caught out in the open, a little bit more immobile here.
Agent MM7 here trying to get around the backside and cause a little bit of havoc, but it does seem like St. Ambrose is at least comfortable at the moment to play a little bit more of a cautious game. When we say that, UBCO Gold pushing for the engage here, and Arc will meet him at the door, comes slamming in, but Delco will get the initial kill, and a good one indeed. Heinz trying to drop in behind and do some work, and the kill's flying fast and furious now around the point. Neither team really in a position where they quite got what they wanted. Delco will add 2. Delco really being the dominant Pharah right now, drives his opponents back almost out of the sky.
That's yeah, it's gonna be the reset here. Just even though the elimination doesn't come through onto Heinz, it is more than enough. Actually, that's a good opening though, as the Pilot Eagle is, or the Pilot Div, I should say, was taken out. It's gonna force the cooldown of the bubble here to get the mech back in play, as KO has made it over to the castle.
They're continuing to apply kind of a very direct style of pressure here. The nano boost coming out onto the Winston. Lamsaw following that up. He's going to clear up a couple of kills here. Going to try and hunt down the Diva as well, because why not at this stage? She'll chase him almost all the way back to spawn. And then Lamsauce will back his way out of there.
Just staying alive. That's exactly what you need to do, right? Just create pressure into the backline. Now St. Ambrose need an opportunity to enter. I mean, this is going to reset just a little more. Arc goes off the map, so slowing them down a little bit. I mean, you would expect sort of get the main tank to the point, then use the minefield down, and then if Heinz and Agent MM7 use their ultimates on a flank, trying to just find at least an elimination, though more would be ideal. For UBCO Gold, it's all about stalling. The barrage is going to be online in a moment. The Primal Rage as a sustainability as well. See Heinz going in for the sports.
Oh, it's a good one, too. He'll come in and swing on Nick. He gets the kill almost immediately, but not enough. Fortunately, though, a very brave Rez coming in there from Odin will get the Pharah back in the fight. Nikki returned to the battle as well, so the barrage effectively meaningless here, except for the opening it did create at the start and allowed them to really get in, get working. Delco tries to follow it up with one of their own. He gets Synfax down, but that's about all they will get. Heinz still very much in contestation here, putting out the damage, and I think that they should wrap this one up.
Yeah, that's going to be the flick over, or tip over in the objective is KO. This is all about stalling time, right? They're just going for a more objective, try to get towards that 99% mark, force that last fight territory, and they should be closing it out at about 96% or so. 95 is, in fact, the final tally. So now St. Ambrose have to put their minds to kind of holding the objective. Arc going to slow things down. Close the main entryway with the minefield just to prevent UBCO Gold from walking in. Oh dear. Nice read there from KO. Sees Odin up in the sky, no Guardian Angel, and just the Deadeye. That's not one that can be resurrected.
That's a rough start indeed. And of course, yeah, it's the person who does the resurrecting. It's not the one you want to see go down first. Lamsauce getting a kill here as well into Synfax, and that is the support line just getting shredded early on for St. Ambrose. Nikki, with all the room in the world here to heal on this Ana, absolutely no contest at all. Pretty much the Ana player dream right there on the outside edge, and that's enabling a really quick cap back from UBCO Gold. Only the Pharah here trying to contest to the tail end. Heinz has the barrage, can't even get it out of the pocket. Agent MM7 does get a stick, but really dribbling in here, just trying to get one after another onto the point to keep the dream alive. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. UBCO Gold just looking way too decisive. Even with Heinz getting the pick onto the unfortunate Nikki yet again with the barrage, will be stage 2 of map 1 going in favor of UBCO Gold.
And in the dive mirror, it has been all UBCO Gold. That 36% is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. And so you have to say that UBCO Gold has a better understanding of that dive composition, of understanding when to engage, right? Their timing, their spacing. And I think Delco being able to hit a lot of clean shatter, or clean directs, I should say, with the Pharah, open things up a lot more cleanly. Agent M7 did not have a lot of space to work. In that round, right? The single direct when you're damage boosted by a Mercy is enough to get the elimination. So the projectile player from UBCO Gold certainly making St. Ambrose's life very difficult in that second round.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think Delco looked to be kind of the superior Pharah right there, but it's back to a game of Symmetras here as we get started on Night Market, and will be a game of Teleporters as well. Both of them coming out almost simultaneously, the closest they could possibly be in the race. Both teams dropping in. It is St. Ambrose who got the better half of the point, but not for long. UBCO Gold comes charging right into the front door, and already people are starting to die here. A brawl in the dojo. It does look like UBCO Gold will take it in, but it's a good boop kill on Nakayo there to give a little bit of room to the St. Ambrose side. Unfortunately, not enough, really. Unless it's a hero play from Heinz. No.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny that Delco didn't find anyone, or rather just completely missed the Junkrat in the back line for that insta-kill. But UBCO Gold will eliminate the teleporter and therefore deny the quick rotations from St. Ambrose. No adaptation yet from this squad. They're going to try and run it close again, but UBCO Gold has the advantage in the run-up, right? KO has the more consistent mid-range hit scan ability on the Cassidy here, so they should be able to shut down a lot of damage from St. Ambrose.
The Shatter coming in now. KO getting one initially. Micah adding another to the pile. Cendrillon will try and push them into the front door. You can see the tanks advancing, but really you can see the discomfort illustrated in the way they're going about this. They're backing off, but it's a huge tire from Heinz. 3K over the top right there. Now everybody onto the point here. Poor Micah just dancing around trying to stay alive. There's a good kill there, but it will be a flip here in favor of St. Ambrose.
Yeah, I mean, Robo Eagle is the first one to die, so he's going to be able to recontest and actually going to put some more resources into this fight. The self-destruct. They don't want to quite give up enough time. The remake is there, and just keeping the point just flipped over, so that's unfortunate. UBCO Gold's going to have to reset here for sure. as the off tank goes down, and it's a 5v6. I mean, Heinz just hero played that up, right? Because that's the fight that St. Ambrose lost in a 3K just ahead of the immortality field, right? See, Nikki was trying to get it down, couldn't do so in time, and the Junkrat finds value. 5 check marks now for St. Ambrose in the red, and they open up with an early pick. This is big for them here.
Good kill on Nakayo to start things off. The Shatter coming in here as well. Arc just swinging for the fences on the front line. The Hammer not stopping at all, and it will claim both Delco and Robo Eagle. And a decisive fight win there.
It's a fairly, I mean, I was going to say it's fairly cheap custom, the Earth Shatter and the Photon Barriers. So in all honesty, yes, absolutely pretty cheap. And now we're about even in terms of that resource game here in the mid round of it. Both teams approaching 50% in percentage gain. KO likely to open this up with, I was going to say with the Deadeye, but in fact, as Delco who goes down, that's going to be another reset right away for UBCO Gold.
Oh, and they use the Amplification Matrix too at the tail end there. The rest of the team just going to follow up and collect these kills. UBCO Gold pedaling backwards as fast as they can, and this is not good. They're getting sectioned off and picked apart piece by piece. It's just wasting time.
Yeah, I think that fight actually opened up with the Matrix from Synfax, and it was the right click from the Symmetra of Agent MM7 that was an instant elimination because it's over 200 HP, yeah, or over 200 damage. So, you know, not great. You need to be more concise with these entries, and I mean, Delco needs to use his Photon Barrier here to even approach the point.
Another early ult, though, from St. Ambrose trying to shut things down. I'm pretty sure I heard a sound barrier used there by Maiko to get them through. KO with a good opening, though, on the High Noon. Will get 2. The tire coming out from Heinz. He does it again. He gets 3 more. And again, the back of UBCO Gold's attack is broken on the rip tire of Heinz, who died for his effort but still secured the point. And it looks like secured the stage win and the map.
Yeah, that is going to be it. I mean, Heinz is absolutely the hero of this first map. I mean, here's the thing. Riptire getting 3 kills once, that's big. Riptire getting 3 kills twice. Now you're starting to say, okay, someone needs to pay attention to Heinz when the ult is online. Can't be allowing that to happen. That's a massive shatter from Landsauce, by the way. That might have been all 6 in you know, once we tally up the stuns. But yeah, that's something we're going to see in the future maps here from UBCO Gold, right? We need to see St. Ambrose being denied that Riptire and just not allowed to get those 3 eliminations, those multi-kills coming in from that ultimate. That's a lot of value for an ultimate that is very cheap to kind of earn.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it is kind of a perennial issue, right? Everybody's afraid of Junkrat tires to a certain extent, but very much, like you said, fool me once, you know, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me sort of situation there with the 3Ks coming off the tires. It's interesting, too, just the ult usage and those engagements on Night Market. I mean, really the decisive advantage on the side of St. Ambrose every single time they had an engagement, they were coming out swinging with the ults, and it almost felt like UBCO didn't even expect it. They took them by surprise every time.
Yeah, I think the thing that you kind of have to highlight is that that was how many fights in a row that were won with one ult fight, like one ult kind of pick off in elimination moment. So that's something that's going to have to change from map to map. And I have expectations that these teams will be able to do it. I think that UBCO Gold, they've shown that ability to adapt midway through. We saw that in round number 2, of course. So you know, the expectations firmly on their side, but certainly going to be a tougher thing to say than it is to actually execute upon. And that's what's really going to be the thread, I think, in the next map is if they can continue to keep, you know, the tempo in their favor.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting map in a lot of ways. It was a little bit more it was interesting. It was very even on first stage, and then the next 2 stages were both lopsided in their own way, which is, I think, not usually what you tend to see, right? Usually you tend to see it's either just very close throughout, you go all 3, it's very close, or it's just very decisively in favor of one side. So a bit of an interesting mix-up right there, and maybe speaking to the difference in skill in terms of team compositions right there, the dive comp obviously being much more successful for UBCO Gold, whereas that brawl did seem to favor St. Ambrose a little bit more, basically based on Night Market, because it was quite close on the first.
Yeah, and I mean, in the instances of it being close, the difference on round number 3 is that there were 3 fights in a row that just ended before they even began because a player got eliminated. Right? Once it was twice was the main, or I think it was once it was the main support, and then once it was once each on the further 2 was each of the other DPS. So you know, that's an adaptation. I suppose it's good that it wasn't the same player getting picked off.
True.
is first
Also
in that
true.
fight. So you know what? We'll throw a little card your way in that sense as we get set for map number 2. As you can see below us, it is going to be Eichenwald as our second look here in this series, as I believe it was Blizzard World banned by St. Ambrose University. So definitely going to be an interesting look as we switch sides as well. So don't let that trip you up, everyone watching at home. The colors rather, are going to be flipped around as I get set here for our hybrid map type.
Probably trip me up. It always does, even after all this time. But I wonder if this is a pick by UBCO to really get value out of Delco's Pharah. That's just, you think back to things that worked quite well for them. And I think we could say that Delco's Pharah on stage number 2 there looked particularly decisive. Do you think that's what we're thinking here on this map choice? You come out swinging with the Pharah on attack or defense, I guess, as the choice may be. Really try and put as much of the contest into that first point on Eichenwald as you can.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to that for sure. I wonder also how they're going to be mirrored out by the tank line, because I think that's what's going to set the sort of the narrative of this map. Is how well does a tank execute? Do the tanks rather execute on their chosen composition? Because that is really Overwatch is based around tanks, right? If your tanks are doing well, then you're kind of follow from there, and you kind of pick the rest of your team comp to sort of support whatever style they're going for, which is why we see the Baptiste and the Lucio with the Reinhardt. It's why we saw, the Mercy coming into play with the Pharah, because you're playing that more high aggression style with the tank line. So that's really what I'm kind of looking for here, especially for that first point. Are they going to go rush, or are they going to go, that high tempo dive composition for that initial fight?
That's a very good question. You have such a wonderful Overwatch brain, Laugh-On. You really do. I feel like I'm learning things. Just listening to you talk about stuff is beautiful. Anyway, we'll get started here on Eichenwald, and we see originally showing us on St. Ambrose side at least, and keep in mind they are in blue. They are showing us a more grounded composition there, revolving around kind of the McCree. We've seen that run, quite a lot. And on the other side, it will be Delco coming out on the Pharah. A bit of an interesting mix-up of styles right there between the two sides.
Yeah. Okay. So UBCO Gold's composition is a hybrid comp. It runs. Here's the problem. This is a rush composition that has no ability to rush because they don't have a Lucio. They have the healing of the Baptiste, but they don't have any speed whatsoever. So in terms of engage timing, St. Ambrose will have the advantage here for sure. The question is, how much can Delco, remove from the back line before this fight happens? Because for St. Ambrose, if they get the fight on their favor, they're going to win.
Well, are the Pharah Rockets strong enough to carry the weight of the rest of the team? We'll see Delco getting lit up right away. Fortunately, the healing stream is there. Odin is down early on, so one of the supports already taken out of contention here for St. Ambrose. You can feel the pressure heating up because the immortality field had to be used. In fact, we'll lose it early too. And that's not a particularly great start here for St. Ambrose, but they've done a decent job of at least keeping UBCO Gold in cover. Delco continuing to rain havoc down here. Out comes the amplification matrix. Oh, this is panic on the side of St. Ambrose. They're just backing up. Odin's down. Simfax arced. They're just getting ripped apart here. Hines with the quick clap back tries to get one, but it's spitting in the face of certain death here at the time. Delco dropping in and going straight for the May. Only 2 bodies left contesting the cart, and that should be that.
I suppose that's one way to, counter the lack of speed, is to just eliminate the Lucio before the speed boost even comes through, right? They do it twice in the same fight as Odin rolled through. So the hybrid comp works, and I said that was kind of the issue. If St. Ambrose engages first, then they should win the fight. But instead, St. Ambrose waits and allows Delco to get into position to kind of spam through, and the Pharah gets a lot of value. Now, on this open phase of second here, with a lot less vertical cover, I should say, compared to point A, it's going to be a little bit harder, though not impossible, especially if Sandrillion tries to chase in the sky and going to be demeched for free.
Well, the bomb getting dropped there in the middle of the street won't have much of an impact. Delco dropping it with the barrage. Does get one, gets 2, he gets arc as well. Beautiful bit of play there. Hines immediately following it up, though, with a double kill of their own, so keeping things as level set as they can. In fact, St. Ambrose taking the better half of that engagement, and it looks like Mike is getting hunted down to signal sort of the end here. A little bit of stagger. Why not?
It's just that was a bait play by UBCO Gold. Send in the front line just to take damage, and then have the Pharah kind of close in after it too with the barrage, and then that's when you kind of pinch back in. But St. Ambrose, they're just a little too quick on the cleanup, especially with the Blizzard that close things out. And all right, good denial for Ancient M7.
No luck to be had right there on that one. Robo Eagle getting up on the top is forced to use the bomb, though. We'll go for the remake there, but the rest of his team is doing work around him. KO getting a kill there. Nikki helping out as well, and very discombobulated fight here. The two divas dueling around the bottom of the castle, and the rest of the reinforcements coming in behind to aid their UBCO Gold teammate, and that should be, well, at least that fight over for now.
That play is entirely created by Robo Eagle. Denies the Deadeye, gets the self-destruct for the remake, and that just opens up space for the rest of the team, right? We saw, you saw Sandrillion try to peel off to keep Agent M7 alive, and that was successful, but the rest of the team kind of fell apart with a lack of heal. So eyes on Lamb Sauce and Arc now as they're going to try and duel out with the Matrices there. Big Fire Strike to get the elimination, though.
Arc coming through huge at the start here. Central and the rest just adding in. They're going to throw the Blizzard as well. Insult to injury on the back end. They didn't even really need it. It was one of those very decisive St. Ambrose engagements.
The one thing, something to kind of highlight here is Synfax has consistently gotten more value in these mirrored amplification matrices, there we go, than Nikki has. And that's not really a fault of Nikki so much as it is the setup from the team, right, is that St. Ambrose has walked in with that being their intention, whereas UBCO Gold has tried to respond with it and has had less success due to the amount of damage that comes in as they apply it. So keep an eye out for that, because UBCO Gold is going to need to find more value from this ultimate other Baptiste with how much damage you can kind of bring forward.
KO does have the high noon here. Looks like they're trying to set him up to use it. He takes a little bit of damage at the start before he pops it out. They've done a good job of hurting the enemy team. There's a high noon coming from the opposite side as well. Neither of these high noons really coming to very much. The self-destruct going over the top there will claim the immortality field, but once again, it's all St. Ambrose here. The kill feed lighting up blue. Delco under a lot of pressure right there up in the sky. Arc, the only real casualty on the St. Ambrose side, but I think it's a trade they're willing to make.
Yeah, I would actually just go for the barrage here so you could switch to a different hero. Actually, if you get the DMEC onto the Pharah, I would go for it. I think right now for UBCO Gold, they're running into a problem where St. Ambrose has natural cover because of where the objective is, that they're denying Delco a lot of the success they had on that first objective, right? So in this particular instance, I think UBCO Gold needs to start contemplating switching up to a different composition, especially because now St. Ambrose, with control of the high ground, is going to be able to use the Blizzard to deny any sort of control here of Castle.
The res being forced out very early. Agent M7 getting a big kill early on. Here's the barrage from Delco, though. The sound barrier came out there. I don't know if it was anticipation or if it was something else. The amplification matrix was used on the top deck as well. And another very decisive engagement from St. Ambrose, who just seemed to be on point with their ult usage throughout every fight.
Yeah, that's just bad timing for Delco, and there's the switch that we talked about to the Mei. The sound barrier actually was not in response to the barrage, it was in response to the push coming through from UBCO Gold. It just so happened to coincide with Delco going down for the barrage. There was that Blizzard on Castle, by the way, that I was talking about to just slow things down and get the elimination. Now St. Ambrose are facing a final fight with 53 seconds left on the clock. UBCO Gold needs to win this fight, and they need to win it off the back of Nikki's amplification matrix here, because it can't be responded to by St. Ambrose. This needs to be it needs to be good for two here for this team.
The high ground completely in control of St. Ambrose. Another good shutdown of the McCree ult coming out right there, but is it enough? Lamb Sauce brawling on the front line. Big bomb from Central on. It's the kind of hero play they needed to shut this down. And UBCO Gold watching their chances flicker away here at the tail end of their attack. 20 seconds left on the clock. I don't think there's anybody in position to get a touch on this. It's going to have to be an absolute desperation run from somebody. They just don't have anyone there. They legitimately cannot touch this. Maybe they can get Lucio there in time. They'll try and roll the ball in around. Micah obviously under serious pressure. It does look like Lamb Sauce managed to get the touch on, but his life is measured in seconds. The shatter thrown there to shut it down, and St. Ambrose with a commanding defensive point number 2.
And I'd like to showcase that Heinz has another Blizzard. That's one in every second fight, essentially. That ultimate is coming online, and with the fact that it can be against a stable, a slow-moving composition such as what UBCO Gold is featuring, the fact that you have it that frequently means that St. Ambrose truly is in control of this high ground, in control of this map, and have put themselves in a position to take a 2-0 series lead off the back of what is a fairly, strong defensive end of the map. Now they don't really have to worry too much, especially if they get this first objective, right? The second phase can be a lot easier to control with the type of compositions they've been running.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to do the dreaded indoor phase, right? I mean, that's the big advantage for them here. They get to theoretically avoid that. And I mean, obviously, a shorter distance may be good for morale as well. UBCO Gold here showing us that's an interesting setup. A Hanzo and Cassidy coming in right there. Micah on the Zenyatta as well. Very sort of high range damage output team. I don't think I've seen a composition like that in some time. Is that something that I'm missing? Has that like become a meta thing while I've been kind of out of the scene?
Not with these tanks, no. This is usually something you put with an Orisa Sigma as sort of like a mirror double shield break. So I think they may be, sort of hedging their bets here. You can see a lot of damage on UBCO Gold's side, right? There's the Zen as well. So I think if they're maybe they expect a double shield, but they should prevent Art from really being able to walk in for free with how much damage is going to be online here.
You say that, but Art comes roaring around the tower here. He's still got a ways to go before he touches the actual team, though. Hines does have the wall there if they want to use it. A good takeout of Central On's map early on, and there's a great pick to follow it up from Delco. Takes Agent M7 out early on. Delco, look at that. The Hanzo on fire here on the front line. Goes for his little spray as well. You've earned it, buddy, on the team kill.
Yeah, and once again into the dueling range, right? That's where that damage really comes online. The Zen, obviously the Hanzo, we saw how big Delco was there, but the Discord Orb is so powerful and it just gives the damage dealer so much more room to work. So, yeah, they could walk in through the choke, but once they get actually into actual fighting range, UBCO Gold should have the advantage in these mid fights. We'll see if that continues into the second one, as the Blizzard will be online fairly shortly.
Well, here comes the quick move around the wall, going up to block some of that damage, at least initially, looking for an early kill, and they find it. KO taken out of the equation, the Immortality Field forced into use here as the Amplification Matrix come down. Sinfax lucky to escape with their life after that little bunny hop there. Will die on the other side. Beautiful play from Lamb Sauce to get two with the Fire Strike, and it'll be kept alive by the Transcendence. They've lost a tick on the point, but the defense still holding strong here. Blizzard coming out, the Dragons following up across the point. Odin will finish off Lamb Sauce and Micah, and it does look like they break it. No, I say that, and here come the remaining members of St. Ambrose still holding in. UBCO Gold doesn't want to give them any more room than they do. The slow trickle in, the high noon being unleashed as well, and it does look like it might be over. I mean, the members of UBCO Gold are kind of sectioning this off and trying to bring it down, but they just can't seem to finish off the last couple of kills. Ark comes trailing back in as well. Maybe, just maybe, a disengage might be in order for one of these teams. I'm thinking St. Ambrose could back up, but no! They invest the shatter, they just keep going, and they'll take the point. What a strange, wonderful little fight that was.
That was all off the back of Hines and Zendralon really putting a lot of pressure on that front line. I mean, UBCO Gold were close to keeping that in their favor, but now comes disaster territory here for the squad in red, in that that should have been a hold for them. That should have been, but St. Ambrose refused to let that fight go. Obviously, with the better respawns, we're able to get back in, and now they're going to rotate up the flank here through Castle and find this high ground control. I don't think UBCO Gold is ready for this.
Oh, a lot of chaos here on the top deck. Central on right in the midst of everything. Agent M7 there as well, but the kills going in favor of UBCO Gold. Ark does strike back at KO, but it's sort of in vain at the tail end. The Diva Bomb thrown over the top there won't get them much, and it does look like UBCO Gold will hold for now.
Yeah, Odin turns tail as well to the spawn room there. The cart does move about halfway through this map now, and this is about, about halfway through this next phase is all that St. Ambrose need to take this series in their hands. 3 minutes 15 left on the clock, as UBCO Gold has the advantage of the high ground. They have advantage of the resource economy as well, and they need to prevent St. Ambrose from being able to walk through Castle for free.
Huge shatter. That might do it. Lamb Sauce coming in on the back of that one. They fire the Dragon off as well. A 5K for the Rhine player there. And Central One throws himself off the edge to deny that 6K coming in. And well, that was about as much of a shutdown through the castle as you get right there.
That is 3 ultimates for that, though, as the Earth Shatter, Dragon Strike, and Ant Matrix were all used. So expensive, despite that being a clean shutdown. So St. Ambrose is going to try the same rotation through. This time, there's nothing left to deny them that rotation as well. And they're actually going to put a Matrix up of their own. The wall's going to block off Lamb Sauce, and this has gone from bad to worse.
perfectly timed wall right there. The bomb comes sailing in on the back end, but it won't avail them none. Nikki knocked down off the high ground, now in serious danger, being chased down by Cedrillon. Delco does manage to get one sort of revenge kill in the midst there, but it's very clear that they've lost this fight, and now the cart will start to roll forward again.
Yeah, they do get the DMAC onto Cedrillon, though, so that's it bodes well for this next engagement at the very least. Agent M7 is going to go. Oh, they found.
Okay.
Why are they sectioned off from their team?
I don't know. Run, Agent M7, run. He'll get back to the rest of his squad there. A very odd position for those tanks to be in, lurking in the back line. The cart's just going to continue rolling forward. The main wall does come up here. The high noon coming out from the Cassidy player, looking for something. He will find the oft victim of such ults. Poor Micah sailing by as Hines and Ark get their kills in. Lambsaw stunned on the charge, was trying to make something happen, and unfortunately met the Reinhardt coming the other way. And Delco now, who has been such a key player here, just trying to stave off the inevitable, at least temporarily. Don't know what Ark did right there, to be honest.
That's going to be the reset there. There's a teleporter in the window just to get everyone back quicker. So with a minute left, that's the reset here. They didn't. UBCO Gold did not think, or sorry, I should say St. Ambrose did not think they were going to win that fight before the respawns came in. So they made the call to reset with the team and try and go back. Delco, under a lot of pressure, keeps the Dragon Strike, which is going to be huge for this next fight because set properly, this could be a zoning ultimate in the best sense of that word, splitting up the front and backline, and we expect to see it as they open up this fight.
Does Cedrillon have a bomb, though, in the pocket? It was good last time. It wasn't this time. There comes that split on the Dragon. It's a huge shatter from Ark to try and counter it out. Just a fiesta of ults being unleashed here around the point. Agent N7 will get a kill in here, and despite the investment there on the side of UBCO Gold, it does not avail them. They're not touching the point. It rolls through, and St. Ambrose will take map number 2 in this series.
Very, very close run, though. That went down to the wire in the very end. It was Ark. Opening, or I should say, was the defensive Reinhardt being caught out by the Earthshatter, so Lambsaw just couldn't get the shield up in time, and this is that Fire Strike that allows the instant, the Amp Matrix allows the instant elimination from the Fire Strike there, as we see it go through. But all things being considered, it is going to be the 2-0 series lead here for St. Ambrose over, over their opposition in UBCO Gold as we look to see what the rest of or the future brings here for our series. All right. Well, with that, we'll be back for map number 3 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back from this break in just a second.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Challenger Cyan. Here it is UBCO Gold versus St. Ambrose University. I'm Cormac, and alongside me is Lafon. And it was an interesting first two maps. St. Ambrose really putting the hurt in here early on.
Indeed, I think this is going to be, this is kind of going to have to be a statement map here for UBCO Gold if they want to keep this series in contention. Again, it is the first of four, so putting themselves at match point with a victory here is entirely in the cards as we get set to go to Temple of Anubis for our assault map. And I think one of the things to highlight, especially for me, Corbeck, has been how well the front line has kind of taken aggression here on St. Ambrose's side. This has been a very, very dominant play from, I think, specifically the main tank in kind of controlling space with the Reinhardt specifically.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Ark has really been doing a good job of playing very aggressively, even in situations where perhaps he doesn't have as much of a right to as he legitimately should. He seems to kind of go in, and it looks like he's in serious trouble, and he'll just come out the other side. He's got a good support line backing him up as well. And I mean, there have been, a few standout plays here on the side of UBCO Serpent's Gold, right? We've seen Delco doing a good job trying to hold it down. But in the main, yeah, I think a lot of this is resting on these competing tank lines right now. I would wholeheartedly agree.
It's kind of interesting that St. Ambrose has had players kind of taking turns being sort of the hero of the map. In map one was undoubtedly Heinz. There was no question in my mind about that. I mean, the Junkrat Triple K twice kind of lays rest to that idea. But yeah, Ark was definitely the standout in the second map. And it has been the name consistency, rather, for St. Ambrose that has gotten them here. Just enough pop-off moments to keep them in some of the fights they shouldn't be winning. And then the rest of the team just standing stable the rest of the time to keep themselves ahead. UBCO Gold trying to, I think, here's the thing though, right? For UBCO Gold, they're not that much further behind. They just have to kind of prevent those outlandish moments. If they can kind of keep those to a minimum, I'm thinking that Riptire 3K twice, for example, then they're really right back in this. And this is kind of where they have to start to get that space built.
Yeah, I agree. It does those sort of random moments of chaos that seem to detract the most from them overall. Delco on the Pharah again. It's been a decent performance on the Pharah here so far, but he hasn't really been locked in this kind of a long-range duel yet. Heinz really putting the pressure on right there, but they've taken a lot of space, at least initially. The dive comes sailing in. Lamsauce very low on the health right there, though. Has to fall back for the mega health back. Big kills, though. Sinfax and Odin both down. It's KO who's doing the majority of the heavy lifting right now. Trade back on the supports. They will manage to take out Ana on the other side. They lose the mech here as well. Now it's the other Tracer who's getting into it. Agent NECC doing some serious work, but they can't quite shut down Delco, who's here and still has the pocketed support. They got the resin on KO as well, and a very quick take of point number one.
Yeah, and that's going to be the revenge from the Tracer. A little bit of a second life coming in. Ark stalling a little bit of time, but it's going to filter back to UBCO Gold. Now, here for the point is how well is, or what potential is there for UBCO Gold to snowball into the second objective, right? Just B point. There aren't any ultimates online directly, but if you can get a good, direct with the rocket to kind of open an elimination, maybe that's the opening they kind of have to go for. St. Ambrose have the natural defensive positioning, and Agent M7 also having the pulse bomb in about 7%.
The two Tracers exchanging some unpleasantries there on the right side of the defense, but neither really coming out the victor. More of a skirmish than anything else. Delco trying to get these rockets in, but having a hard time. Heinz rolling for cover there as the Nano Monkey comes down on top of him. It's a good effort from Lamsauce to lead the way, and Sinfax getting taken down early on is definitely a worthy kill. Lamsauce doing big work, actually, continuing that rampage, now popping out the Primal as well, juggling Bob off the point. What great play from the tank. Unfortunately, it does cost Delco their life, but Lamsauce has 3 in this fight, is keeping the dream alive. Ark comes rolling back in with the minefield, though, just trying to buy space, buy time, and there's only so much Ark can do. He's looking to roll in on the backside, but it is just sheer UBCO supremacy right now on the point. Delco unleashing the barrage at the spawn doors to deny them the entrance. A couple of touches coming back in, Ark and Agent NECC respectively, but look at the number of UBCO Gold bodies here in the the AO. What are they going to do? The drop coming in from Arc there, trying to keep the Dream just in contention as long as possible. They do not want to finish with this time bank. You see the pulse bomb being invested there as well. It won't come to anything. The mech getting taken out. Now Central on forced to back up. KO getting a kill with the pulse bomb. Agent 7 though immediately on the other side. Robo Eagle gets the remech kill in there as well. Hines back on the Doomfist right now, and slowly but surely the members of St. Ambrose are battling their way back, kill by kill, inch by inch, and it does look like they finally show UBCO the door.
Considering how defensively favored the second point is, the fact that UBCO Gold gets 2 ticks plus some in that fight after losing 3 of their players early, I think speaks enormously about their fighting potential there. So, you know, it might seem to you to be a sort of a lost fight, but I think that is a great one for them. They're going to engage quickly with the nano boost, and this should just be the 3rd tick over.
Again, Lamb Sauce drops in from above, that nano boost surging through his veins and surging through the tickle gun right now. Some aggressive tickling taking out a couple of members of St. Ambrose, and Arc again just trying to stall it out on the ball, but now he's the sole target of focus right there. His health pool disappearing incredibly fast. Agent M7 does hit someone with the pulse, will get a kill. Agent M7 now stepping up to the plate as the hero of the hour, unfortunately getting juggled around. Hines now popping the ult here on the Doomfist to keep the fight going. Centralon wafting back in here as well, but it's just not enough. St. Ambrose shoved off the point, and a good time bank cap here for UBCO Gold.
That was so unfortunate. The self-destruct on the objective actually just prevents everyone steps away for a moment just to try and hide from the damage, and no one is there to sacrifice their life to keep the contest going, right? So it's tough there. There was a chance if, you know, again, we talk about that defensive spawn, how close it is. If they had just kept a body on the objective, someone to sacrifice, maybe there was something there, but well played by UBCO Gold. They do a great job of that engage timing. The Winston gets the nano boost, they apply pressure onto the backline, the Ana is immediately taken out, and Simfax has not really had a very strong, or I should say strong, a very fun time on the defensive end of things with how aggressively they're being pushed with that nano play, right? So smart read by UBCO Gold, and they give themselves a relatively healthy time bank to work with on that second objective as well as they head to the defense.
Yeah, a lot of that I think was just on the back of Lamb Sauce as well. Looked very decisive in those attacks, was doing a great job kind of making use of the nano. Then he follows it up with the primal, just continuing to be an absolute menace. It's exactly what you want a Winston to do in that situation, split everybody up and just cause chaos. An interesting setup here on the kind of attack from St. Ambrose. They're bringing out the ball Sigma. And then you've got kind of this rotating station of Sinfax and Odin on the Zenyatta and the Brigida, respectively. I'm curious to see how this works. This could have a little bit of a hard time getting in through the door. Arc is obviously already in. The shield coming out there early on. He's being monitored by Lamb Sauce. You see them setting up for this flank. In they will come. Arc trying to get something going. The initial hook from Lamb Sauce not coming in. Arc swinging in through, stunned. In serious trouble right there is the ball. It will roll back out. He will survive with most of his health intact, but they're kind of stalled at the door here. Very good hook coming out from Lamb Sauce. They need to be careful. They nearly lost their Roadhog on that initial engagement. Agent 7 now pushing up on the front, trying to get an early kill. Won't quite find it. Odin taking out the Torbjorn turret as Lamb Sauce continuing to play on the flank. Oh my lord, my good man. I don't know if that's a particular situation you want to be in, no matter how big your health pool is. Odin is down. KO is down, though, in response. So balancing out just a little bit. Obviously, the loss of the Zenyatta, a big loss for the aggressive power of this side as Agent 7 goes for the hunt, and a very kind of just extended engage right here. Neither of these two teams seeming to have a significant amount of plan going into this as Lamb Sauce gets another kill. Agent M7 continuing to extend the run, though, throws in the pulse bomb and destroys the immortality field. Now you see some reses coming in. Micah trying to get bodies back in the fight. It's 1-1 on the point. Another drop in right there from Hines. Hines going for one more kill, gets plagued by the Battle Mercy instead as Micah secures a kill. Micah doing some big work here on the side of the Mercy. Might have finally snuffed this very extended attack out. Say that though, yeah. They're getting capped.
They need to take this first tick at the very least here. The respawns are coming in, and I think with those, with just the supports being left alive, they're gonna have to reset here. Lamb Sauce, if they get a pick off, could be big, but no. Synfax is gonna stay alive. The Bell Pocket's there, and this should be the point going over to St. Ambrose here in a moment.
Well, the whole hog coming in from Lamsauce does actually take Sinfax down, so maybe, just maybe, there's legs in this defense yet, and surely the amount of bodies come surging back in. Unfortunately, KO dies almost immediately, finds himself on the receiving end of an accretion right there. Agent M7 now just trying to chip down the Sigma, will turn their focus to another tank, the good old ult battery of Lamsauce, who continues to hold on aggressively. Centralon getting absolutely bullied right there, but quickly brings his bully down, and finally, the point will flip.
That's good work from UBCO Gold, though, that they get a lot of time off the clock, right? This composition. So the way this composition works, and it has existed for a little bit of time, is you have sort of a 2-player unit in the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball who kind of set up the flank play, and then you have a 4-player unit that kind of stands still and holds down the fort, right? St. Ambrose, though, do a thing where the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer go in second, not first. They let the 4-player unit sort of take the bulk of the aggression, and so it doesn't allow Heinz a lot of time to farm up into a place where damage can be dealt. So we'll see if that changes here on the second objective, where it's a lot easier to rotate through. And in fact, we can see Arc already in.
Arc comes surging through, and he gets lifted right back up into the air. That's just a better position for him to drop the minefield from. An early pair of kills being traded out right there. Unfortunately, Centralon is down. Delco not giving them a lot of breathing room. A very good amplification matrix here from NECC. And that, I think, should have shut down the majority of this push, but still 3 minutes, 44 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and you get out the big closeout resources from UBCO Gold on that fight. So, small window to equalize in time bank. I don't think you're going to meet it if you're St. Ambrose. So, you're looking at UBCO Gold likely having the better time bank in regard to a second run if that were to come through. You're looking at St. Ambrose with the Pulse Bomb. That's going to try and be a pick-off here. Obviously, Bob to hit on the objective, and then try and play for the Transcendence midway through the fight. Especially as Lamsauce, the only one, or I should say Lamsauce and Delco, the 2 players that are close to their resources here.
A couple of cheeky peeky attempts here, but nothing really coming in for Odin just yet. Arc gets hooked right there. Will be forced to pop the shields early on. Comes sailing in over the top just one more time. Slams down as well, but unfortunately it's a bad start for Arc. He gets absolutely wrecked. The Transcendence has to come out here from Odin to get them into a fight on the point, and they will find a kill at the tail end of it. It's Lamsauce who goes down. Gravitic Flux comes out, but they unfortunately get nothing for it. The Molten Core now being used to just deny some space on the point as Symphax goes down. KO charging forward here with the Torbjorn, trying to clean up some kills, and a very solid DPS performance to hold on to the point.
Yeah, and here St. Ambrose is now running into the problem that UBCO Gold's composition is designed to deal with them, right? So we're going to see some swaps come in from St. Ambrose. A lot of the problem is that Arc and Agent M7, who are supposed to be sort of that tip of the spear, if you will, the one who kind of set the pace by which you play, are running into 4 players that are there to kind of slow them down. Lamsauce, Delco, KO, and Amika in respect. All have either survivability or stuns to kind of prevent these high-tempo flankers. And so that's really what's slowing down St. Ambrose. You're generally going to make a switch over to the Roadhog. Pays off immediately with the hook onto their counterpart.
That's a good takedown there of Lamsauce, but the amplification matrix out early on. Robo Eagle trying to go for the Gravitic, finds nothing. He's hooked and pulled in, and they nearly lose their second tank, but the entire time, KO is just chonking damage down range into the choke point. Delco trying to hunt for a kill here as well, and, well, Odin will accept their inevitable fate, and that's fight over.
Yeah, NECC with the big amp matrix again. Just to, been a big part of this map here for UBCO Gold. I was a little bit critical of the matrices on the previous maps, but they've stepped up in a big way here on map number 3, and it's a big part as to why now St. Ambrose is down to 1:15 on the clock and are looking at not even being able to complete the map, never mind with time remaining at this stage. St. Ambrose, this is really the fight they have to win.
Oh, let's see if they have enough gas in the tank for that. Heinz here swings round, trying to get a good angle onto point. The window is relatively limited, and that's a bad way to start. Agent M7 killed immediately by KO, and that's putting them down a man as they begin. Micah taken out of contest as well. It's a good kill onto the healer, but the loose arc for it. Oh, Sinfax is just annihilated, and they had the rally out there as well. So once more, they've got a reset.
Sentinel's going to be the last fight, or last elimination too, so that's even more stagger kill here coming in. From St. Ambrose, as it's going to be 30 seconds left on the clock, and I mean, UBCO Gold are going for the hold here at this point. I don't know that, first of all, there's nothing for St. Ambrose to even capture the objective, and even if they do, UBCO Gold only has to take 1 tick on to B should that even happen. So this is going to be basically the last fight here, and it's 5v6 early.
Agent 7 dying early on again. Second early death in a row right there. KO's cooking the lava on the back line. They've also got a high noon here as well. You can just see the anticipation on the Torbjorn waiting to use his ult, and there it is. And that will go everywhere, as it's very targeted actually in the end, trying to bring down, I think it was Senjalon, and they will succeed in getting him, though they use the high noon there as well. And UBCO Gold just juggling and destroying St. Ambrose here. There's no real members of the team left. Agent 7 makes a valiant effort to hold on to it, but it's far too little too late. And map number 3 will go the way of UBCO Gold.
That was a big statement game from UBCO Gold here on Temple of Anubis. They were in complete control of this map. They did not allow St. Ambrose any space to work, and rightfully prevent, take a map here in this series. I think this composition that they had in the end on that second point, perfectly tailored, not only to deal with the composition that St. Ambrose were bringing to the table, but they knew how to play it, which I think is a bigger part of it. You can't just pick heroes and say, this is what counters out my opposition and then expect it to work. You have to know how they sync together, and UBCO Gold do a good job of that to give themselves, the one map so far in this series.
Yeah, it's a good statement. Like you said, you put your foot down a little bit and you stem some of that early bleeding, the kind of two really unfortunate knocks you felt on those first two maps, and you right the ship, a little bit, and you get back into it. So I think it's exactly what they probably wanted in that situation. And I do concur with the way in which they were playing the composition. They knew exactly what they needed to do to blunt the force of the enemy attack and just push back onto it. It was very well done by them. And I mean, it was a surprise. I'll be honest with you. I think it was a little bit of a surprising lack of perhaps adaptability from the side of St. Ambrose, a little bit different than I think a lot of the stuff that we've seen from them so far tonight. I don't know why they looked particularly perplexed on that one.
Part of the problem, I think, for them is that they thought they had an opportunity to come back in these fights 5v6. Again, a lot of those times it came down to a player being picked off early and the go button was still being called, either because the elimination happened right as the fight was commencing, or because there were enough cooldowns available for St. Ambrose that they thought they could still brute force their way through. Unfortunately, Assault just simply does not work that way, which is one of the reasons why they kind of struggled on their offensive side of things. I mean, it's less St. Ambrose struggling, I think, and more UBCO Gold stepping up in a big way to contest in that objective position. So, it's tough when you're in a position where a team loses out on a hold on Assault. Sometimes there are mistakes being made, but sometimes the team just plays well, and I think here it's more of the latter rather than the former.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the strengths of the map, right, with your respawn advantage, if one team is just playing particularly well on defense, it is more than enough, right? No matter what you're throwing at them. But I do think you're onto something as well when you mentioned brute force, right? And I think that there were shades of that, certainly on the first point, where I think we saw St. Ambrose just throwing things at it and hoping that they would eventually get it, which they did. But it gets a lot harder to do that when you go around to that second point as well, just because of the respawn advantage, for example, just makes it really difficult to kind of outlast your opponent, do a war of attrition right there. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that there was a moment in which it looked like UBCO Gold was particularly fuss. I don't think there was ever a time period there where they might have lost it. I was pretty just decisively in their favor the entire time.
Yeah, it feels like a different team from maps 1 and 2
Yeah.
in certain aspects of it, right? In terms of how they approach the fights, engagements, and so forth. So to that point, yeah, I do agree. And now as we get set to go to the escort map, I'm interested to see what the pick is going to be, because the shoe's a bit of on the other foot now, right? For the first time, it is going to be St. Ambrose who've lost. So they get to select the map after a ban comes through. And we actually have that information coming in right as I speak. It is going to be Havana banned out by UBCO. And so that means that St. Ambrose have elected to go to the map that you now see at the bottom of your screen. That is going to be Dorado for the escort look for our map number 4, which is not, in fact, match point, as we got to see at least 5 here in this series. And now St. Ambrose, I think the pressure is now on them a little bit, because if this ends up being a tied series, it feels like a complete 180 in terms of how it opened up, with at least the tempo at which we're playing at this point.
Yeah, you need kind of a statement map of your own, right? To come out and just sort of, you push the ship back right one way, you got to right it the other, as it were. And I don't know about the Dorado map pick. I'll be honest with you. It's not what I would have thought they would have gone for, but at the same point in time, I mean, I guess I just don't know, because it feels like a map where we could see a lot of high ground play, where Pharah could be a thing, where Winston could be a thing on certain points, and these are characters that are much more, I would say, in the advantage column of UBCO Gold than they are on the side of St. Ambrose. So the brawly style that they seem to favor, I just don't see it on this map.
Yeah, we're gonna get side flips again. There we go, side switch coming in. The colors will be swapped as per the usual. There, I think that it's tough because I think Dorado has now cycled in many ways where you can run dive, you can run the sort of the dive composition or the rush composition too, right? If you think about the Reinhardt, the May, that can kind of come into play. You can play the double shield as well, so flexibility is the name of the game. I think the biggest thing here is how do they react to what UBCO are going to bring out to them. Because for St. Ambrose, we said momentum is a hell of a thing, right? You really need to kind of keep an eye out on it, because I think this could be the turning point of the game in many senses. If this ends up being your map pick, you lose it out, now you're tied, and that puts UBCO back in front. So I think, yeah, this is definitely a very important map for if you can steal away, your map pick, as you should, then I think this is it bodes well for them. If they don't, though, then you're starting to have a little bit of questions and some trouble stepping up in the front line. If you are St. Ambrose, for sure.
You've been in quite a big hole, right? If you're on the side of UBCO Gold and you don't win this one. So it's much of a shatter point. It's a very decisive map here between these two teams. And obviously every map is important, but some maps, like you said, momentum wise, they feel a little bit more important than others, right? All maps are equal. Some are just more equal, as it were. And it does feel like this Dorado map is one that could potentially be in that column. It's going to be, I think reactivity is a very good point. And I think it's something that we saw in the last map St. Ambrose really struggled with. I talked about kind of their lack of adaptability right there at the tail end. They were just sort of throwing a ball against a wall and hoping that it would go through eventually. And they can't afford to do that here on Dorado. They really cannot. They need to be able to move those compositions around, perhaps more so than they have on any of the maps they have done previously. It's just, again, I go back to the hangups of things like high ground and what's involved on this map. And it does the word flexibility bode particularly well for St. Ambrose at this point in time, if that's how he would describe a map and the comps that need to be run on it.
Ready for battle.
That is going to be let me give it right now is that both teams are hovering over sort of cycling over the dive compositions here. Defensively, Delco on the Echo. I don't think we've seen Delco's Echo yet, right? So this is going to be a first. We saw the Pharah, we saw the Hanzo, and we saw, I think it was a Torbjorn. No, KO. Yeah. KO played the Torbjorn. KO was the Torbjorn. It was a Tracer from Delco, I think, on Temple.
Correct.
That really put a lot of pressure there. So this is the first time we're seeing the Echo, and this could be interesting. Again, no pocket here specifically. It's going to be the Harmony Orb at best. Meanwhile, Heinz will have the benefit of Odin on the Mercy.
Last time we did see a bit of a dive, though, was back on Lijiang Tower. Both these teams went into it with a dive, and it did not work out in favor of St. Ambrose. So different setting, obviously, here as Heinz immediately tries to get to work on the high ground. Heinz's Pharah was also kind of the lesser of the two flyers as well in the past. He's got a little bit to make up for here as he starts to get to work. Delco so far really a non-entity as well. Neither of the flyers having a massive impact. There's Delco finally popping up to engage in the dogfight there in the skies. Takes a lot of damage for their efforts, and there's where that pocket healing that you were talking about, Lafon, starting to come in big. He is forced to ground himself and get the heals before he can get back into the engagement, putting so much attention onto the Pharah right there, but just not able to confirm the kill or really even confirm damage. And I just saw Robo Eagle's mech get taken out here, so Heinz is looking relatively uncontested up here on the high flyer, and they'll make him pay for it by getting Robo Eagle early on. That said, Arc does lose out as well, but the kill back on Lamb Sauce right there. Again, it's just Heinz in the air doing some serious work, and KO's trying to make up for it on the low ground. KO getting juggled around right now. Arc playing very aggressive. That'll pay off dividends because he'll take the Ana down the entire time this is happening, ladies and gentlemen. That cart is just rolling through. Delco gets sound blasted out of midair. Oh, that's not something you want to see. Sinfax getting a big one. The high noon coming out on the other side. The bubble going up there to protect the point and protect KO as well, as kills are traded back and forth here. A very good pulse bomb, and they will come through and cap number one with 5 minutes in the time bank.
And the contest for this Transcend, it's a little too late. So that's going to be an ult that doesn't even prevent time off the clock here. And you're kind of now stuck with the Transcend. It's the Zen just no longer available. And that's going to be hunting Delco down. This is going to put a lot of pressure on UBCO Gold. The St. Ambrose, we said they needed a statement game to come back from. And they're providing it so far with the level of aggression they've brought here.
UBCO just seems quite like permeable. They're just kind of being forced back into really unpleasant positions. Agent 7 gets jumped on there for a second, and it did look like it could be grim for the Tracer player, but they will escape. Lamsauce now trying to get aggressive with the Winston of their own and taking a lot of damage for their troubles. Heinz playing a little bit more standoffish here, and Senjuan will lose the mech, so a slight resurgence coming in from UBCO Gold. They'll pop the ult here as well. That forces a sound barrier early on out of Synfax. They've got ults to play with here. Senjuan will manage to get the remake, and there's one. The nano boost onto Lamsauce to get things going. A barrage unleashed by Heinz, but it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. A Diva Bomb up in the air as well, and they just continue with this pattern of trading kills back and forth, but the pattern is upset by the reses coming in on either side. Heinz and KO back in the air, and unfortunately Odin pays for the res with their life. Robo Eagle comes diving in right now, and it does look like UBCO Gold is reasserting the line of their defense.
Robo Eagle actually starts all of this off with the solo elimination onto both Odin and Heinz, to stop the snowball from coming through, and then ends the tail end of this fight as well. Big self-destruct to force the Resurrect out midway through the fight, and then the final blow onto Agent M7 to give themselves just a little bit more breathing room here. And this is now the struggle, because the cover is just not here for the Pyre to work with, and with Micah now being on the Mercy to give Delco the pocket, this is going to allow the Echo so much more room to work as they come in with the duplicate.
Delco trying to do work with the duplicate, does get the bomb up and in the air as KO was taken down there in the early part of the engagement. The bomb won't find anyone. That's 2 kills now on the side of UBCO Gold. They're losing bodies. A good res coming in on Nikki, but unfortunately Robo Eagle will lose the mech at the same time. Oh, and here comes St. Ambrose. Nikki down again, Robo Eagle down, Delco down. The entire team just breaking apart here, shattering at the tail end of this, and the runway is clear towards the doors.
There is going to be a recontest available because the spawn is so close, so it's about how well can they deny people trying to come to contest, as Lamsauce has the Primal Rage, will get to the objective fairly easily.
Sauce just gets booped out of the way, but KO opening it up there with the high noon will secure a kill onto Agent 7, who's been having a sort of rough go of it these last 2 maps, all things considered. Centralon will lose the map here as well. KO looking for another target. The sound barrier was invested by Synfax just to keep the team in the fight, but it doesn't look like it's worked in that regard. UBCO Gold here doing their best to shut them down. It will force a reset.
Yeah, that's now just shy of the objective. And really, it is a 1 ult, 2 ults if you count the Deadeye, which KO already has again, by the way, 72% up towards it. The Primal Rage allows you to stabilize as St. Ambrose now doesn't have anything to kind of contest this objective with. The Nano Boost onto the Winston is likely going to be applied here for UBCO Gold, and they should rightly take this next fight off the back of the main tank's position.
Heinz takes to the skies here, just going for those long-range rockets in, does have the barrage to play with. Nikki has the Nano again, and we've seen Nano Ambrose, or Lamsauce, be such an effective tool here for this UBCO Gold side, and that is how they will initiate yet again. The target that time is the unfortunate Synfax, who will drop one more time on Lucio. KO unleashing the high noon here as well, getting a kill with the gun as well. Why not? And a decisive fight win there from UBCO Gold.
Yeah, that's going to be the reset now. Oh, you need to stay alive. No, Odin can't quite get out in time. Are they staggering Sendralon here in the back line? I think they might be. Yeah. There goes the final elimination onto the pilot there, as the DMEC just had come through moments before. So this is now last fight for St. Ambrose on their attack, and UBCO Gold posed to kind of keep a hold here. Sure, they don't have much in terms of the resources, but Delco should be able to get to this duplicate fairly quickly. Lamsauce will be able to jump in to get the Primal Rage as well. And St. Ambrose are looking to try and get Heinz in a position to get this barrage online. But that's easier said than done with how many dueling characters are available to the defense.
Well, Hines wants a big rocket to initiate this. That's going to be the key objective. He gets KO down, but they both die. Delco cleans them both up as they attack. A huge opener there from Delco on the Echo. And that might just have done it here. I don't know what St. Ambrose is going to do on the backside of this. They're trying to keep the fight in it, and they can't find it. Delco just dominating on the Echo right now, and KO right there alongside of him. And the two DPS stepping up bigly for UBCO Gold to win this defense out.
We said that UBCO Gold needed to kind of deny St. Ambrose their hero moments, but they took it to themselves to apply their own, right? That was just Delco getting a focusing beam, one focusing beam, two eliminations onto both the Pharah and the Mercy mid-ultimate to just, begin that fight. And then the Resurrect was there, so the one ult kill was undone. That was just a strong individual play by the DPS player from UBCO Gold to give them the hold here on the second point.
Unfortunately, I think it was kind of an easy read too, right? To a certain extent, they knew that Hines had that barrage and that they had to use it. It was a big win condition for them, and UBCO Gold just reacting appropriately there to shut it down. But I do think that the matchup with the dives just does not seem to favor St. Ambrose at all, and maybe they're reading that a little bit too, because they are not coming out with a dive on defense.
Yeah, this is, here we talked about UBCO Gold, running a composition that's designed to be anti-dive. So this is kind of the same idea here from St. Ambrose, but here's a small problem. UBCO Gold aren't really posting up for the anti-dive or for the dive here. So this anti-dive might end up struggling if this is in fact going to be the double shield pirate ship. Though it looks like Delco not going to be on the Bastion here.
That was like some 4D chess. They fired the Orisa shield up at the top of the roof so that they would see the Orisa shield. I don't know. That had to be intentional that they wanted to try and make them think that they were playing Orisa. What a strange thing to do. But they do swap back to the dive eventually. And mind games on mind games here as Lamb Sauce comes diving in. And Lamb Sauce just gets melted right there. They left it on the stove for far too long. You can't maintain consistency at that heat. Central on here looking for an early pick as well. Won't find it. Instead it'll be Odin who takes out KO. They're still hunting here for this Roadhog hook. Centralon really wants to find a target, but he's not quite invested in it just yet, as KO did get res back in right there. And that's forced some changes here on the side of UBCO Gold as well, because Lamb Sauce is coming out on a Roadhog of their own. Robo Eagle taking a significant amount of damage right there. Doesn't go down. Arc in a dangerous scenario has to back up, but it will cost Robo Eagle their mech. So that should theoretically slow down this aggression just a little bit as Delco comes sailing in over the top, trying to find a kill. Won't do it. And that, I think, is the end of hostilities for the moment.
Yeah, we've now entered into a pick comp-based kind of situation, right, where you have to look for that early initial opening. Hines gets taken out, and there's no Resurrect on St. Ambrose's side, so that's the pick they're kind of looking for as they get the Nano in, and good night there to Sinfax.
Oh, Nano Hog. You don't see it that often, but it is a scary concept. Lamb Sauce demonstrating why. Unfortunately, he misses his other hook, as Odin does confirm the kill. Odin valiantly trying to battle to the bitter end right there, and he does do so. He at least meets his bitter end, and that's the fight over.
And that means that this is now going to be just shy of 5 minutes now to take this second objective. Again, the golden box of victory is at the end of this second phase. So UBCO Gold are in prime position to keep this one rolling, especially as St. Ambrose does not really have a lot of high ground control. It's just, if you think about it, Hines who can get up here, Hines and Sinfax can get up here the easiest. And UBCO Gold, with Delco being able to deal in the sky with this pocket, in a much better position.
Oh, Hines just peeks his head over the top and gets a huge kill on the Delco. That's not how they wanted to start this at all. The bomb is invested as well. It doesn't get a lot of value, but it does kind of force UBCO Gold into in an awkward spot. Lamb Sauce now trying to come back on. What a brutal opening moment right there from Hines to just shut things down right away.
Delco, unfortunately, just perhaps their like eye was itching or something, right? They had their move out there. Big pick by Lamb Sauce. No,
he doesn't get it.
What?
Oh no! He hooks Odin. Odin's such a slippery snake here. Doesn't get brought down yet again. Odin's somehow still alive, fighting in the church. Delco, however, making up for lost time on the top deck, does get 2 big kills here. And, well, the other DPS won't be outshone. KO getting the big ones on the other side as well. And they will start to push towards the golden box of victory.
Now, this is starting to trend into last fight here. We can see where the golden box of victory is. The cart inches around the corner. The recontest will be here, but you can see UBCO Gold pressing up aggressively to deny St. Ambrose the ability to walk out. Look how much spam they're taking just as they go in. Odin's going to be the one that contests with the Transcendence. Self-destruct over the top, though.
Bomb does come sailing in. The Molten Core is used as well. I don't think it finds anyone. Odin will die early. The survivability does not extend to this fight, but quickly, St. Ambrose striking back. It's Hines who's doing a lot of the heavy lifting right here as you see the Gravitic Flux coming in. That's Delco Clone trying to make something happen. Won't find it. Now it's KO, the other cowboy on the field, who's doing big work. These two DPS for the side of UBCO Gold just making it happen as best they can, but it's just not enough. Still 2 minutes 40 on the clock.
Yeah, you can see that Robo Eagle peeked around the corner, saw that everyone was dead, and the respawns were coming in, and went back to the spawn room to recollect with their team. The Sendrillon goes over to the Orisa. This makes a lot more sense here. Just give the double shield. It's going to slow things down a lot, and it's going to prevent those like instant kills from coming through onto the tank line, which has been a better problem for St. Ambrose. UBCO Gold will have the nano boost, and we expect that to go to Lamb Sauce as they dive in. In fact, there it is.
It does seem to be one of their favorite openers. A huge anti gets thrown in as well, but the bomb from Hines getting the initial pick of the fight, taking KO out of the equation. The bomb does get slept, but the fire base of Cedrillon and Hines right there doing good work for the team. They will lock it down. They will win the fight.
Here's the survivability of the double shield coming to play, though, right? Lamb Sauce jumps into both, and they're very, very weak. A well-placed immortality field, well-timed immortality field, prevents most of the threat of the anti-nade from really stepping through, and of course, the kinetic grasp with the shielding that comes through is what keeps Arc alive. So, St. Ambrose stave off the end of this map for a moment, and now it's a minute half remaining, so 2 fights between them and kind of trying to close it out as UBCO Gold look for that initial pickoff to open things up.
Micah comes sailing in with the Valkyrie, nearly dies in the process. Odin reeling backwards here. Lamb Sauce with the Primal, just trying to clear out that high ground. He's juggling Odin around. There won't be escape for the Zenyatta this time. And the kill is starting to tick up here in favor of UBCO. Agent M7 doing their best to push it back the other direction, but they will die. There's no more contest. And the critical Dorado map goes to UBCO Gold, who tied the series 2-2.
That is just a statement map in and of itself. UBCO Gold respond twice in a row to equalize the series, Korvac, and now as we head into map 5 in a moment, this has really turned our first to 4 into what is now a team just needs to get 2 more maps to kind of close this one out, right? There's 3 more attempts to go, and here's the thing. This has gotten a lot closer than we thought it would be after the first 2 maps, because it has been all UBCO in maps 3 and 4.
It really has been. And does that momentum stay, though? That's the big question. We'll be right back with the answer after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Collegiate Overwatch. It's an intense matchup here between UBCO Gold Serpents Gold and St. Ambrose University, tied 2-2 now, and we'll see if they can actually go the distance here on this late night match. I'm Corback, and alongside me is Laugh On, and it's been a banger so far, but it has momentum fully shifted back in favor of UBCO.
It feels like at this point, doesn't it? Like it really does feel
does.
like the game has sort of translated back to UBCO's favor, especially with how St. Ambrose opened up the series. They're hoping to claw it back here on map number 5, which is going to put a team at match point. Well, the team that takes this one will then need only one more after this. So we are headed to Control. We are headed to Busan, my favorite map in the game, actually, as we kind of get set to get in there in just a moment. And I mean, we talked about this at the top of Lijiang Tower, or sort of the end of Lijiang Tower. That was Heinz really stepping up and sort of opening the hero plays in for St. Ambrose. That's gonna have to be, I think, a little bit of the name of the game. Some of that just pop-off potential was eliminated by UBCO Gold in those latter half maps in the second, third, and fourth map. So a lot more stability here. Standard composition from UBCO Gold, though, as they're going to bring the teleporter out from Delco, then switch over to the Tracer to be, that double dive or the double flanker dive setup. This is going to be a lot of pressure on Arc with that hack coming through.
The problem has been Heinz's Pharah has been a little bit quiet here as we see UBCO Gold moving forward into the movie theater. Lamsauce leading the way here with the ground pound as well. Lamsauce taking an upteenth amount of damage there. Will manage to escape with their life. Lamsauce now going in for another roll. He's back at it again. He gets booped away that time though, so no momentum to be had on that one. Agent M7 hunting for target, shreds a bush instead. He'll try and find somebody for real next time as Heinz here begins to rotate around the station tower. Unfortunately, it's Robo Eagle who will strike first. It's a big kill. Sinfax is taken down, so Lucio out of play. Robo Eagle does lose the mech. Both team mechs actually being taken down here as Agent M7 continues to dance around. 20 health left on that Tracer, and Heinz comes in with the triple kill on the Pharah. He's been quiet until now, but coming in big when the team needed him right there.
That was a very, very close fight. Actually, something nearly this could have been a foot difference would have meant St. Ambrose would have lost their Tracer, and then Heinz would not have been able to spam out those weak targets. Because the Pulse Bomb from Agent MM7 is almost self-damaged enough to take them out, but the distance was there. That's going to be a pocketed Tracer just eliminating their counterpart. That's going to mean that this is going to be a reset coming for UBCO Gold, as Robo Eagle needs to play a little bit more passively with that mech.
Agent getting another good kill there as well, is on fire at the moment, continues to just be an absolute nuisance here, rotating around on the other side, well as Heinz maintaining good position here on the edge of the map. M7 is hacked right now though, and that's not a particularly fun place for him to be, but Sinfax gets a good kill into KO, boops him, and that's not what they wanted to see either. They invest the Mind Shield here from Arc, but they've already won the fight.
Yeah, that's just to make sure that comes in as they try to work through. What I'd like to see from UBCO Gold is to see this Discord orb go on a target and then have a triple person or even maybe 4 dive on it, right? Those high mobile characters go in and force that elimination, then just prevent the resurrect from coming through. That's what I'd like to see here. As you can see, the Discord orb is applied to Agent M7 just to make the Tracer's life that much more difficult.
Agent has the Pulse Bomb. I'd like to find a good use for it, but it's actually Heinz hovering above the movie theater who's going to be somebody to really watch. Comes sailing in over the backside, unleashes the barrage. The block, I think, was attempted right there, but they didn't find anything off of it. And they will trade here at the beginning, but it's a big kill to get the Brigida out of contention. KO does have the hack, but they might not need it. UBCO getting some big kills early on in this fight. Lamsauce comes slamming back in to give them more bodies on the point, and they will use the EMP. It only gets 2. It's Tracer and Sinfax. Sinfax desperately tries to flee, will die. Agent 7 has managed to survive, goes in for their opposite number here as Heinz dies to self-inflicted wounds in the meantime. It's just a bit of stall game here from St. Ambrose. They don't even really need to do it, if we're being honest. They're trying to finish off the Diva, but Centralon probably overwhelmed.
The pockets back from Odin there. Mike actually hits a really nice shot in the air onto the Mercy, and that's going to mean the flip comes through. But that's 99% for UBCO Gold. Or sorry, for St. Ambrose, I should say, before UBCO Gold gets it flipped back. And this is going to be a rather an unlikely return in this fight for sure. You have to play on perfectly from here on out on this round, and all it takes is an early opening pick from Agent M7 or Arc to sort of turn things back. That being said, Lamb Sauce can use the minefield to slow things down. Delco, if they can land a pulse bomb, it's going to be big. As Odin comes out with the Valkyrie here to open the fight.
Ryan's getting poked there, but Delco, who dies first, gets caught looking by Sidfax. That's not who they wanted to see in that position. Nearly gets the boop, does Arc, who comes sailing in from the top rope. Unfortunately, won't find it. It's the Tracer on the side of St. Ambrose who gets knocked down, and now the minefields are layering on top of one another. Arc goes bouncing around like a beach ball at a concert, but he will stay alive as both minefields claim kills, but ultimately it's UBCO Gold who emerges on top.
Yeah, that's big for UBCO Gold in this turnaround fight, as now their composition is really starting to come into its own. Peachiest can do a good job of holding this backline with Micah, keeping the Zen alive. Peachiest, of course, this rotating into the map for the first time here on this map, as they weren't as they sub in for this particular map. So the Brig player coming in big. Micah does have the Transcendence to keep everyone alive, as Syndrolon eyes a self-destruct here set up.
Syndrolon's hit big ones so far tonight. Will this be another? It goes sailing up and in. It's Delco who unleashes the big bomb, though. The double kill there on Syndrolon and Synfax both. And now KO just happy to play cleanup on the point. Hines did secure the kill at the tail end of it, but not enough.
Yeah, as you can see, Agent M7 eyeing the break here. The pulse bomb, big stick there.
Big stick indeed. It's exactly what they needed, but the tac buys are coming out the other way. Tracer pays for that play with their life. It's just chaos right now around the marquee here, but ultimately it looks like UBCO Gold is starting to edge their way forward. The res coming in there on the Tracer will keep that in the fight here for St. Ambrose, as Lamb Sauce puts the minefield down on the point. That should really help them secure this. I'd be surprised if anybody can get back on. And no, stage 1 of Busan will go to UBCO Gold.
That was the perfect turnaround, right? Literally could not lose a single fight and don't, to give themselves the 100-99 run back to take that round. I would like to, highlight that one play. We saw Syndrolon, eyeing the self-destruct across the map, right? They send in Arc for the pile driver, but it's in fact only on one target, the Zen, who happened to have Transcendence. And while all that's happening, while the bomb's in the air, Delco lands a big pulse bomb onto the pilot Diva and gets another one for their trouble. So 2 eliminations to 0 really is what kind of ended that 50% fight that UBCO Gold then turned into a round win eventually. We now head back to the Rush mirror, and in fact it's looking to be a full mirror at this moment as the teams teleport themselves out of their spawn room.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the full mirror in action. This was a very close fight on the last Koth map as well when we saw them go at it with stuff like this. Arc there trying to come in with the charge, won't find the kill that he was looking for, but certainly they've taken a little bit of a spatial advantage. They're forced to sacrifice it almost immediately right there as the Maywall comes up on the other side. That's Delco who put that one up, just trying to keep the teams discombobulated at the moment. Hines throws one out there as well. No kills yet for either of these sides. A lot of sustain coming in from both directions. Finally, Lamb Sauce cracks first under pressure. Robo Eagle also losing the mech is a big problem. That's both of the tanks there from UBCO Gold really out of contention, and that's going to be an opportunity here for St. Ambrose to touch the point and start ticking it around, but they'll invest the Sim Barrier and the Amplification Matrix here as well, as the other Sim Barrier comes out on the other side, and still the supports here for St. Ambrose doing double duty to keep their team alive through all of this. Lamb Sauce has died again, but really Agent 7 coming in there to clean up.
Yeah, eyes on Synfax, though. We got the first-person POV of the Baptiste in that fight, and well it was, because that's some high APM gaming right there, as Synfax just refused to let the front line die. And the well-timed right clicks, well-timed AoE on the self-heal, and of course the Immortality Field as well. Now, UBCO Gold get locked out by this wall, and while that comes in, that's the Immortality early here. UBCO Gold committed.
Oh no, they get blizzarded in the corner. What a play by Hines there. The team just swinging into it as well and putting down the rest of their opponents. It's akin to what we saw in Lijiang Tower in terms of a very decisive ult engagement right there from St. Ambrose.
Yeah, and it all starts off with the wall, right? The Hines just sections off the front line. The Immortality Field has burnt early, and then the Blizzard is just like, all right, now what are you going to do? How much is it going to protect you? The Matrix doesn't get the eat on it, and so that's just the fight win. Now Delco is in a position to mirror it out as it's a counter Blizzard here.
Oh, they'll try and make something happen. Just chaos all over the place, but it's a Centralon bomb over the backside who will get a double kill. Hines following in. The Blizzard comes, but it's far, far too late to make a difference. Christmas did not arrive in time here for UBCO Gold.
Yeah, and with that being the elimination later, it's actually going to be the taxi back from Odin onto Sinfax. So this should be the opportunity away. That being said, St. Ambrose currently does not have any healers available to them.
Oh, they're fighting a very kind of contentious engagement here on the front line. They've got to be able to hit and run, really. The amplification's coming out right there. That's going to cause some issues. The bomb kind of landing on top of everyone. The Shatter follow-up, though. Robo Eagle did claim 1 kill on that, but it doesn't look like it was quite enough to break the deadlock. Instead, St. Ambrose will hold on. I'll be honest with you, Laffon. I thought they were going to lose that one.
I don't think there's even a chance for them to contest anything. If they do, the Blizzard is available to Hines yet again. Yep, and that's going to be... Oh, the stun. Arc staying alive. There's the Blizzard. He gets the objective to trigger overtime, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
They will try and fight the sound. The sound barrier was thrown there as well. Just give them a little bit of sustain. And Arc does go down at the start, but now the rest of St. Ambrose begins to make their opinion on the matter known, and they do not want these guys on the point. Robo Eagle getting taken out right there. The 2 supports still alive. Unfortunately, it's definitely not enough. So stage 2 going in favor of St. Ambrose, and it's Li Zhang. It sounds just like it.
Yeah, this time the 99% fight is able to be turned over to the 100, and they just shut out UBCO Gold. So St. Ambrose not quite done with this map yet. We are going to head to Sanctuary, and this is where the dive makes a reappearance for UBCO Gold, where they've looked better in the mirror, it has to be said, as St. Ambrose, at least initially, sticking on this rush composition, which is going to be able to fight in close. The question is, will they be able to dodge the damage of Delco and Lamb Sauce as they rotate through?
Oh, that is a good question indeed. It's again maybe going back to these disparate comps that St. Ambrose has had sort of ups and downs with. It's interesting to see the Hanzo coming back out into play. Last time we saw Hanzo, it was quite decisive, but I believe it was on the side of UBCO Gold. I say that though, and they go ahead and get started here. Centralon putting in some long-range damage with the orbs, not really finding much. Gets hit by a rock from the opposite direction as Agent 7 begins to fire arrows downrange. They just want to find the opening pick right here. It hasn't quite shown up in their favor just yet, as you see Lamb Sauce taking a not insignificant amount of damage right there. Hines returning the favor, getting some damage of his own. Delco trying to find the flank, just gets lit up. Good stun right there. The flash fan coming through. Unfortunately, the team can't make it work. Instead, they get Peaches down instead. And that is a good win there for St. Ambrose.
Yeah, it's just taking advantage of their composition sustainability in close. They get to the objective and say, what are you going to do? Come at us? And when you do, you're playing inside the range of, all the strengths that they have. Arc, obviously, cleave damage in close. We saw Hines with a flashbang, as you highlighted. And just the AoE healing from Sinfax is a big deal. So it's going to be opening up with the Amp Matrix here from St. Ambrose. You can see UBCO Gold looking to see if they can find an opportunity. Delco getting a rough fight. Oh boy, that's just yeah. Those are those flankers down early. This fight's just over.
Yeah, that's the sharp edge of your composition basically knocked out. I mean, it harkens back to what we were talking about on Anubis, right? Where you kind of have the engagement aspect, and you have this more solid unit that's supposed to back them up, and you lose both your engages very early on. The Shatter being thrown out there by Arc, little bit greedy, and Arc's down, and so is Hines. So that's turned into a bridge too far there for St. Ambrose. KO comes surging back in with the tack visor. Are they going to turn this around? Lamb Sauce going into ball stall mode, swinging around the point, gets a kill onto Odin, and don't get one more. Oh no! St. Ambrose's eyes much bigger than their stomach right there. They lose what should have been an easy victory overall.
I didn't catch which player did it from UBCO Gold, but it was one of the players with a knockback ability that actually starts that fight off for them. The Shatter was a good idea from Arc. If you can get those 3 eliminations, just end the fight, then it's big. But there was a boot back that happened onto the Reinhardt as they were applying the Earth Shatter, so it only caught Robo Eagle, which then allowed Arc or Lamb Sauce to kind of find space in the back line and eliminate Arc. All of that to say, that means that UBCO Gold now just is able to run back in with this Gravitic Flux.
The Gravityx goes up. They will secure kills off the back of it, and actually more than that, UBCO Gold just surging forward like a tidal wave right now, and they'll send St. Ambrose reeling back towards the spawn, but not before Lamb Sauce gets picked at the tail end.
Yeah, Lamb Sauce, though, is the fastest moving character in this lobby, right? So they'll be back post haste. Now, St. Ambrose, though, they're looking for that tiny window that technically exists while Lamb Sauce is still rotating back through. Micah will have the Transcendence to deny at least some of the damage here, but there's so many more abilities at play that this Transcendence is going to have to put in a heck of a lot of work.
Well, it's go time here. The High Noon coming out. Heinz looking for that opportunistic target. Won't find it. The Dragon's getting unleashed right there. Does a good job of splitting up the team, but the Transcendence coming in almost immediately after there from Micah, I think really preventing anything being done with it. Instead, it's just UBCO Gold all over St. Ambrose yet again. Body blow after body blow. And another solid team kill and a fight win.
And I said that Micah need to pull magic out of that Transcendence. In fact, they did. It denies not only the Gravitic Flux, but also the Dragon Strike, and the Deadeye was just avoided by line of sight. So now St. Ambrose have to work with just the Ant Matrix and Sound Barrier here in this next fight, and they have to contest the objective when Minefield is alive. So that's going to be the Minefield applied to the point, and someone's going to have to touch through it.
Well, here comes St. Ambrose running forward, but they lose their main support early on. KO gets to work with the attack visor as well. We'll get 2 kills with it. The Sound Barrier slows the inevitable doom of the team, but it does not prevent it. Like a bandage on an open wound right there, and that will be it. UBCO Gold will take map number 5 and put themselves on match point.
That is a big win from UBCO Gold, and it feels like this is now firmly in their favor. In this series. They are now 1 map away from closing it all out. As we have a highlight here from St. Ambrose, that is not going to be enough to give themselves the victory. They now need to pull magic out. They need to pull 2 in a row here to keep this, to force this back to their favor, as we are now facing map number 6 in just a moment.
Harsh truth, I don't think that they have anyone to blame but themselves there at the tail end. It's hard not to look back at that overextension where we saw Arc go down and the rest of the team just sort of crumbled on the backside of it as the turning point of that map. I genuinely, they seemed like they were in the driver's seat. They were really confident and relatively confident in control. And after that, they were just done.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I think if you do have to give credit to UBCO Gold, though, because recognizing that opportunity where I think Arc made the high percentage play and just was in a position where they were able to be punished because the rest of the team couldn't support them. So it's maybe a play you make that has a 60% success rate that you have to go for in these grand final situations, right? Because 60% of the time, if you more often than not, it's a play that's successful that's going to give you the victory. I can see why Arc went for it. It's just that when the 40% comes through, you end up looking a little bit awkward, a little bit sheepishly at the end. In this instance, it just happened to be the 40%, not the 60. And I mean, definitely with the benefit of hindsight, you could say, okay, that was a rough play to make. But at the time, I think you could say just a great play by UBCO Gold to deny Arc the opportunity they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a good read. I mean, it was a good read and a good re-engage right there. I don't know who was calling the shot on that, but they did a very good job to see that opening and take it, right? And 60% of the time it works all the time, but like you said, it's the other 40% that's a bit of a problem. That said, I do wonder if that chalks the mental just a little bit. That's the only thing I worry about. You got to be going back over that map and you're going to think about that moment, and is that going to hurt as we get ready to go into our next map, which is going to be King's Row. So I mean, it doesn't get much more kind of basic, friendly home comfort territory than this for most teams. So maybe that'll help with that a little bit.
Yeah, this is now where you have to kind of just take a breath and fully reset, because this is, I mean, here's the problem. From us, we know that there's no more mistakes allowed to be made for St. Ambrose, right? They are in do or die territory. You lose here, you're done. That's it. And so, there's a lot of pressure here on the team for success to come through. I mean, in that sense, there is a little bit of breathing room for their opposition as UBCO Gold. If they lose this map, then maybe now, okay, it's a final, last chance sort of situation. But in this particular map, the pressure is certainly all on St. Ambrose.
Very, very much so. And it's match point, right? Like and the match point with no room for error for them. So this is their pick, Kings Row. So this is the map that they feel comfortable going to when the chips are down. And again, I don't blame them for that. A lot of teams probably would feel comfortable going back to Kings Row when everything's on the line. It's good for a bit of an epic confrontation as well. If it's all going to end here, why not Kings Row of all places, right, as the place to be? It's worth pointing out, PGS had been playing there in the support role. It's now been swapped back out, so Nikki will return, presumably to play that Baptiste.
Yeah, this was so Peaches did come in the in the last map only. They were playing in that particular engagement. They played a pretty decent break actually, and a fairly solid Lucio as well, which that's something you kind of need to kind of step in. And I think when you're playing that, the break I think was the true highlight there for for UCO Gold, as we kind of take a look and.
Oh boy!
All right, they're having a little bit of fun there.
There's the thing: overconfidence kills. So you just need to be a little bit careful right there. It's not quite in the bag just yet. They'll come out with the rush that we've seen, both of these teams use before with the Maya Cassidy there, and on the other side, it's actually almost. It is straight mirrors. I think this actually favors St. Ambrose a little bit. They've looked more convincing on this kind of setup.
Yeah, they look better on the rush. That's fair to say. I think there has been a clear divide between these two teams. When it comes to dive, UBCO Gold has had the advantage. When it's come to rush, it has been all St. Ambrose. But I don't think we've seen a true May Cassidy mirror yet. There was an element on Mecha base, but it kind of fell apart pretty quickly. So we'll see if that comes through. Good wall to slow things down to get spam in here for UBCO Gold, as St. Ambrose gets Synfaxed up to 50% of that Ant Matrix.
And there's the rush right to start, though. They just come in, no holds barred, looking for that first pick. The Maywall coming up there again to split the fight, but Nikki's already been forced to use the Immortality Field as Lamb Sauce is knocked out of contention. Robo Eagle loses the mech. This is all St. Ambrose all the time. They're going to throw the Amplification Matrix in here as well, because why not? They have it already. They might as well use it to try and guarantee the fight win. And that is a barnstormer right there at the beginning.
Yeah, that's just run at the objective and say, how are you going to stop it? That Maywall early from Delco, trying to just get some spam in, it's good. The only problem is that St. Ambrose just, once it goes down, says, let's go. And actually, they're just going to hit the go button part 2.
They are. They're just going in. They don't care. Look at that. The shatter into the high noon combo, and they'll destroy UBCO Gold in the streets. Oh, no. They're just going to keep the pressure on this entire time, and the cart will start to roll forward on the backside.
Yeah, it's going to... The one benefit is that they're actually going to... I suppose the silver lining on this storm front that's coming through here for UBCO Gold is that by necessity, the cart will only get through that first corner. So you'll be able to get a fight here on the second phase as you get the respawns coming in. And you do have some tools coming, right? I mean, Synfax about to get a second Ant Matrix, by the way, before Nick can even use the first one.
Well, high noon boosted up by the Maywall. A little bit of a mistake right there, but the Blizzard quickly following up by Hines to make up for the difference. The Diva Bomb comes sailing in, the wall saving it at the last second. It won't save Lamb Sauce down. He's already dead. KO knocked out by his opposite number. And the pressure that is being applied on the front line here from St. Ambrose is obscene. And as Morrissey once sang, it's panic on the streets of London here for UBCO Gold.
I think is Mika, who's sitting and just kind of chilling in the corner here. They're going to get a contest in the objective and then promptly get taken out. Oh, yep, there it is.
Yep.
Bye.
Nice try, though. I mean, props for effort.
Yeah, sure. Tough place to be for Lewis. There's really no other play you can kind of make. And I mean, UBCO Gold have to retreat. They have to fully kind of get out of dodge here. Ant Matrix to just slow things down, just prevent St. Ambrose from walking forward, saying, "Hey, struggle bus here." Now UBCO Gold in the unenviable position of having to take 5 minutes off the clock here on the third phase.
And the Amplification Matrix coming out as well. Lamsauce getting absolutely bullied right there on the edge of the pit. Nearly goes in. The sound barrier actually gets thrown out. The Blizzard coming in on the backside of it as well. Odin got trapped in the Blizzard but does not go down. The Diva Bomb sailing in, blocked off by the wall. And Robo Eagle, an early casualty of the fight. Here comes Ark. He's got a shatter of his own. He slams Lamsauce into the dirt. Asserts frontline supremacy right here, and this is just looking like a disaster for UBCO.
I mean, and here's the problem. UBCO will have to fight. This is final fight on this map, on this side of the map. And look at the check marks. 5 for St. Ambrose, 0 for UBCO Gold.
KO throws his high noon early, gets absolutely nothing with it. The amplification matrix will come out there. They will get a kill onto Hines, but now the ults will start to come out. 2 kills already for Agent right there. Robo Eagle taken off the mat in the mech. KO rolls onto the point, but it's all in vain. And really, this is about as desperate as it gets for the defenders, and they just don't have the gumption to do it. 4 minutes 14 in the time bank here for St. Ambrose.
Yeah, sometimes you look at the check marks on the top of the board and you say, all right, this is the team that's going to win the fight. And St. Ambrose says, yeah, we have 5, you have none. That's just a simple inequality sign, right? 5 is certainly more than, greater than 0, and so they just win the fight out. In essence, though, the reason they were able to get it to a point where the Ultimates were that further ahead starts off with that first fight on that first objective, right? When they won it so cleanly, and then continued into a snowball position and executed on the snowball, is what allowed them to get to that point on the final third, right, Corbeck? So, yes, while you could simplify it as, in fact, 5 is greater than 0, it really started off on that first objective.
Very true. You felt that the, let's say, momentum again, right? Just use the word of the night right there. It was very much in favor of St. Ambrose the entire time. And, when you're in a position, right, where you're just being kind of beaten down, shellacked by this team that's not giving you any breathing room at all, it is such a difficult experience. It's such a demoralizing experience as well to kind of reset the line. It's really hard to find room, and they had a couple of small spots where they could breathe just a little bit, but there was never a really good opportunity in there for UBCO Gold to just reset.
I think that's impressive. Speaking of resetting, the impressive thing is that St. Ambrose has been able to take sort of that moment to reset mid, at the end of the map, at the end of the last map, to come back in with this level of aggression, right? And now they're bringing out the little fun style here. That's a teleport from the high ground from UBCO Gold.
It's a classic. Sometimes it works. You never know. It will actually get an early kill on Descendrelon, so that's not the worst thing that's ever happened. Robo Eagle taking a bunch of damage here, and it is forcing St. Ambrose to play back in the lee of the hotel, and that means the point will tick up right here. They can't really get the kill that they're looking for. There's just too much sustain and too much block coming in. Hines looping around the backside, trying to go for the pick, but already the situation out of hand, and genuinely added to the list of things that I can't believe worked right there, Lafon. That did work, and they will take with a very solid time bank.
This is the second time here. Actually, this is the second time I specifically the NECC have seen this play work on King's Row. So, this has been a play that has stepped into the limelight a couple of times here, and now, I mean, UBCO Gold are going to try and play this teleport here from the high ground to low ground when St. Ambrose try and recontest, just to make this Bastion sing a little bit more. Nikki with the Ant Matrix trying to give KO more room to work.
The amplification matrix coming out, but it's a good Maywall there to kind of take the sting out of it. Still will force St. Ambrose to play around the corner here as the cart comes into view, and it does have KO sitting on top of it with that Bastion. The Gravitic Flux coming in right now, and this should just be a feast of damage here. The Immortality Field doing major work, but it will not keep the team alive through all of that. They will lose Hines, and the pressure just coming in as almost as aggressive as it was on the other side. Just a little bit of a different setup here. Sidfax desperately struggling to keep the team in this, is cut off from the rest of his squad. He will die for it.
And as quickly as St. Ambrose took the first 2 objective points, UBCO Gold responds in kind. They have 6 minutes on the clock here. I mean, St. Ambrose in a slightly healthier position in terms of their resources to try and shut down KO, but look at this, the passing on the high ground with the double shield. That's going to be so tough to kind of work against here.
KO drops down to the low ground, though, gives up that very valuable high ground position, just going for straight damage. The amplification matrix comes out. KO does not die, but Lamb Sauce does. A good Symmetra wall coming in, but the Blizzard coming over the top, that was probably it. KO can't do much. He keeps firing through all of that, just trying to secure another kill before he's charged off the point and turned into scrap metal there by Arc. And here comes Arc. Oh, he wants some kills, but he might just let him back up a little bit here. You can see UBCO Gold is considering the recontest, but now they will back up.
I mean, that took basically that took a lot out of St. Ambrose, though, right? The Blizzard, the Deadeye, and the Ant Matrix here. So UBCO Gold have a window of opportunity for sure in this engagement. Here's that window, and it doesn't. The wall does not deny the fire strike.
And they've got the tank on the other side of it as well. KO gets a big kill into Arc. Lamb Sauce does die, but KO gets another tank kill. Oh no, the Bastion just ripping them up here. You don't often see it, I'll be honest with you, but it's a good one here tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of expensive now, it's Sound Barrier versus Valkyrie. Which has the more value in this final fight? There's the opening Valkyrie, Sound Barrier in response.
That might be enough to do it, because KO is down. He did get a kill on the other side, but with respawn advantage in play, the sustain of the Valkyrie really showing here at the moment, though, keeping the team up, but unfortunately probably not enough to stave off the counterattack here from St. Ambrose. And finally, UBCO Gold is halted.
And this is going to mean there's a time bank disadvantage for UBCO Gold. If you had told me at the end of St. Ambrose's attack this UBCO Gold was going to have a time bank disadvantage, I said, yeah, of course. The fact of the matter is that's not how I expected to get here, though. So
no, not with these numbers.
No, switch coming through from UBCO Gold. Micah gets taken out early as the Gravitic Flux finds a bunch, but this fight's already over, right?
Yeah.
Pickoffs just come through, and that's 2 walls being used there for St. Ambrose. So, yeah, that's kind of how we expected that one to go. It was just a comp change here from UBCO Gold. That's kind of a disposable fight. They get a couple of resources out, and now St. Ambrose are back to the long, arduous task of just trying to work time off the clock.
Yeah, UBCO Gold, I mean, sometimes what does happen with these Bastion comps is they come out, they get a ton of territory, and then when momentum goes and finally stops, you just never, ever get the ball rolling again. Heinz here with the Dragon, the High Noon coming out from Agent won't find anyone. They'll use the Amplification Matrix here. Heinz is going to try and I think follow up on that, maybe with the Dragon, but he'll hold on to it for a second. Arc gets very aggressive, pushes him back past the Matrix. This is good positioning from Heinz here on the Hanzo with a beautiful sightline down range as the Dragons come from the other side. Heinz is still holding his, and he walks into Delco's Dragons and dies, so they'll lose their Hanzo. Odin trying to keep their off-tank alive, but Delco will claim the kill. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is now the respawns coming back in, and you can see the Dragon Strike on the cart, but you can bypass this one. Okay, there's the Immortality Field to get to the cart, and this should be the fight win, but Lamb Sauce gets one Earth-Shattering time,
he throws
and they're
it
gonna do it.
4.
They're gonna close it out.
That's great. That's exactly what UBCO needed. 4 kills coming off the back of the Earth Shatter. Oh my lord, what a match between these two teams.
Oh my goodness, and this is gonna be the timer ticking down. So it goes down to 2 minutes flat, right? So it was what, 4:14 for St. Ambrose before the timer ticked down. So that's 34 seconds. So yeah, so 2:34 was what UBCO Gold completed the map with. They will cycle down to 2 minutes, as that is the change that happened to the time bank, sort of rules that came through. Right. Now St. Ambrose 3:40 to attack the first objective, but we have a barn burner on this side of Kings Row. Both teams doing a lot of work early on these first objectives.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, another barn burned in the name of esports. There have been so many. But we'll see here. I mean, honestly, I would love to say that I could conclusively decide this one was going to go one way or another here on Kings Row, but I don't know that I really can. I mean, I don't think UBCO Gold will get as much of a surprise here if they do choose to come out on this Bastion again, and I think they're probably going to switch it up. I don't know, Delco, he's the one who would switch. No, okay, so they won't. So I don't know that they're going to be able to do as much with it this time here, but oh man, it's hard to say. This is a close one.
Here's the thing. This is where the spam from Heinz is actually going to be critical. If you can get the elimination onto the shield of the Sigma as as KO tries to set up, then you could find an opportunity. But if they can kind of bypass it. In fact, they recognize that there's been a change, and they're going to go over to the mirror. Here's where the May's better. The May's just straight up better in this kind of mirror, because you can section off the front line and give Lamb Sauce so much more room to work.
Exactly like what we just saw. Arc gets completely cut off right there. Then the aggressive follow-up. Centralon will probably go down not long after, and he does indeed get picked off. Heinz trying to put it back just a little bit, but he can, and a very good swap there onto the May is incredibly decisive. Heinz not giving it up for free, but it does look like they're giving it up whether they like it or not.
Yeah, I think that the tank line for UBCO Gold do a little bit of creative engagement there, but they aren't really punished for it, as we see Lamb Sauce and Robo Eagle make the return to their fight. And I mean, that's a little bit of a mind game stepping in from UBCO Gold, right? Open up with a Bastion, just kind of see if you set up, and St. Ambrose, they kind of bite. And now it's UBCO Gold's turn to kind of walk in and see if they can find those pickoffs to continue the cart's progress here through the second phase.
They pushed up very aggressively here, just trying to take as much of this space as they can. They've got both their supports with them on that front line engage as well, but they will now back up towards the bookstore. Agent M7 swinging around, gets 4 with the Deadeye. Are you kidding me? He shuts it down entirely.
You'd think Nicki's Ant Matrix was in fact on St. Ambrose's side with how quick those skulls popped through. And I mean, this is now 18 seconds left at St. Ambrose. Have full control of the choke, and UBCO Gold have nothing to work with. Sitting around the corner, this could be a big play.
There comes the damage amplification matrix right at the start. The Blizzard thrown well short of where it needed to be. It's very good aggression, though, on the side of UBCO Gold, but the Dragons from Hines should seal the deal, and it does with a double kill. Lamb Sauce and Nikki both down. Delco comes swinging in to try and make a difference, but he can't. What can you do? Agent just fanning away with the hammer right there, looking to confirm the final kill onto Lucio. He punches him with the robot arm, gets him with the gun. There's an attempt to touch, but it means nothing. And it's so funny you said it. I really did genuinely think that was Sinfact's amplification matrix when he got those kills. I can't believe he pulled that off in the street.
That is a game-changing play from St. Ambrose. And I guess Agent M7 got tired of us singing the praises of Hines being the clutch factor. Just walks around the corner, dead eye out, and says, what are you going to do about it? And UBCO Gold says, not much. As they head back to the spawn room in disgrace. Now, 340 to prevent the first objective from being captured is really what this boils down to. Considering how dominant that first fight was, certainly easier said than done.
Yeah, it's just, let's see the level of aggression that St. Ambrose brings out again. If we get something akin to what they showed us on their initial attack, and presumably, right, UBCO is going to be better prepared to deal with that. It's interesting that they're showing us Delco on the Pharah here, actually, at the start. But if St. Ambrose can rush in like that again, this could be quite quickly over, and we could be looking at a map 7. And I don't know about the Pharah main mix-up. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah. Not to cast aspersions on Delco's Pharah, because it has been very good.
Yeah.
It's just that, on King's Row, it's certainly more of a hero pick than anything. And when we use the term hero pick, it means that you're playing for clutch factor. You're not really playing for strong mid-fight potential. So we'll see. The pick-off potential is huge, but certainly, definitely a tough thing. Odin already going down. That's the start you need to make this work. And it's a good beginning here for UBCO Gold.
Yeah, they take Agent M7 down right away, and that's a very good pick to have right there. Odin nearly died in the process as well, and that will slow them down at least temporarily.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Delco needs to be very passive around the Alderworth Hotel, though. You can't over-aggress, because the sightlines from the Cassidy will be in close quarters, and that's where the Pharah kind of falls apart in the hit scan's eyes.
Good wall coming in, but the Immortality Field there, I think, canceling out the brunt of the damage that could have been done by it. Delco trying to come in over the top right now, very close to a barrage, engaging in a very close fight. That's not what you want to see from the far. What a shot by Hines, by the way, picking Mika out of the sky. You see the amplification matrix going down the opposite direction, but Agent M7 doesn't even seem to care. He just continues to surge forward here, and he's got his buddies with him. Robo Eagle doing a good job swinging in and getting a kill, but really, it's not much. And St. Ambrose will take point number 1.
Yeah, just a great, just taking the space away from the Pharah. Mercy opens that up when both players go down. That's it. That's all that's written. And now, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. The golden box of victory is right there. Oh, this is really one team fight away from just ending the map. Really one great headshot from a Hanzo away from ending the map, as Hines is setting up for the Dragon Strike here on the high ground.
Arc has the Shatter. He really wants to use it, but he just can't quite find the distance that he needs. Hines has the Dragon Strike here as well. That's unleashed point blank range. Does that set up for Arc Shatter, though? No, the Gravitic coming in instead. Delco dies trying to get the barrage off. Arc still has the Shatter. He's holding on to it. Is he ever going to use it? The Blizzard coming in the opposite direction, or I'm sorry, the Freeze coming in the opposite direction from KO was good, though. It slowed things down and allowed the res of Delco.
Yeah, this is teetering on the edge of defeat here for UBCO Gold, but they bend and do not break. And now St. Ambrose have to walk back in. They're gonna try and get the window into the Deadeye here as the Shatter comes down.
Arc still with the Shatter, huge Deadeye, Agent 7 again, getting 3 with that, and that's the kind of DPS hero stuff that has been the absolute dream here for St. Ambrose, and they will push it onwards to a map 7 on the back of that play.
And that is where we go for broke. That is going to be the final stand here in map 7, where it all comes to a head. Agent M7, pick your poison, right? You got so many highlights in this map. It's going to be the Deadeye, the 4 walking around the corner, but still. I mean, look at this. Just bye.
Oh. What? I'm trying to figure out if the shield was dropped or if it just got destroyed. I don't know. That was a hell of a play, though. That was exactly what they needed.
If I had to guess, I'd say as the amp matrix came up, the drop shield for the fire strike just long enough for the Deadeye to kind of activate. And those skulls on the Deadeye are very, very quick, right? They generate so quickly now with those buffs that came into Cassidy. So I think in those moments you kind of have to say, well, it's just tough. It's just tough. No one expects the Cassidy to literally wide swing around a corner with Deadeye. I think there was a bit of a speed boost from Odin as well. So it all adds up. But what that equation works out to is that we are headed to a map 7 Quebec 4 where it all comes down to.
We'll be right back with that exciting conclusion after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC. It's Challenger Cyan here. UBCO Serpents Gold versus St. Ambrose University, and it has gone the distance. It is map 7. These two teams have been neck and neck all night, and this will be the decider. I am Corbeck, alongside me as Lafon, and this is the conclusion that we were hoping for when this match started.
Yeah, this has been. I mean, we talked about it at the top of the show, right? This is the number 1 seed going up against the number 2 seed. When they last played, it went the distance as well, 2-1 in the regular season. But this is the playoffs. This is the grand finals. It's going to be a 1st to 4, and in fact, we needed all 7 maps to get there. It is now a best of 1 in all essence as we go to Escort for our 7th and final map. It being a basic impossibility to draw on this particular type, and Escort is the name of the game. You've already seen what is in play at the bottom of your screens there. It is Junkertown as our 7th map here. So Escort in play, and we have a game on our hands in every sense of the word.
It's a tricky one as a map pick. I'm really interested to see how this one goes, because I feel Junkertown is often such a hit or miss map. It has that big open area at the start, and then things get really claustrophobic, and then they kind of open up again. It's just, it can be very difficult for a lot of teams, and I can't actually genuinely say which one I think that this map pick particularly favors. I mean, obviously, UBCO picked it, so they must think that this is their map, but I think we've seen such good DPS play from both sides that even if you're thinking about like a sniper competition, I don't think it really necessarily goes one way or the other.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be. I think this one's going to fit. It's going to come down to really. I think that the question is what style kind of steps out here, because UBCO Gold have really on that high tempo look been the team that has stepped up, right? Whereas on the rush composition, St. Ambrose has picked a big way. But here on this Escort map, this really strays away. On Junkertown specifically, strays away from both styles rather tremendously.
Right.
Though I think, if anything, maybe we have to kind of favor UBCO Gold. I say that, but UBCO Gold has been sort of I'm arguing against myself in the sense, has been sort of the victim and sort of beneficiary of tempo, of momentum, if you will. So we'll see if they've got it back on their side here as they open up with the pirate ship on the objective.
The most classic strategy you could run, and it's going to be a very aggressive effort here from St. Ambrose. They'll kill the Bastion, but the rest of the team starts dying around it. That's the unfortunate scenario teams often run into here when you're faced with that kind of pirate ship comp.
Yeah, and here's the thing for UBCO Gold, right, is that they have not lost control of the objective, so that means the Bastion will be able to set up right back where KO left off on the cart, and not really be any the worse for wear. So you can see, yeah, getting to the objective, trying to just get, cycle alongside the point. They might even set up an off-angle flank here, which is arguably smarter, I think, just because you don't have to worry about the cart being contested and your Bastion being under pressure. So UBCO Gold playing this pretty smart, I think.
You see KO playing off the backside. St. Ambrose dropping into contest now. The Orisa shield lasting for all of 10 seconds right there as Robo Eagle comes over the top and tries to get a kill of their own. Holding valiantly on the point there. Sinfax Immortality Field is down, but they've lost KO early on. Odin with a very big pick there. The Zenyatta coming through big at the tail end. They need to make that more, though. Again, Odin strikes and finds Delco doing good work, but the tank line looking relatively dominant here for UBCO Gold. Hines with the Dragon at point blank range. That's exactly what they needed to shut this down, and a very good hold there from St. Ambrose.
I'd like to see KO switch off the Bastion here. You don't have control of the objective anymore, and so therefore the Bastion is not going to find a ton of value. Even with the fact that you're setting up sort of a crossfire, getting an immobile character into position is going to be tough. I'd like to see, I think, like the Tracer coming in, even the Cassidy, something like that. They're electing to stay with it for now, and if you get a pick off early, then it can really pay off, but that's a big gamble to take here at this point in the game.
Indeed it is. Central getting pulled around a little bit, uses Gravitic Flux and immediately falls back into cover. I don't think they'll get much out of it. The counter Gravitic coming in almost immediately right there. It doesn't get much either. Dragon Sun sailing through. Agent M7 will go down, and maybe, just maybe, that'll be enough to break the back here, at least temporarily. Arc here falling back into the corner. They're trying to get KO set back up on the cart, and he will get into a position where he feels relatively comfortable. Centurion trying to move around the outside edge is killed, and it does look like KO has established themselves enough that they can just start racking up kills.
Odin? Oh no, that's
No.
well, you know what? Listen. That's one fewer death in Odin's stats, so worth. Big trade. Jokes aside, UBCO Gold are not going to be able to control the high ground. Here's the thing: you need to set up a secondary. You know how we were talking about that crossfire or map one or point one? It needs to come through here because of the Dragon Strike that Heinz has available to them. That's going to be able to kind of put pressure on one of the two. And if you're all bunched up together, this Dragon Strike can get so much value for free. So it's up to UBCO Gold to deny that to the Hanzo of the opposition.
That's exactly what they're trying to do, but Odin dies early. The arrow comes sailing in. They lose their tank as well. Arc gets clipped there. The amplification matrix doing big work. Now the 2 DPS for St. Ambrose. They're trying to turn it around here at the tail end, but what can they do against such reckless firepower there on the side of the Bastion? Heinz just playing on the high ground, trying to look for an opportunistic pick onto one of the supports. Won't find it. Now trying to engage their opposite number as well, and it's just a holding pattern here as they're slowly getting forced out. Good kill from Heinz right there, though. Gets one of the DPS down. Still can't quite find that pesky Baptiste, as here comes the tank ultimate, and that just annihilates Heinz on the high ground. Sinfax down as well, and then Agent 7 gets accretion out of his high noon. Oh, it's just disaster across the page there for St. Ambrose.
Yeah, they're going to walk through here as the eliminations come in, and I don't know that Odin can even step up here for the play. Odin has been a big part of the defense for St. Ambrose, but, you know, a Zen on an island alone, you have to give the odds to the rest of the squad, as close as Odin made it seem. However, we now head to this third phase, and there's going to be a switch as Agent M7. This is going to be a full mirror again, as we get to see the Bastion come out from the defensive end. How much resource are you going to put into Agent MM7, though? That's the question here, because KO is getting a lot of resources and tools here.
Heinz comes swinging around the central column, tries to find the kill, doesn't quite get it. The Bastion setting up on the other side, and Agent M7 dies almost immediately. So perhaps your question is answered right there, Lafon, as the Dragon comes sailing down the middle. It's actually separated the team relatively decently, but the capitalization just doesn't seem to be there. Instead, the members of St. Ambrose are forced to hit the tracks as the Transcendence comes out right there, tries to keep the team in it, and does actually enable the Gravitic Flux, but the Transcendence on the other side mostly cancels that out. Once more, Agent M7 is taken down. The Bastion trick just not working out here for St. Ambrose in the way that they wanted to. And then a brutal Gravitic shuts down Odin. Heinz trying to fight their way back through. They've taken some of the sting out of UBCO's tail, but not probably enough, all things considered. Robo Eagle now in the back line comes rolling forward, and it does look like St. Ambrose will stabilize.
I mean, that actually all starts off with Odin getting a massive pickoff in that first fight, or in this sort of fight to kind of open things up, because even though Odin goes down immediately in trade, the spawns are so close that as St. Ambrose trades out more eliminations to themselves, they're able to just kind of win that fight out through pure attrition. Now, I mean, that's going to herald UBCO Gold switching their composition over to the dive, or a pseudo dive at the very least, as we see Lamb Sauce going over to the Sigma in return. This composition is not I would not describe this as a standard one. This is not one we see a lot of the time, but perhaps it is one that UBCO Gold has tested and kind of brings to the forefront, though KO gets scouted by the Hanzo pretty swiftly.
Heinz tried to do a little bit of an Assassin's Creed move right there, comes sailing over the top. Unfortunately, he couldn't confirm the kill. Some dragons just go sailing by in there as well. I'm not sure exactly what was up, but Heinz does finally find his target. Sinfax does die, but I think this fight is safely over. Delco trying to be a nuisance on the flank and just get an opportunistic kill. He won't find it, and well, he drops himself.
Here's the problem with Junkertown third. It's that as the card gets to the point where it is right now, it is immensely defender favored. You have so much high ground. You have so much, spam able to kind of show through. And the offense has to engage into you. And with your spawn being so close, it's just a perfect storm of, the map geometry on your side. You can see look how much damage you're taking up just walking in.
Lamb Sauce with 600 shield right there comes surging forward. Agent M7 does get a main healer down, though. That's a huge pick. Nikki taken out of contention, and that enables a slew of kills on the backside of St. Ambrose, but they're not done yet. Delco applying pressure directly to the forehead right there of Arc will go down. Still, Heinz comes sailing in to win the day.
That is an old reference, my friend. I don't know that anyone watching got that.
Probably not.
That is now going to be 5 resources put to the test for St. Ambrose here in what is going to be the final fight. UBCO Gold, it's going to, we said this before, but Mika has to pull magic out of this Transcendence. The problem is it's going to be mirrored by Odin, and Odin has stepped up on this Zenyatta so effectively here. That's a good start. Agent
That is a good
down.
start. Agent M7 is down. They've lost their bash, and so he will not be a factor, at least temporarily, until they can get it back in on the spawn advantage. Out comes a Dragons and a Transcendence. These are very good kills that are coming in here for St. Ambrose. This is exactly what they need. The Amplification Matrix coming out here as well. The tanks don't have the defenses to sustain through the amount of damage that's being directed their way. The Immortality Field comes out as immediately destroyed, and here comes Tank Mode in 7. And he'll get a couple of kills there and close it down. So they can't quite complete the distance, but still a very solid push from UBCO Gold. Never mind, they're trying to do it. No, it's a little false excitement there from KO. He tried, Lafon. He tried.
That is, I mean, one, it's a start. Unfortunately, as with many things,
Gotta
in
get
life,
5 more.
it's really about how it ends than it does, So a beginning is simply not enough. That being said, they now head to the defense, and this is where UBCO Gold, they are not going to get. This is it. This attack run is what is going to decide this series. There is no more second chances. There's no more second attack. This is going to be the golden box of victory applied here, about 3/4 of the way through the map. That is it. That is where the win condition lies for both squads here in our 7th and final map of this series.
Well, if you want it, you just got to reach out and take it. And that's both of these teams in a position to do exactly that. It's just who's going to reach furthest and fastest here is St. Ambrose. They're setting up for a pirate ship of their own. Oh, my lordy me. Agent M7 asking for a pause there, so we might take a quick break. Don't know. It looks like Odin's gonna have to reconnect right here at the tail ends. Talk about a cliffhanger. I'll tell you what, right there. I don't know how I feel about the pirate ship coming out on the other side. I guess we just haven't really seen them try it, so I don't really know how to judge it.
I mean, they technically ran all the heroes for the pirate ship on their defense, but because they're not controlling the objective, it is not a pirate ship composition. At least I don't think so. Half the fun of the pirate ship is the sails on the cart that move forward. Yeah, the ship. Yeah, exactly. So, and then the cannon is the bastion that kind of sets through. So that's kind of where the name came from. In terms of expectations, I think it really is going to come down to that first fight. We talked about the bastion setup of the objective on the A point when UCBO was the one that kind of was on the offensive run. St. Ambrose, if they can win the first fight, then the pirate ship will find success. If they don't, it's a lot harder to set up, and then you start to lose time and resources goes over to the defense, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I mean, we've I hate to harp on it. I hate to kind of be, my own echo, but this first fight is so important.
Yeah, this is the thing about Junkertown that I think makes it a really dangerous pick, right? In like situations, especially where the chips are down and everything's on the line. It's just that it can be such a swingy hit or miss kind of map. Like sometimes the pirate ship works out really, really well, and you'll coast all the way through almost to the end of point 3, and there's nobody can stop you. Sometimes you come out on the pirate ship, you get dumpstered in about 30 seconds, and then you spend the next 3.5 minutes trying to fight your way out of your spawn doors. It's just of all the Overwatch maps, I think it is one of the ones that is most susceptible to that kind of big swings in terms of how it goes for teams. And so that's why I do get a little like nervous when teams pick this in very high pressure situations. And I do get a bit nervous when teams come out on a pirate ship, because it does feel like you're such a set composition. There's no flexibility in it. If you want to switch off of it, you have to abandon it entirely.
It really does test the mettle of a team, right? Because when this composition fails, you have to recognize that it fails and switch. There is no, you don't have the opportunity to kind of test things out. You don't have the ability to be like, oh, it's kind of not working, let's try and cycle ultimates. No, you just get off the bastion and go something else. There's no excuses. No, it's a mistake if you fail the first fight and try and get out of your spawn to get the objective back in your control. It just doesn't work that way. So that's the kind of thing we have to see from these teams. I mean, on the defensive or on the run we just saw, right, the attacking side we just saw, there was an element of you sort of reclaiming high ground with the bastion, so it kind of worked. But in the end, right on that third objective, we saw how shaky it is when you try and reapproach the bastion just too little too late in some of these instances, and it really does start to hurt sort of your chances of finding value. Granted, it comboed with the fact that it was against a bastion on the defensive side of a map that is so hard to take the third point. But I mean, excuses aside, like you have to kind of see where the composition falls apart.
Yeah, it's a very good way of putting it. I mean, many a Bastion player, many a team, I should say, has been kind of lured into playing that Bastion for far too long because of the glowing blue check mark or because of the pretty lights of the machine gun or whatever it is that's keeping you there. And I mean, it's a mistake that a lot of people had made. I don't know if they had switched earlier in that fight. I genuinely don't know, or if it would have made that much of a difference. Just because, like you said, that third point, that literal stopping point right there, becomes such a difficult thing to attack, and which is, a lot of people I think find it a bit counterintuitive because you think about it and you're like, oh, well, the route's shorter there. But really, it's not so much about the shortness of the route. It's just that your options for getting to it are so restricted that most teams are just really able to counter it out. And they are fortunate that they got the stop there, and they are fortunate that they now get to attack without having to worry about that as much.
Yeah. To wit, the other side, the other reason why it's so difficult is because the defense can take a lot of high ground positions to put damage down on you. And, to quote a certain space wizard, I have the high ground is one of the most important moments in
True.
in all of gaming, right? Having control of high ground is so important. Also, I just want to say that like that reference in like 5 or 10 years may actually not mean anything to some people. You think about that? Like there's gonna be people watching.
Man. You think so? I feel like that one's so deep in the nerd cultural zeitgeist. I feel like that's not coming out.
My nephew has no idea what that movie is.
Oh my god. That's terrifying, dude. You're making me feel old now.
Or cousin.
I don't want to think about
I
it.
should say, not nephew.
It's collapsing in front of us. That's not good. That's how the Al-Shah regime felt right before the French Revolution. Things just changing way too fast. And look at this close hold. Speaking of violent interaction, right at the front line there, trying to get in. Lamb Sauce, he's going for the close hold. Some teams will do this, and oh man, it has limited success, but when it does work, it is a beautiful thing. They've slowed him down, at least initially, but this Bastion setup here is just putting him back in that corner. It
is a mirrored Bastion setup, though. So they have to walk into a lot of damage from KO.
Yeah, no, it's a weird one. I don't necessarily know what to make of it, because you usually don't see people kind of go at it as a mirror. They're going to rotate around the outside, so they've been left this little outlet, and they'll try and take advantage of that, but they're walking into the firing line right there, and you can see the shots coming down range. Agent NECC will die first. They can't quite find the kill that they need. They really just need to get 1 or 2 kills here to St. Ambrose, and that'll be enough. That's a good one. Odin opening up for them again. Odin has been such a clutch player on this map for the St. Ambrose side. These May walls, too, it's worth speaking about how much of a nuisance they've been. Centurion pushing forward, both the amplification matrix out, and there's the cracking point there for St. Ambrose. That's exactly what they needed to shut it down, and they will win through, but a good amount of time wasted.
Yeah, it's if Odin brings the thunder, then the orbs are in fact the lightning striking that one down. I mean, just bring up that Discord orb. The amplification matrix is a huge amount of damage, but the Discord orb, it's so consistent in the application of it, right? You apply it and your entire team comes through. That being said, St. Ambrose took, about half the time off the clock there, so not a total waste, certainly. And they're going to make the smart switch as KO gets off the Bastion to the Hanzo. Things you love to see for sure.
It's a good Gravitic early on. The Dragon follow-up through. Unfortunately, it won't quite secure a kill, I think because of the Immortality field, but they'll clean up on the backside of it. Heinz getting 2 very big picks. Lamb Sauce and Micah both down. And that should be more than enough, I think, to get them through, even with the addition of this Gravitic Flux. Agent NECC is under a lot of pressure, but he won't stop firing the entire time. The Blizzard coming in here isn't decisive, though. It nearly was, but Centralon backs off right there. And now it's just the tanks fighting it out. It's one poor Reinhardt with the shield. He even goes for the Shadow of the Transcendence to slow it down. He comes out and he goes right back in. He immediately leaves. That's quite a funny bit of Zenyatta play right there.
Didn't even have time to hang his hat up on the door either. That's pretty fast. The thing that comes through is that we've now seen both Zenyatas do that. Transcend at the end of point A and then just zoom back to their team.
Yeah, no, it's quite funny that has literally happened twice on the exact same spot as well. You don't, like you said, you generally don't see it that often. The Dragons come in right there, and Agent NECC does a good job of actually getting off the point to avoid that. Sets up in a bit of a different position here and begins to put down fire. Centralon with a good kill. Lamb Sauce now on the Roadhog trying to get the hooks in as the tank ultimate comes out. Can't quite find the success that his opposite number did in this particular scenario. Don't worry, though. Heinz has got you covered. He'll go ahead and get another one one there onto Delco, and they continue to burn their way through. It isn't quite as clean as what we saw, going the opposite direction as Lamb Sauce yeets himself forward to secure a kill. It's not as clean, but it is working here, LaFon. It is working.
Yeah. It is working. Delco going over to the Junkrat. This is actually a sneaky play because the Junkrat, if you get around the shields, can really put pressure on to the Bastion, who can't turn around for it. But, I mean, they have to contest the cart, and I don't know that they'll be able to get there with this Dragon Strike online. That's going to be used here smartly to section off the Sigma from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, unfortunately, Robo Eagle will be caught all by himself on the point. There's nothing really he can do. The heal's not fast enough there from Sinfax, and they'll lose Odin early on. There's still an effort here by UBCO Gold to contest, but another deadly amplification matrix right there should secure them point number 2. And they now have 4 minutes to reach the golden box of victory and win the series.
If you are a St. Ambrose fan, before you cheer too early, this is a very similar position to where UBCO Gold was on their attacking perspective. We saw how difficult it was to kind of rotate through this third phase. That being said, Hines opens it up with a pick on the offensive end, which is a good start, a very good start.
Yeah, Hines has been an absolute fragger here on this attack, and he's not slowing down. He's unfortunately been halted by terrain there for a second, but that will happen sometimes. He's trying to get back up and be a nuisance. Centralon has a good ult here in the tank that they can use as well, but now they are getting into a position where they could be quite vulnerable. The Transcendence is forced early, but Lamb Sauce is down. Oh, this is looking good, actually. This is looking really good for St. Ambrose. No, never mind. Agent 7 is shut down by the dragons that come sailing across the point. Here comes the Transcendence on the other end. That's Micah chipping in right there to keep the team alive, and now they're starting to section off individual members of St. Ambrose. So just when it looked like victory might be within reach, they'll slow it back down again. 3 minutes on the clock.
I mean, St. Ambrose has the combo to close the series out, though. The Gravitic Flux into the Dragon Strike, no Transcendence in response. Combo doesn't work, then you've got the configuration tank from Agent M7 for the cleanup crew. UBCO Gold are operating on a razor's edge in terms of the margin they have for mistakes. Nothing left here but full success. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. There's the Flux, where the Dragon Strike in response.
The Dragons. Oh, he gets one. It's not as good as they needed it to be. Delco will go down. KO has dragons of their own. They'll send it the other way. Hines did find a kill in there. Agent M7 over the top with the tank. Gets one. He's hunting for another. He's getting very aggressive. The hook hits the wrong person, and he'll find the deep shot there to take down Nikki. And Sinfax getting in on the action as well. Another huge amplification matrix, and they're right there. They're on the cusp of victory. So close. It's been 7 maps. Can they clear it out? The Doomfist diving in. That's KO trying to keep it alive. It's not enough, and St. Ambrose win the series and win Challengers Cyan Finals.
4-3 there, the final in the map 7. It took us down to the very last moment there, but that is going to be your championship, your champions here for this game between St. Ambrose, and they just put on a clinic towards the end. Oh my goodness, Agent M7 holding up aggressively against the Riptire, just denying any control as the cart slowly rolls in. And St. Ambrose University are your champions here in the Challenger Cyan division. Well played to them. GG indeed.
A great series between these two teams. Honestly, it's just a spectacular bit of collegiate Overwatch for you right there. We hope you all enjoyed it. We're not done quite yet. We're going to have an interview with one of the victorious players right after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC. It was the last grand finals here for Collegiate Overwatch, and it was an absolute barn burner. In the end, though, St. Ambrose University walking away with the win. I'm Corbeck, alongside me is Lafon, and we're joined by one of the victorious team members here from St. Ambrose. It is Hines on the phone, here to answer some of our wonderful questions we have about the matchup. First of all, though, congratulations on your exciting victory. A well-deserved, a slog of a match there for you guys. But I have to ask, Hines, at what point in time was there a moment when your team knew that it was in the bag? Was that at the very end, or was there a moment earlier in the matchup where you're like, oh no, we got this?
I would say there was two parts. So in the very beginning, we probably came in like a little cocky, thinking we had it, and then it started going back and forth. But it was 100% at the very end for Junkertown. After we like held them on defense, then we knew.
Right. I mean, it was. We'll talk about Junkertown. We'll talk about the end of the series in the moment, but we got to talk about your performance specifically because I mean, we got to talk about Lijiang Tower, right? You came up with twice big rip tires that really gave yourself the map. Talk to me now that you've won the grand finals. Give yourself a little room to brag. What was your favorite moment about your performance tonight?
Um, I would say probably those junk tires. I was not gonna lie, I was kind of surprised I killed 3 people each time. I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, those were huge, frankly. We were just as shocked as you were. I guarantee it that you managed to do it not once but twice. But obviously, absolute hero plays from you. I do have to ask though, just to go back to the general mood. I think you hinted at it maybe a little bit, but after things started to shift against you, you had map 3 and map 4 that definitely did not go your way. What was the general sort of attitude in the team, and how do you guys feel like you managed to come back from
I would say we got quiet and our comms started to go down, and then we just started talking to each other, seeing what was going wrong, and then we're like it's not like how we were playing. It was just we were our target call, and we weren't focusing targets correctly, and not all saying the same target. We were like spread out. So after we started realizing that, then we started calming more, and then we started picking it up.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, I mean, it's the time for kind of preparation is come and gone. You've done it. You've won the series in its entirety. So you can take a moment now, take a deep breath, look back across the entirety of the season. And what stands out to you? What was your team's highest moment? I mean, obviously today, right? But across, was it the growth? Was it just that, the element of you guys winning here? How did the season really stand out to you?
I would say for this entire season, there was I would say we grew a lot. We first started off with just like running ball comps only, and then that's all we were good at for like the very beginning. And then we started branching out into different comps and trying to like have a wider range of what we can play. So everyone had to learn a lot of characters. Like for DPS, each DPS had to learn like 5 or 6 or 7 characters. Tanks had to learn all the characters, and supports had to learn all the characters. So everyone had to learn a lot.
Well, I mean, that's great. I'm glad that you guys had so much growth across the season. That's a really good thing, and that's great for a collegiate team as well to just grow and adapt and learn. That's what we're all about. Just a shout out you want to give to anyone, your teammates, anybody who's been supporting you guys throughout this entire season and kept you going along.
I would say so. First off, shout out to my family. They've been really supportive of this. And then for teammates wise, I would say Jiggly. I would say all of them. So Jiggly, Arc, um, Agent MM7, and Synfax. All great. And our coach, Alyssa. So
Well, there
That's
you
awesome.
go.
Well, yeah, congratulations again, Heinz, on your victory. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you guys and cast you guys and to talk with you. And well, Lafon, do you have any final thoughts here before we wrap up the broadcast for tonight?
I mean, really, it is time to just send congratulations to St. Ambrose University for a well-played finals, a well-played season. We'll let you go have, celebrate with your team because this has been a fantastic match. I think one of the best matches I've seen in a very long time. So again, congratulations to St. Ambrose University, and thank you to everyone watching here. It has been an absolute blessing and a pleasure to get to cover these games. And so, Corbeck, I have nothing more to add, but thank you to everyone who kind of stepped up today, both the teams and the viewers at home and our production staff behind us as well, because this has been just an absolute pleasure of a series to kind of get to witness.
I think that accurately sums up all the thoughts and feelings here. But for all of us at NECC, thank you so much for watching. Do tune in. We have more, I think, collegiate action coming up tomorrow. But for Overwatch, we are done. And that is us for tonight. Have a wonderful, wonderful